Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
If Gilgamesh set his eyes on something, it was as good as his. In his previous life, nothing had stopped him from chasing his desires, no matter how unreachable. But in this life, he wished to be different, to win not by force alone, but by fair competition, at least sometimes. The next item up for bidding is a sealed box of 35 magical fruits, the auctioneer announced. Each fruit brims with mana and boasts a flavor unlike any other. 5,000 Asura gold coins. 6,000. 10,000. Gilgamesh's gaze lingered on the fruits. Interesting, he mused. They might prove useful, or at least tasty. He waited quietly, watching as the weaker contenders raised the stakes. The bidding paused at 17,000 Asura gold coins. A private bidder has offered 17,000. Any higher offers? 17,000 going once, going twice. The auctioneer raised his gavel. Then a low, commanding voice echoed from the upper left chamber, a room known to be reserved for the auction house's owner. 20,000 Asura gold coins. A hush swept through the crowd. Eyes darted toward the sealed room, a place no one had seen stir all night. Was that the owner? No, that was a man's voice. I saw Prince Gilgamesh enter that room earlier. Could it be him? As if to confirm their suspicions, the voice responded again, this time louder, with a smirk in every word. For the curious, yes, I am Gilgamesh. No need for formalities. I'll be taking the fruits. If they don't suit me, perhaps my ducks will enjoy a feast in my fountain. Anyone with objections knows where to find me. Arrogant? Absolutely. But no one dared to challenge him. Gilgamesh's name had become a blade sharper than any sword. Those who had crossed him were either silent or dead. Sold. For 20,000 Asura gold coins, the auctioneer declared. From her seat beside him, Elaine watched him with an unreadable glimmer in her eyes. There was something enthralling about Gilgamesh, his It allowed her to peer into timelines and glean secrets from the stars, at great cost to her own life force. But even with such power, Gilgamesh's past remained a blank slate. He's either from another world, or something has intentionally concealed his history. In her studies, she had come across the tales of the immortal demon empress, Kishirika Keishurisu, who led demonkind during the Great Human-Demon War. Crushed and sealed for 300 years, she returned with pride, but no one believed her. Many mocked her as a beggar. Elaine had learned of these tales through her reading powers, and yet, no mention of Gilgamesh. It made her curious beyond reason. You've gone silent, my dear elf, Gilgamesh said, still watching the stage. His fingers tapped the rim of a golden goblet. Curious about me? Only the loyal and the useful will ever know the truth. That includes my wives. Naturally. Elaine smiled playfully. How many wives are you planning to have, then? 1, 2, maybe 3. That should be my limit, he said casually. But few can stand beside me. Not in beauty, but in soul. He wouldn't admit it aloud, but Elaine intrigued him. Her grace, intelligence, and presence were unlike anyone else he'd met. He had lived and died once already. But if he wanted to taste what other mortals cherished, perhaps seeking love wouldn't be so strange after all. I'll leave that to the future, he muttered, eyes narrowing as more items appeared on stage. Good choice. It's never wise to outrun time, Elaine replied, her voice gentle. She had never imagined marriage, not with her cursed condition. But now, maybe, just maybe, minutes passed. More magical relics, monster parts, and rare artifacts were auctioned. And then came the highlight. The next item, the auctioneer announced, is the Rainbow Diamond, a radiant gem filled with immense magical potential. Let the bidding begin. 30,000 Asura gold coins. 40,000. 50,000. The room buzzed. Some scoffed. It was just a beautiful rock, wasn't it? But the informed knew better. The Rainbow Diamond could be crafted into a staff capable of casting Emperor-class magic, a treasure for any mage. Gilgamesh chuckled to himself. They're biting. If only they knew I had better ones sitting in my vault collecting dust. To him, wealth was trivial. His treasury overflowed with gold and rarities far more valuable than anything in this auction. Nobles love to flaunt their wealth, Elaine commented. They buy influence as if it were fashion. She recalled her own journey. She had once rescued a handful of slaves, those she could care for, and raise them. They were now the caretakers of the Black Pearl auction house, loyal to her alone. 70,000 Asura gold coins. 85,000. Remarkable, Elaine said, glancing at Gilgamesh. You've just made 100,000 coins off something you considered useless. Gilgamesh leaned back with a sly grin. Fortune favors the bold and the bored. The auction had reached its end, but outside, under the cover of night and a light rain that fell like the sky's quiet sorrow, shadows stirred. Most citizens had long since taken shelter, closing shops and drawing curtains against the downpour. But not everyone had the luxury or the intent of staying safe. In the narrow alleys, cloaked figures moved silently. Rain ran down their dark garments, and the steel they carried glinted faintly. Long blades, hooked weapons, exotic killing tools humming with restrained menace. From the shadow of a rooftop, one voice cut through the hush. Boss, Prince Gilgamesh is still inside the auction house. Do we wait for him to leave, or strike now? The man they addressed, masked and perched like a gargoyle against the rain, let his eyes gleam, eyes touched with a strange golden glow. No, he said, now is perfect. We finish him tonight. For our master and for vengeance. Let the kingdom tremble. Once Gilgamesh falls, the flames of chaos will spread far and wide. Understood. Inside the now quiet auction hall, Gilgamesh leaned lazily in his seat, eyes half-lidded with disinterest. Most of the auction items had been his own. This was less a sale and more a performance for profit. He sipped wine idly, conversing with Elaine. If you truly want to survive what's coming, she said, her tone half-advisory, half-wary, you'll need more than wealth and arrogance. The noble struggle will only intensify when the king's seat becomes vacant. Gilgamesh raised a brow. Let them struggle. I'll either crush them or replace them. Elaine smiled thinly. And yet, alliances matter. The Black Crow family, Harrington, Ivanov, knights loyal to the crown, untouched by politics. They might support your cause, or at least stay out of your way. Gilgamesh rubbed his chin. Prince Halfhouse may have the backing of Aerys and Zephyr's families, but he doesn't even want the throne. Those old fools back him just to manipulate him. Elaine nodded. Exactly. Every house supports a candidate to earn favor and leverage. That's the game. The game, Gilgamesh muttered, bores me. If I wanted to, I'd erase every old house from history and forge my own dynasty. That statement was no boast. It was fact. Elaine had seen the fire behind his gaze, the power that simmered beneath every step he took. And if I get annoyed enough, he added, maybe I will. The last item was sold for 120,000 Asura gold coins. Gilgamesh stood, brushing non-existent dust from his coat. Elaine, I leave everything in your hands. My fortune, my tower, my future dealings. Use the resources well. My knights will come by from time to time for cleanup tasks. When you send me your reports, include the names of anyone foolish enough to cross you. He walked toward the exit, pausing only once. You carry my name now. If anyone so much as touches you, I'll turn their bloodlines into ash. Elaine rose to her feet with grace and certainty. Then I'll give you their names without hesitation. Forgive me for not walking you out. I still prefer to keep my appearance concealed." Gilgamesh simply nodded. He understood her reasons, and more importantly, he respected them. Outside, the rain had thickened slightly, tapping against the ground like a war drum played too softly. "Shall I fetch an umbrella?" asked Simon, Gilgamesh's loyal guard. "No need," Gilgamesh said, stepping into the drizzle. "It's a beautiful night for blood." Simon hesitated, then asked, "And Lady Elaine? She may be my wife one day." Gilgamesh replied offhandedly, "Guard her as you would guard me." Simon bowed. "Then even if my head must roll, I'll keep her safe." Gilgamesh smiled faintly. He stepped into the rain with no concern for the mud beneath his boots. As droplets slid down his hair and cloak, he whispered, more to himself than anyone else, "I once died, and my body decayed like any other in Uruk. In the end, bones are bones. No matter how high you soar, death makes dust of us all. But this time," he thought, "I will leave more than bones behind." That was when the chill hit him, killing intent, sharp and unmistakable. It slithered across the wet stones like a venomous snake. Gilgamesh smirked. "Oh, there it is. Blood would be spilled tonight." He could feel it. Their movements, the lurking presences in the dark. They thought they were hunters. But in truth, they had entered the lion's den. "Simon," Gilgamesh said, voice low, "there are crows in the sky. Go greet them." Simon's eyes flashed briefly, then calmed. "Understood." He stepped out and closed the carriage door behind him. Tonight, Simon would kill without hesitation. He had promised to become a sword god in this life, and tonight would be a step toward that destiny. Gilgamesh sighed, more exasperated than angry. Why must so many throw their lives away for gold and vengeance? Do they think I enjoy killing? I just want peace. He called out to the guards, "Take the back roads. No need to stain the city with blood that doesn't belong here." The horses began moving slowly, hooves splashing through puddles. Rain poured harder, painting the night in silver. Suddenly, a voice rang out, soft but determined. "Wait, I want to go with you." Gilgamesh didn't turn. A moment later, another voice called from afar. Sharp, mocking, dangerous. "Be careful on the road, Prince Gilgamesh." Gilgamesh looked up toward the voice, his eyes gleaming. "Let them come," he murmured. "Let them all come." And in the dark storm that followed, the prince would show once again why the name Gilgamesh would not be erased from history, but etched into it with blood and flame. Have you ever gifted yourself in such a way? What a foolish young man. When we return home, I want to be informed about that boy's family. They all must be eliminated, even if it means tearing down the foundations of that family. Gilgamesh's eyes gleamed with a crimson hue, but unexpectedly, there was a smile on his lips. He knew that all of this was merely politics, and his older brother's factions were acting on their own to remove him from the future struggle for the throne. Bite the gold ingot and weep for the fatherless bastards. That phrase was what victors in a succession for the throne told the families of the opposing faction that had fought against them. Suddenly, at that moment, everyone realizes that getting involved in an agonizing battle was unnecessary. It's only when death is about to drag you into darkness that you think it wasn't worth it. Regret follows like an eruption, and tears blur the vision. That was what distinguished kings from nobles, commoners from nobles, and animals from humans. He died with a smile on his face, a sword in his right hand, and the conclusion of a noble war that had inspired the entire world. "Come, I will cut off their heads and give their bodies to the lions," Gilgamesh declared while raising his right hand with an euphoric smile. It was then that the sky grew increasingly dark, and a lightning bolt shattered the somber silence that had fallen over the surroundings. A massive shadow covered the ground, and the rain intensified. From the darkness of the night, several masked men in black attire, resembling large night ravens, descended from the skies. Even before they touched the ground, numerous blades were directed at the carriage where Gilgamesh was. Buzzing through the air, those blades gleamed in a red hue. Dismal cries could be heard one after another as dozens of men descended from the building's rooftops towards the guards protecting Gilgamesh. Many of the guards, who were already prepared for any kind of surprise attack, shouted upon seeing the enemies, "Protect Prince Gilgamesh!" Each of them unsheathed their swords, which shimmered in a golden hue, while immediately assuming a defensive position around the carriage where Gilgamesh was located. The sound of swords clashing filled the air, creating an unending metallic clash, causing the commoners in the surrounding houses to take refuge deep within their rooms, daring not to come out and observe what was happening. Two more men with a powerful battle aura descended from the roof and headed straight for Simon. Observing the aura emanating from their bodies, they were both sword kings. The previous Simon might not have been able to defeat such powerful foes, but now that he wielded such a powerful weapon, it would be a shame not to confront these two formidable enemies. Have two sword kings mobilized? It seems they are giving a little evaluation to Prince Gilgamesh, Simon said with cold determination as he raised his sword toward these figures in black. To have beings of this caliber in their ranks, the enemies must be led by one of the two factions, either the princess or the first prince. In total, there were 2 sword kings, 7 sword saints, and 20 highly skilled experts below the top rank. For this group of experts to go up against Prince Gilgamesh's entourage, which seemingly lacked powerful guards, this assassination would be as easy as breaking a wine bottle. The 2 sword kings raised their swords, and they gleamed with a menacing battle aura as they advanced head-on. The 2 pairs of eyes behind those masks emitted a thirst for blood and cruelty, while their strikes were intended to take the lives of those before them. Faced with these 2 attacks, a variety of strategies flashed through Simon's mind. But no matter which one he chose, it would ultimately expose the true power of his relic. His position as a royal guard had been granted with the blessing of the king, and he had sworn to protect the Prince Gilgamesh from harm. With Prince Gilgamesh's strength on the rise, forces being trained, and warriors growing stronger, it meant that they would eventually showcase their strength to the world without restraint. This, in turn, meant that no faction would have foolish ideas regarding Gilgamesh. Only because of this, everyone now believed that Gilgamesh would be the next king of this kingdom with absolute certainty. But if it were discovered that Gilgamesh was preparing himself in such a way that he was creating his own army, suspicions would spread, and that meant the idea of forcibly seizing the throne would lurk in the hearts of many. If Simon revealed his full strength, there was a possibility that everyone would take even stronger actions against Prince Gilgamesh, which would greatly anger him. If this were to happen, Gilgamesh had said he would conduct large-scale purges and seize the throne by force, even if it meant exterminating all of the royalty. The level of slaughter among the higher-ups would be so intense that other kingdoms would look suspiciously at what was happening in the Asura kingdom. And if that were to happen, noble families outside the capital might unite and launch an attack in the name of a usurper who had eliminated the entire royal family. If this happens, then it will no longer be a matter of noble families, but hundreds of thousands of warriors, and that is something that Simon cannot allow to happen. "You will die here," Simon shouted as his sword emitted a powerful force, and his speed increased in an instant as he headed forward. Boom! Boom! 2 powerful clashes of swords were heard, and it was at that moment that Simon faced 2 sword kings face to face, creating a formidable battlefield. As Simon faced 2 sword kings, a figure emerged from one side of him and rushed towards his back with a poison-filled dagger in his hands. But at the same time, Simon's feet slipped and his sword slid behind his armpit, cutting into the chest of the assassin who was attacking him from behind. A brutal wound appeared on the chest of that murderer who had been sent flying towards one of the houses. The killer spat blood while trying to hold his chest, but died seconds later after the bleeding was so much that it made his body feel weak. The 2 assassins became increasingly nervous as the brutality of Simone's attacks became more and more ferocious, causing them to now take a defensive stance and retreat constantly. The blood from their wounds began to stain their clothes, and it seemed that they were not in a favorable position, but they had to reach the Prince Gilgamesh's carriage and end his life. Everyone thought it would be easy. In their minds, Prince Gilgamesh only had the support of a few families of knights, but unexpectedly they could not advance towards the chariot, and each of the knights who protect him still hold their weapons tightly. Instead, the bodies of the assassins were lying on the ground with brutal sword wounds on their bodies. However, The assassins' attacks were deceptive, and they only needed to cause a small wound to their enemies for them to fall to the ground paralyzed by the poison. In front of the door of the chariot where Gilgamesh was, the knights began to fall one after another. Under these unprepared circumstances, less than a dozen knights had to deal with dozens of enemies who suddenly ambushed them. Strangely, Gilgamesh's chariot had not suffered any damage and it itself remained silent. If anyone saw this, they wouldn't know if Prince Gilgamesh was alive or dead. They shall not pass this point. One of the guards, covered in blood and deep wounds, raised his sword in front of 3 sword saints and roared furiously as he faced the enemy. The way he fought was brutal. His attacks were comparable to a sword saint ready to ascend to a sword king. But under the overwhelming attacks of 3 sword saints, this knight couldn't stand out much. Nevertheless, with the knights in front of the carriage falling one after another, there would come a moment when he could no longer withstand these brutal assaults. At that moment, 2 of the masked men leaped onto the carriage at an astonishing speed, their bodies glowing with a battle aura they hadn't released until now, heading directly toward where Gilgamesh stood. The guards, fighting fiercely despite their failing bodies due to poisoning, shouted when they saw this. Some ran desperately without any caution for their lives, hoping not to disappoint Prince Gilgamesh, who had given them a unique path to greatness. Unfortunately, they were still too weak, and their opponents surpassed them in combat experience to the death. How could a captive lion face one that had defended its territory against powerful enemies? The gap in strength between them became increasingly evident, and the knights were pushed aside, unable to defend the carriage. At the same time, the 2 masked men reached the carriage. 2 swords gleamed with coldness, showing in just a few seconds the death that oozed from their bodies. Gilgamesh's magnificent carriage roof was destroyed, pieces of gold-coated wood flying through the air. Under the dark sky and gloomy rain, this scene was tainted with a tragic sight. At the same time, a golden flash shone as the black swords that had been fired toward the carriage returned like venomous snakes, heading for the hearts of those 2 assassins who were perched on the carriage. Boom! Boom! With the flash of these swords, the sounds of slicing flesh and a deafening hum echoed around. Neither of the 2 could stop those projectiles heading for their hearts and were killed without knowing who had killed them. But as their eyes were flattening, they saw a young man with golden hair and red eyes looking at them with no expression on his face, as if their attempt to assassinate him had not disturbed his heart. At the same time, a not-so-tall figure appeared on a distant rooftop from where the battle was taking place. That figure was clad in modern clothes, as if any noble aesthetics in this realm were not to their liking when it came to dressing. "What a bunch of rubbish. They didn't even realize I wasn't in the carriage anymore," murmured Gilgamesh, who had witnessed the deaths of those 2 assassins he had killed without even being close. However, at that moment, Gilgamesh's eyes caught sight of a small figure running in the distance with a gruesome wound over their left eye. There were 2 black-clad men huffing as they chased the child running for their life. Pong! In that moment, the child running for their life fell to the ground hard, and mud stained their face. It was obvious that these assassins were pursuing the child because they didn't want any witnesses. At that moment, no matter how talented a person was, a beggar could end your life before you even had a chance to bloom like a beautiful flower. But Gilgamesh had seen the glint in the child's eyes. They showed a desire to live. So, because this had been provoked by his fault, he would save their life. Gilgamesh leaned his body forward slightly, and with a single step, he vanished and reappeared in front of the child. The long swords heading toward the child stopped in midair, and long chains emerged from 2 golden ripples that appeared in the air unnoticed. I was just wondering how pigs squeal before they're slaughtered, but their screams are much more pitiful than those poor animals. Gilgamesh's voice reached the ears of the assassins who tried to escape from the chains, but as they exerted their strength, the chains pressed harder on their bodies. Furthermore, as these assassins tried to gather more and more of their strength, the chains would crush their bodies until they were completely shredded. It wasn't for nothing that this was Gilgamesh's most reliable treasure, and he held it in high regard for what it meant to him. Prince Gilgamesh is here. That sudden cry, accompanied by that statement, confused the assassins who were struggling to approach the carriage. How had Gilgamesh suddenly appeared in the opposite direction to where they were attacking? However, that confusion turned into a sense of urgency, and those not in combat headed in that direction. Right after that cry, a group of figures leaped between the buildings and located Gilgamesh, who was crouched in front of the child. "We've got you." All they required was for their swords to pierce the heart of the Prince Gilgamesh and end this battle that was unnecessarily dragging on. The black-clad men were first-class assassins. All of them were men who worked under a single order, and that was to completely eliminate the Prince Gilgamesh, no matter the cost. The hearts and emotions of these figures in black were as dark as hell itself. Everything they did had no emotions. However, their target was the Prince Gilgamesh, so their gazes were different from those aimed at other targets. At that moment, everyone's attention was focused on Gilgamesh, who was simply turning his back to his enemies as if they posed no real threat to him. Therefore, no one noticed that above their heads, several golden ripples had summoned simple metal swords that remained still in the sky with their edges pointed downward. After remaining motionless for a few seconds, these swords emitted a deafening hum and were launched like projectiles toward the figures approaching Gilgamesh with intentions to assassinate him. "Isn't perception important in your line of work?" murmured Gilgamesh as he shook his head. "A few moments ago, I have to bring a medicine to my sister. She needs it today, or she'll die," growled the boy who had become entangled in the battle that had erupted. The boy's name was Finian, and he was only 6 years old. His parents had died just 1 month ago due to a serious accident at their workplace, so Finian had to take care of his younger sister, Arya, after that. However, his little sister had fallen ill after their parents' deaths. They didn't have the money to buy the medication, as they only had enough for food, and that wouldn't last more than a week. That's why Finian took on small jobs that merchants asked him to do out of simple sympathy. So, after struggling for several days to buy medication for his little sister, he found himself faced with cruel men trying to assassinate the Prince Gilgamesh. All Finian could think of was to run for shelter, but at that moment, he was spotted by one of the assassins who were keeping watch in the area. They had no heart, so they tried to kill him as soon as they saw him. So after miraculously escaping the first attack, he kept moving forward. "I'm coming, sister." However, due to the rain, mud had formed on the streets, and Finian, feeling his body growing heavier, succumbed to numbness. He didn't know what was happening to him, so he simply took the bag of medicine and held it tightly in his mouth as he crawled through the mud. "Arya, my little sister." The fierce eyes of young Finian slowly lost their sparkle, but his body kept moving forward. At that moment, under the rain that had completely soaked his body, he felt a rush of warmth that instinctively woke him up. That source of warmth was comforting, as if it were a beautiful golden shield. When Finian turned around, he saw a tall figure there, shining in golden light and remaining calm under the attack of the two men dressed in black. However, just when he thought they were about to be killed, the opposite happened. Chains held the enemy in the air. "It's incredibly powerful." "Hey kid, what are you doing out here, and why are you fighting so hard?" Finian, upon hearing that question, remembered why he needed to be out here and said, "My little sister needs medicine. She's waiting for me, so I have to go help her." As he tried to stand up, Finian's weak legs couldn't bear the weight of his body, and he fell back into the mud. He pushed himself up forcefully and muttered, "My sister needs this medicine." "What's your name?" Gilgamesh asked, his attention on the surroundings. "I'm Finian, and my sister's name is Arya." Finian began to spit out dark-colored blood, indicating that the poison from a sword that had cut his eye had spread through his body. "You foolish child, don't move and quietly drink this medicine." Gilgamesh, not caring if his clothes got dirty in the mud, knelt down and held the head of the boy who was dying from the poison of the sword that had cut his eye. Meanwhile, ignoring the figures dressed in black flying through the sky, he handed the medicine to Finian, and the boy drank it without knowing what liquid he was ingesting. "Die! You all talk a lot in a battle." When Gilgamesh turned and the assassins saw those eyes, They felt like their souls were crushed by a great hammer, and they suddenly spat out blood. After that, as if it were not enough, the swords in the sky fell like meteorites on the bodies of the men in black who had jumped in their direction. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of the swords hitting the ground caused the earth to burst into rubble, and the bodies of the assassins were split in half. In the rain, the spilled blood was scattered on the ground, and pieces of unknown men could be seen all over the place. Gilgamesh stood up and watched this whole mess with a cold expression on his face. Then he saw the long, dead assassins in their chains and snapped his fingers. Seconds later, all the swords that had been cleaned by the rain disappeared from the ground, including that of his enemies. Take me to your little sister, boy. If she proves to have an ounce of courage like you, then you will be accepted into my care. Gilgamesh's eyes went to Finian, who was traumatized by seeing all those corpses on the ground. But after remembering his most important priority, he stood up and ran forward. Don't stop and keep running. I'm right behind you. When Gilgamesh's voice reached Finian's ears. Yes, Finian shouted between breaths. It was then that Gilgamesh's perception noticed several figures at the end of the street and frowned. These garbage are multiplying. Seeing the assassins heading in his direction, Gilgamesh looked at them from a distance and condensed a golden sword in his hand. The two assassins who were running towards him stopped as they sensed danger coming from the surroundings. If you don't come, then I will come to you, Gilgamesh thought with an excited smile, and the sword in his hands was shot towards the first target that was closest to him. Boom! The blood spread, slightly covering the view of the assassin to the side, and Gilgamesh, who took advantage of that, slid at high speed. Where? Right behind you, Gilgamesh muttered, and when the assassin's gaze turned back, two immature hands held his throat like iron pincers, and then blood burst out like a fountain. You? The assassin only felt a warm current fall on his chest, and in a short time his eyes were invaded by darkness. At least it's raining. The blood will be drained from my body. Gilgamesh looked into the distance as the boy named Finian continued running, and after hearing the sounds of battle, he walked away from that place. On the other side of the battlefield, Simon, who had taken control of the battle, had ended the lives of numerous masked assassins while simultaneously facing two sword kings. Die, you damned bastard! One of the assassins was about to thrust his sword into Simon's body when he erupted in a devastating hidden power. That crimson light gleamed, and the masked men screamed in fear, a look of horror shining in their eyes. They lost all thought of killing Prince Gilgamesh after seeing that they too would be slain. They hurriedly sheathed their swords and retreated at an impressive speed. Their expression after witnessing how easily Simon had dispatched numerous sword saint experts was indescribable. That was a force they simply couldn't overcome. In fact, when they first faced Simon, they believed he was just a sword king among the lower ranks. But his strength continued to increase as the battle progressed, while theirs diminished. However, in the face of an entity with an unknown origin and strength that defied all logic, it was best to consider this mission a failure and retreat if they wanted to survive. But Simon wouldn't let them escape, so with terrifying strength, he increased his speed and caught up to the two assassins, both of whom were sword kings, and cleaved them in half. When the battlefield finally returned to its tranquility, there were only knights standing around the carriage, struggling to catch their breath. They had won, a bittersweet victory, as they had not been able to protect their lord, who had acted on his own, which was unacceptable. But they could do nothing more than grit their teeth in frustration. Stop the bleeding, prioritize your future healing, and I won't search for the Prince Gilgamesh, Simon said as he waved his sword, the blood on it sliding to one side. Yes, sir. In a dark alley, where only dogs and cats would dare to venture on a day that seemed stained with absolute agony, several men in black ran to hide from the danger that was lurking. However, the most deplorable thing was that the deep wounds on their bodies left large stains of blood on the ground that couldn't be concealed by the mud and water. We're all going to die here, said one of the masked men as he clutched his stomach, which had a long gash. Beneath his clothes, you could see his intestines spilling out from his stomach, and blood immediately stained his entire attire. Hold on, if we hide our presence, we might be able to escape. Arg, No matter where they fled, Gilgamesh found them all and took it upon himself to kill them all. No one will survive after today. Following these words, Gilgamesh appeared in the alley and began to swing his sword. Once, twice, every swing of his sword took a life as if he were the very reaper of death. No one could escape or resist. All they could do was beg for his forgiveness, which would never be heard. Loneliness, sadness, desolation. All these titles and negative emotions embodied Gilgamesh, making anyone feel sad, perhaps desperate or fearful. Even now, as he killed, he didn't feel happy or satisfied. It was something he did simply to remain as he was before. After having killed them all, Gilgamesh left that dark alley and looked up at the ceaseless rain in the sky. The cold air enveloped his body, and for the first time, he felt the agony that had surrounded him when he saw hundreds of thousands of men dead on the battlefield. This made him very angry, but as a king, he couldn't drown those feelings with anyone else. After this, I'll travel the world. Otherwise, I fear I'll end up the same as in my previous life, and that's not the case for this new identity. After all, I have to change. But now they've made me angry, Gilgamesh said as he sensed Finian had arrived at his home. Is my mind becoming sensitive? Gilgamesh no longer enjoyed many of the desires he once did in his past life. So once he embarks on his journey, he will discover new things that excite him. The corpses of the assassins lay in the mud. Those assassins who had seemed invincible until recently were now all dead, their bodies covered in mud and water, now little more than garbage. Finian's house is a very modest one at the bottom of the city of Aerys, standing shyly in the most forgotten corner of the town. Its wooden structure is worn by the years and weathered by the elements, the beams eroded by the passage of time and moisture. The clay tile roof, once reddish and vibrant, now shows signs of wear and leaks. Its walls, once painted in vivid colors, have lost their luster and now appear chipped and faded. The front door, made of deteriorated wood, hangs crooked on its worn hinges, barely fulfilling its function of keeping the outside at bay. "Sister, I'm back," Finian shouted, as if what he had just experienced had no effect on him. Gilgamesh looked around the windows. The frames were worn, and the shutters had fallen or were broken, allowing the natural elements to enter freely. Inside the house, the scene is equally desolate. A rickety bed, covered by a tattered and faded blanket, occupies much of the space in one corner. On the bed, a girl under 6 years of age, approximately. I wonder where her parents are. Well, that question doesn't make sense now. Gilgamesh entered the small house and approached the younger sister of the boy who had made an impression on him. "Is she your sister, Arya?" Finian opened the bag with medicines and said in a friendly tone, "Yes, she's my younger sister, Arya. It's only for her that I still fight to survive." Arya, a delicate girl with pale skin, slowly opened her eyes and saw her brother's dirty face. "Finian, I told you the best medicine was having you by my side. Look how dirty you are." "This feels strange," Gilgamesh muttered to himself as he moved around the room, contemplating what to do without these children seeing him as a kidnapper looking for servants. The girl had an unusual white hair color, so some strange magic-related illness must have afflicted her. Understanding that it was a magical ailment, he knew there was no medicine that a child could obtain that would help her. "Brother, there's a handsome boy, but he's strange." Arya assessed Gilgamesh and pointed at him with her trembling finger. Finian was surprised and gently pushed his sister's hand away, then squinted his eyes and whispered, "I suspect he's the Prince Gilgamesh, but due to the mud on his body and blood, I'm not sure. Regardless, he saved my life and offered to bring me home." At this moment, Gilgamesh felt a mix of indignation and touched by the sibling scene he was witnessing. Just as he was about to reprimand the child, he suddenly felt that something wasn't quite right in this turn of events. "Children, I will make you a suggestion you can't refuse. If I manage to cure your sister, you must repay me by becoming part of my retinue, so that in the future you could be great assistants. Since you're alone, you're likely to perish in the winter, so it would be wise to accept." He didn't know why, but that innocent child named Finian was very peculiar, and just to be sure, he would take the bag with him. Are you telling the truth? Can you save my sister and give her good food so she can grow and not stay small like me? What should we do if we follow you now? Finian became very excited upon hearing this proposal. You foolish child. Do you think I lie? Who the hell taught you something so foolish? Well, it doesn't matter. What you'll do with me in the future will be based on what you learn. Gilgamesh brought his right hand to his chin and pointed. You could become knights, mages, scholars, librarians, or whatever you desire. Despite the fact that this might not benefit him much in the future, he felt compelled to help these children who were alone. The way things were going, they might be sold as slaves someday. So, it was best for them to come with him. That way, he could finally return and rid himself of all the dirt on his body. Prince Gilgamesh. Where is he? Simon advanced through the streets with a terrifying aura shrouding his body. But as he made his way through the streets, he discovered that there were more corpses than he could count at a glance. This meant that he had not done his job well, and that he was not yet ready to call himself Gilgamesh's right-hand man, not even worthy of protecting him. How could he feel proud to be his right hand? Just as he was about to increase his speed, he heard a calm voice calling him from afar. You look good. I thought you couldn't handle those two ants you were facing. Gilgamesh, holding a girl and followed by a boy, appeared in his sight. My lord, forgive me for not being able to keep your tranquility and making you have to raise a sword. You're growing little by little, Simon. This is not such a big deal. I understand you have your insecurities, but never hold back your sword with any enemy, even if it's a god. If your bones aren't broken and your muscles aren't bleeding, it means you didn't try hard enough. So think about that when you have to defend me. Gilgamesh handed the girl in his arms and said, I can't send them to the Purple Horse family for training. The girl has potential in magic and the boy in the sword, but they can't be separated until they're at least 10 years old. So, do you plan to keep them by your side? Simon didn't quite understand what Gilgamesh was thinking about it. He wasn't usually very interested in this kind of thing because he liked tranquility, so he didn't quite grasp the goal of bringing these children back. For the time being, yes, but right now all I want is to get out of this dump, Gilgamesh said as he walked through the mud and puddles due to the heavy rain. Simon immediately said in a calm tone, Don't worry, my lord. A carriage is on its way, and the knights will take care of the corpses. Do you have any special instructions you'd like to give? None. Return with all the wounded directly to the mansion where they will be treated. If anyone asks about my condition, just tell them I am extremely angry due to this fierce act committed against my pardon, said Gilgamesh, who looked into the distance as a simpler carriage arrived at high speed, which was better than expected given the circumstances. When Gilgamesh boarded the carriage, it immediately set off for the mansion, followed by the injured guards and new knights who had arrived to control the situation, count the deaths, and identify the suspects. The attacks on the princes were becoming increasingly fierce and frequent, which could destabilize the people, so security would be increased just to keep the affected individuals calm in this incident. What a damn waste of time. Gilgamesh secretly frowned, but such activities against him were insignificant because the assassins were so weak that he could have killed them without moving a muscle if he wanted to. But it was true that he had been bored lately. Although this was his new life, he was still too young to appreciate all the flavors he could obtain in this life. At first glance, this world looks very weak, but if gods exist, things can change a little later on. Living in this city is making me sick. At least I should endure this until I create my safe haven here. The magical tower, or a tower with the name Urak, was a simple construction to keep intruders out and create an environment filled with what currently mattered to him. Once he regains the love of the people who benefited from his hand, he will know that the things he once had are returning to this world. But no matter how he looked at it, this place was not his previous world. He understood so little about this world that it both intrigued and wearied him. Nevertheless, he knew he was probably overthinking it because he still felt genuinely confused. Reviving could be an exciting adventure for any other humble man, but Gilgamesh was not just any man. He couldn't be compared to anyone in this world, and his perspective on this could be seen as either a reward or a mockery of his achievements. But he had died honorably and been praised by all. He had defeated the gods and left in men and women a sense of justice that didn't involve any kind of religion. One only needed to believe in the sword and the kingdom, a pure and clean realm where even the poorest had incalculable worth. I doubt really where to direct my path. Of course, the idea of becoming a king is out of the question for now. But with my goal being a certain god, I cannot afford to take over such a weak and fragile kingdom. As he passed by a church, Gilgamesh's mouth twisted with disdain. The Meles religion was the world's largest religious organization, founded by Saint Meles, and it existed on almost every continent where humans lived. The first time Gilgamesh heard of this religion, he immediately associated it with a religion that worshipped Hidegami as a god, but what surprised him was that it wasn't like that at all. Hidegami couldn't be Meles for a very simple reason. Meles had acted in the human world. It happened because she used a massive sword strike to defeat some demon lord. The Sacred Swords Road was basically a path that followed the damage from that strike. Hidegami couldn't personally appear in the human world. That's what he had been told, and based on his deduction, Gilgamesh suspected that this god wasn't lying. The only way Gilgamesh suspected he could interact in the human world was through his messengers, apostles, or chosen ones to carry out his will. A religion that divided its believers, the psychopaths who cling to their beliefs of expelling demons and exterminating them entirely. And then there are those who see any race as their equal, something quite interesting considering the human-demon war. Before he realized it, Gilgamesh had already arrived at his palace, and after reaching the door, a bottle with a strange liquid appeared in his hand, which he handed to one of the servants. One drop for each of the wounded knights. Once they've been cared for, tell them to reflect on the battle they had this afternoon, Gilgamesh said in a cold tone before taking off his clothes and heading straight for the bath to take a shower. Your words are commands, fourth prince. The servant bowed respectfully and quickly headed to the infirmary where the wounded knights from the battle were. Gilgamesh Asura, currently 10 years old, is the fourth prince of the Asura kingdom, a demon, very powerful, the youngest to receive the title of Sword King, with unknown abilities, perhaps a powerful magician, possessing unimaginable treasures, commanding powerful knights in the Holy Sword Kingdom, and suspected to have one of the elders by his side as a sword emperor. He is an unmatched genius who could become a sword god by the age of 30. From a young age, he was considered the best prince of all due to his talents in both magic and swordsmanship, but his overwhelming talent made him humble himself for 4 years. Being the target of an assassination attempt, it is said that he killed more than 30 assassins in an old tavern and then emerged without a scratch on his body. Everyone suspected that after his mother's death, he secretly trained for the following 4 years, and after being bothered in this way, he showed his teeth a bit. But believing it wasn't enough, the fourth prince visited the main headquarters of the Water God style and brutally killed one of the most prominent students who was about to become a sword saint. On that same day, his father wanted to seek revenge regardless of the consequences, but Gilgamesh challenged him to a death duel in the Colosseum of the city of Aerys. Thousands of people witnessed their battle. No, it is said that it wasn't a battle, but a one-sided beatdown by Gilgamesh and appreciated by all. In that case, the fourth prince should be a powerful sword warrior, and from that day on, many called him the son of the sword. A week ago, another assassination attempt was made against him after the fourth prince left the Black Pearls auction house. It is said that 2 sword kings died, more than 8 sword saints, and around 24 assassination experts. That same night, one of the heirs of a noble family was brutally murdered, and the entire family lost half of their wealth, as well as their most precious relics, including their slaves. It is rumored that all these acts were committed by a sword emperor, but it's only speculation. After that day, the Prince Gilgamesh was not seen again, but it is said that the power of his faction is growing rapidly, and he is winning the love of the people through his deeds in his name. Undoubtedly, Gilgamesh is the most beloved and talked about figure in the entire Asura kingdom. Gilgamesh, only 10 years old and already someone incredible. I wish to meet him someday. A girl with scarlet hair looked at her wooden sword with excitement and gripped it tightly. She was definitely going to meet that fourth prince someday. Just wait, "Someday, I'll challenge you to a duel," the girl said as she blew out the candle in her room and closed her eyes. A few months later, the tower bearing the name Urak was completed and located in a less populated area of the city of Aerys, the capital of the Asura kingdom, where Gilgamesh currently resided. This tall tower, the largest in the kingdom after the Silver Castle, was one of the busiest places due to its excellent combat services. In other words, this beautiful-looking tower housed a battle simulation inside, where warriors could test their strength for a considerable sum of money. There were 3 levels, and if the challenger died in the test, they had to leave their sword and all their belongings behind. However, if they managed to pass the test for any reason, they would receive a comprehensive evaluation of their power and could take on special jobs offered by the Tower of Uruk, which had rewards many coveted. But what everyone hoped for someday was to become a member of the Uruk forces because this assured them unimaginable power. It was said that those who became members would soon become sword saints, and as long as one was talented, they could aspire to become sword kings. It was true that once you belonged to Uruk, betrayal was considered a death sentence, and no one had escaped that fate. But not all Uruk members became warriors. Some are honest workers, and as long as they were members of the tower, no one could touch them because it would trigger a punishment that nobody wanted to receive. Concerns grew as the days passed, because the major trading companies were losing not only authority, but also a significant portion of their income in recent days. If this continued, they could lose all the power they had gained within the capital in 1 to 2 years. But what annoyed them the most was that no one knew the owner of Uruk. Many said it was the Purple Horse family, which had recently gained a surge of power and income, causing their business to grow rapidly and unexpectedly within ours. With the factions getting fearful ahead of time, someone will definitely get injured, and that's when we strike. I never thought the king of this kingdom would be so inept, allowing his people to fall into such agony right under his nose. After I had the means to fight back, his moves against me stopped. Looking at the sunset from the top of the Tower of Uruk within ours, Gilgamesh had learned many things as his influence grew rapidly and steadily within the kingdom. Whether it's ruling from a throne or through trade, there are always rules that must be followed no matter what. No power, no matter how strong it is, should forget the people who form a kingdom. Everyone, even those who steal, keeps the world running. For Gilgamesh, a kingdom is ruled by power, considering who governs it. These are standards for men, and they must be respected. If a king is not strong, then he is not a king, but an inept sitting on a powerless throne. If a man is strong, he could become the emperor of a vast territory. However, this kingdom, which was considered the strongest among all, was being ruled by a weak and fearful man as Gilgamesh had observed since he arrived here. Although his victories were admirable, because he was a king who managed to take advantage of his devastated territory and rule over more than half of the western part of the central continent. Even so, he should have taken it all and become an emperor. And if he didn't do this, it was because he was weak. Even after Gilgamesh had received several assassination attempts, all that king did was send more powerful guards and a letter congratulating him on everything he had achieved so far. It was for this same reason of disinterest that his prime minister had tried to assassinate his son. In fact, he succeeded, and it was at that moment that Gilgamesh took control. But these were just observations, things that seemed curious to him due to some factors he had considered for the future. Listen carefully, Alastair. If I were the king of this kingdom, the first thing I would do is a power purge. After that, I would plan a restructuring of the walls that surround us and certain idiotic laws that govern this place. Once I stabilize the kingdom, what I would do is forcibly take control of the entire central continent and then reform the kingdom. Alastair, who heard Gilgamesh's words, saw in him a golden shadow, a back he could never surpass, and a man who could become the ruler of the entire central continent. The decline in the strength of the people is something that must be equalized with their rulers. Slavery must be erased, and the offspring who would be the bulwarks of human strength in the future must be taken into account. During the Human-Demon War, millions of lives were lost, but there was no winning side because the two races live and are even considered by some part of the human religion as equal to humans. That's curious, But Gilgamesh would not interfere in that. It seemed that many did not learn from the war, and after a few years, they remained just as careless, undisciplined, and those nobles believing themselves to be the pinnacle of the Asura kingdom when they had done nothing to improve the lives of their people. I believe you could be a turning point for all humans, someone who can merge with the people and understand what's in their hearts, Alastor said with a deep and calm voice. What has been the response of the families to whom you requested my hand? Gilgamesh asked with his hands behind his back, contemplating the sun setting behind the mountains. The Black Crow family accepted your invitation. The Harringtons have not yet responded, and the Ivanov family said they would come. That's already a significant consideration, considering they don't get involved in politics like the others, so this would be your victory. Within his royal guards, Gilgamesh, with the support of his top servants, began aggressively reforming their training after they swore loyalty to him and accepted an unparalleled sword in this world. He started with them, giving them lessons on leadership, group battles, strategies, and the cruelty that must be unleashed against the enemy. After the initial assessments, these royal knights became captains who began training warriors who started following him no matter what the future held, with the sole hope of becoming stronger. To prepare a group of royal knights with potential and a hidden one in the shadows, it could be said that Gilgamesh personally managed the chain of command. Those who would be commanders and captains were decided by him. His intentions were to create a central power group within Aerys that worked in Urak and in their respective businesses that he had been opening over time. He divided his forces into 4 very important parts. The first division was led by Alastor, including non-affiliated royal knights who were captains and instructors. He also valued Alastor's tranquility and his coldness when making decisions that improved everyone's position. The new recruits who were recently accepted were classified by Elaine and trained by her until they were worthy of moving to the central part. She was responsible for identifying those with potential in magic, swordsmanship, finance, trade, intermediaries, or servants. Gilgamesh had his reasons for choosing Elaine. She had a keen eye for managing finances and judging people, so her decisions would be assertive in finding talents who would enhance the status of the Urak company. As for the true knights who joined his royal guard, they were all led by Simon. This was a group personally selected by Gilgamesh. They were devilishly trained by him, and no one else had the right to order them. Finally, the last part was those who had not yet joined his ranks. They were all being trained to aspire to some of the positions and be trained under some of the high command. They would be in the future the next form of growth of Gilgamesh's power. They would be his wings that would grow in all regions of the Asura kingdom. Everyone had been trained with the special methods created by Gilgamesh, which immediately increased the physical strength of all warriors, and their mastery of the sword took several terrifying leaps. In front of 500 people standing beside a massive metal drum filled with the blood of unknown beasts and substances that no one recognized, but with much anticipation to enter it. This was the final stage of the training for the newcomers, and what they were about to do was called the strengthening through a blood ritual. The blood within the metal drums would fortify their bones, muscles, cleanse their bodies, enhance their senses, and increase their battle aura to levels they could never have dreamed of achieving before. Rumors had it that if they were lucky and their talent was good, they could become a sword saint or even a king. But there was also the possibility of reaching the realm of a sword emperor, something only known to the members of Urak. This was a method of Gilgamesh, who had done it once with the blood of divine beasts. Perhaps a dragon would work, but bringing all that blood in perfect condition was very costly, and what was more complicated was that it was time-consuming. Therefore, they chose to buy blood from different beasts, and these requests were accepted by adventurers in rural areas of the Asura Kingdom. So today, as they were about to graduate after 1 month of intensive training, they all understood that their training methods were forbidden and unique to the Urak Tower. Now, they would finally meet their lord, who owned the Urak Tower and was considered an incredibly powerful being. When the moment arrived, Gilgamesh appeared before them, and they all froze. They had never thought that the fourth prince had been behind all of this, but at the same time, they were glad, for they were following someone considered the sword's son. Many of you know what you have beside you, but for those who still have doubts, I will tell you clearly. Gilgamesh walked in front of these 500 people and said, "This is a blood ritual. It has nothing to do with magic, but everything to do with your bodies, as you will undergo a transformation where your body will be enhanced while you observe the vitality of the blood and the precious objects contained in this liquid. Don't forget, the longer you stay within this precious substance, the stronger you will become. If you manage to endure until all the effects are absorbed into your body, you could even become, at the very least, a being considered a sword king." Everyone listened to Gilgamesh's words with a great smile on their faces. They couldn't wait to immerse their bodies in that immense torment to gain much more power. "As all of you are brave warriors, I will accompany you in this trial, and I hope you don't lose to a child," Gilgamesh said jokingly, causing a burst of laughter. "When you're ready, fully immerse your body in the disgusting blood and accept the power into your bodies," Gilgamesh said as he removed the top part of his clothing and immersed himself in the blood. Since the lids of the metal drums were opened, the threads of medicinal fragrances wafted from the liquid into the surroundings. This fragrance, like alcohol and the smell of blood, was enough to let them know that the component of this liquid was extremely valuable. For this blood ritual, the main method was boiling. The special medicines that Gilgamesh listed were unique in the process. The magical plants that he had only in his treasury were something only he could do with a 100% success rate, so as long as it was his warriors using this method, he didn't mind. There are different systems he had created for the preparation of this blood ritual: blood from powerful beasts, nourishing medicines, magical stones, and a condition for transformation. "I'll leave the rest to you, Elaine. I'll begin," Gilgamesh said before entering the metal drum. When everyone entered the drums, the blood began to boil, and this discomfort quickly turned into pain. They felt as if the metal drums were set in waves of flames that fueled the boiling of the liquid in which they were submerged. Finally, after a minute within the liquid, it began to emit a unique fragrance. This fragrance was an odor that didn't smell entirely bad, like unsweetened candy. First, it's the veins, muscles, and body tissues. Then, the organs and the battle aura undergoes a unique cleansing. Boom! At that moment, a powerful burst was heard in each of the metal drums, and the battle aura surrounded the bodies of those undergoing the transformation. Each one enduring this metamorphosis clenched their teeth tightly, avoiding emitting any screams of pain. The essence of blood was divided into various factors, but everything would become one when a mixture was perfect for the human body. These blood rituals were common in Gilgamesh's armies. That's why they were able to stand up to the chants of the gods back then. Like when crystal is molded, gold is purified from impurities, and wine is delicately prepared, all these factors were similar when refining a warrior's body. All those wounds and punishment inflicted on the muscles would return as if a wolf were biting every part of the bodies of those inside the metal drum. In the end, the liquid began to merge with the bodies of all those receiving this power. Within that liquid, it emitted a powerful aura of all kinds. Elaine, who was on the side, said, "The best score was 30 minutes, the least was 28. Everyone is willing to die after knowing that they could become a sword king, but not everyone is willing to endure the pain to attain that power. This method is a shortcut, but they will receive the pain of a blow to their bodies. That looks incredibly painful. Will it also be done with the group of women who are being trained?" A girl who was behind Elaine shuddered a bit. It was fortunate that she had been chosen for trade. They won't die. It's good for their bodies, and besides, the strength they can gain is unparalleled among those on the outside. To be honest, I would do it too if I were weak. Elaine was amazed by this group. It seemed that everyone fully accepted the effects of the blood ritual. It seems that many sword kings will be born today to serve Urak. This is incredible. Inside the metal drum, even Gilgamesh's head was submerged in a red liquid. His muscles and pores in his body were very relaxed. This kind of weak blood ritual wouldn't bring him many benefits, but it could put his body in better condition, and to the naked eye, there would be no other body that could match his. At this moment, thunderous sounds echoed within Gilgamesh's body. The blood ritual permeated throughout his entire body, and the essence of strength caused him to relax completely. All his thoughts were momentarily muted, and he felt as if electric currents were running through every part of his body. This was a pleasant sensation. For him, it wouldn't generate pain, more like a massage. If he was doing it now, it was so that those who had this opportunity to enhance their strength would strive to the fullest. But for others, the entire process of this blood ritual would be very painful. They not only had to endure the reconstruction of their bodies, but also the crushing of their muscles. Despite the arduous and painful process, everyone cried out due to the intense pain they couldn't bear. No one knew when the ritual had ended, but when the pain subsided, they had all completely absorbed the power and were now entirely new men. They had all increased their overall characteristics. They were much more powerful, and their talents would possibly improve after this. When everyone had recovered, several maids had approached with black blankets for them to clean themselves, and everyone looked at each other in confusion. Congratulations, all of you have absorbed the power that this ritual has given you into your bodies. At this moment, Prince Gilgamesh left because he had an urgent meeting, but I'm sure that no matter what you think, you are a source of pride for him. Elaine stepped forward and looked at everyone with a satisfied expression. Perhaps they didn't know it, but that liquid, though it had no price, was estimated to be worth more than 10 million Asura gold coins. Throughout the morning, Gilgamesh, who had already changed, headed towards the meeting room where the heads of the main families he had summoned awaited his presence. But before that, Gilgamesh addressed Finian and said, "You wield a very heavy sword for your body, so you must increase your muscle mass through special training." Finian nodded without saying a word. He had sworn loyalty to Gilgamesh after he had saved him and his younger sister, Arya, who was now learning magic. His talent for the sword was excellent, so much so that even the instructors who taught him were surprised by his rapid progress. "You should know that I have very high expectations of you, but you must not force your body into something it's not yet accustomed to," Gilgamesh said as he sipped a cup of tea. Finian looked at Gilgamesh as if he were looking at his god. He couldn't erase from his memories the scene of him fighting against those assassins, as if he were playing something he would have never imagined from someone 3 years older than him. Finian didn't understand how Gilgamesh was so strong. What does the Black Crow family plan by showing up in such an extravagant place? Don't tell me you've forgotten what it feels like to be in a city after all those years living with the crows. An extravagant voice broke the silence of a room with 2 elderly men inside. This man wore a beautiful red suit and a red rose on his lips. "But look who's here, old Alarion. I thought your Harrington family had ended its story after going to a farm to protect a village that not even flies touch." One of the elderly men sitting in the room responded indifferently. In response to this, Alarion Harrington, the leader of the Harrington family, said firmly, "Your Ivanov family, living to protect a border that will never be violated, is extremely exhausting. I imagine you fantasized every night about the start of another war, just so your family name can resonate again throughout the central continent. Well, what the hell are you two doing here if you both hate damn politics?" "Caspian Black Crow, you finally speak. I thought the crows had eaten your tongue. It's always a pleasure to see you again, old Ivanov." "The crows are always watching," Caspian Black Crow said as he bowed, thinking, "Damn bag of bones. If you keep talking, I'll cut your throat and feed it to the crows. I'll turn your body into ground meat to feed the hunting dogs eagerly waiting outside, and I'll use your sword to dig your own grave." With these twisted thoughts, Caspian Black Crow smiled amiably in front of these 2 recognized old men. To people on the outside, they were just 3 heads of their respective knight families, but inside, there was a great story to tell. Long before the 3 of them became the successors of their respective families, they worked together as friends in an adventurer group and were known as the 3-Sword Maniacs. One-Eyed Crow, Caspian Black Crow, appeared the kindest on the outside, but the darkest on the inside. His life revolved around thin, penetrating swords, which he said were for piercing the hearts of his enemies. The calmest was Alarion Harrington, who had dreamt of living in a peaceful place away from wars and battles with monsters from a young age. It was after he had expelled a group of rebels that the king granted him that privilege while he cared for one of the largest crop villages. Lastly, there was Jax Ivanov, a lover of large-scale wars who ended up retired at the border where not even dogs fought against cats, which was quite regrettable if you asked him. They had all received a letter sent by the fourth prince inviting them to be part of a bright future, something that was about to shake the entire kingdom. But they didn't come for political interests. They came because they wanted to know how a child could become a sword king and find out where the power that protected him came from. Good afternoon, gentlemen. I must thank you for your honorable visit. I see you've already greeted each other, so let's get to the first. Gilgamesh had arrived at the perfect moment. Otherwise, these three old maniacs would have started fighting with their own fists. Three elderly individuals sat in a comfortable room within a meeting chamber. They all gazed at the young prince before them, who, at first glance, did not appear particularly remarkable. However, the fact that he had the audacity to meet with them was already something to admire. Gilgamesh looked at these elderly men seated alongside him and took a moment to assess the situation. The dangerous eyes of these men stared at him intently, their eyebrows conveying both softness and strength. The bodies of these old individuals exuded a natural aura of coldness and a killer's roughness. In the gleam of these elders' eyes, there was a certain spark of anticipation and others of tranquility. Apparently, none of them had underestimated him, which only increased Gilgamesh's respect for these men. I can assume that none of you will leak the information you acquire in this place. Asking such a question could be disrespectful to all of you. Therefore, I want to know one thing. What do you think of the Asura kingdom? As he posed this question, Gilgamesh was subtle with his words, leaving several openings to gather more information about these elders' thoughts. This is a rare and unexpected question. Even if I considered that it wouldn't be like the others, it still surprised me, Prince Gilgamesh. The first to speak was Caspian Black Crow, who continued, "Of course, I admire this kingdom and would be willing to die for it. What's the purpose of this question?" I agree with the old crow's question. What's the point of this question? Alarion Harrington, who was the least sensitive about the matter, thought that Prince Gilgamesh struggled with expressing himself. However, Jax Ivanov, being an old war veteran, possessed greater experience and observation than the foolish elders in this meeting. He understood the underlying meaning of this question, but chose not to interfere for now. I want to delve more deeply into what you think of this kingdom and what your greatest disappointments are. How about I start? Most of the nobles in this kingdom should disappear. Not only was the prime minister a swine, but turns out my father is afraid to wield a sword. Gilgamesh smiled broadly at these elders and said, "They have tried to take my head on multiple occasions, but have never succeeded. So, as punishment, I plan something truly sublime for the future of this kingdom. For that, I need families of great knights who excel in aspects I can relate to. That's why I contacted you." Old Jax Ivanov widened his eyes, but remained silent. His hands trembled slightly upon hearing Gilgamesh's words, and he immediately thought, I thought he would directly ask us to join his faction to become king. I never imagined he would present such complex and delicate matters before three elders. Do you understand the meaning of the words you're saying? Fourth Prince, I understand that you may not know who is attacking you and that you're desperate, but uttering these words does not instill confidence in us to continue discussing this matter. Alarion Harrington furrowed his brow and stood up with a cold expression. Listening to Gilgamesh's words, they realized that if this information were to become public, they could be executed for high treason. Not even their knightly families could escape the consequences of speaking with someone who still didn't grasp the dangers of politics. I agree with those words, Prince Gilgamesh. There are plenty of families that have been consumed by the kingdom's complacency, doing nothing but fornicating and drinking until their kidneys malfunction. Tell me, what do you want from us? Jax Ivanov laughed, sensing the subtle aura surrounding Gilgamesh and the dozens of eyes possibly watching from dozens of meters away. Old Ivanov, have you gone completely mad? Caspian Black Crow erupted, seeing the naivety of the old man beside him. I need new knightly families to swear loyalty to me in regions currently under the control of other noble families. Swear by my name that if they ever attack me again, I will shatter all their illusions slowly. That's why I ask, do you want to be the next nobles to serve a respected emperor? At that moment, a golden aura enveloped Gilgamesh, causing the surroundings to feel a temperature that not just anyone could endure. This made the elders, who were battle-hardened experts capable of matching a sword king, feel small. What kind of battle aura is that? Caspian Black Crow growled with a furrowed brow, still impacted by the words he had heard from this young prince. Jax Ivanov ignored that and instead asked a more pointed question. Prince Gilgamesh, when you say you want to be an emperor, are you saying that you'll rule over the entire central continent? What? Alarion Harrington withstood Gilgamesh's aura and said, no one has ever considered that. Even the current king, who fought tooth and nail to rule just under half of the central continent. And that's still debatable due to the spaces. It's known that the central continent was formerly part of a larger landmass known as the Great Continent, which also included the Demon Continent. This gigantic continent, however, split into the current Central and Demon Continents at the end of the Second Great Human-Demon War due to a mana calamity caused by an unknown entity. After the war ended, the Central Continent and the Demon Continent reformed, with the Ringus Sea in between. The western half of the Great Continent was predominantly populated by humans, and naturally, after the division, the Central Continent had a majority human population. There's no need to get alarmed. Of course, that was just a passing thought, but it's not ruled out to completely reform this kingdom if I decide to become a future emperor of the entire Central Continent. Gilgamesh waved his hand dismissively before the alarmed elders before him, though the most excited of them was Jax Ivanov. Gilgamesh's eyes sparkled with a hint of bitterness as he continued. You might believe that I speak without grounds, but I'll give you a current account of my faction to substantiate my words. Alastor, please come in. Yes, my lord. In the blink of an eye, Alastor appeared at Gilgamesh's side, exuding a calm aura but an indescribably terrifying pressure. Gilgamesh smiled and said, give an honest assessment of our current forces. Alastor bowed slightly and said, according to this week's calculations, our faction boasts over 300 sword kings, 5 sword emperors, and more than 1,000 warriors at the Holy Sword Realm. It's estimated that by the end of this year, our forces will increase by 400%. Impossible, Alarion Harrington exclaimed in a choked voice. This was simply impossible to fathom. A 10-year-old prince could not command such forces, or he would have already become the king if he so desired. With a faint smile, Alastor asked the elder who spoke, are you questioning my lord's word? At that moment, a stifling battle aura erupted, causing even the elders who had experienced thousands of battles to feel fear. They were unquestionably facing a very powerful sword emperor. Jax Ivanov looked Gilgamesh in the eyes and said in a cold tone, if the fourth prince can show me the pinnacle of power and make my family as impressive as the people under your command, you have the full support of the Harrington family. Have you gone senile with age, old Ivanov? Caspian Black Crow retorted in an unnatural tone. If you promise to improve the state of the kingdom before making any other decisions, I, Alarion Harrington, will be willing to support you. Alarion also yielded, leaving Caspian with no way out. You old fools, I'll kill you if we're heading down a dead-end path. Caspian said as he reluctantly bowed his head to Gilgamesh. Very well. Then I will prove with actions that my words are genuine. First, accept these swords, each of you, and you will witness a stronger and cleaner Asura kingdom than the heavens. Gilgamesh's eyes gleamed as these elders formed a binding oath. It was only natural. Everyone was drawn to his confident words and actions, and no one could refuse to accept him as their lord after he had demonstrated a fraction of his power. With this alone, he had managed to assemble a faction more powerful than his siblings, who had the support of the kingdom's major noble families. As night fell, Gilgamesh stood atop the tower of Urak, gazing at the city of Aerys as it shimmered faintly below. The idea of becoming a king had arisen almost overnight, fueled by anger. He wanted to punish all those who believed they could imagine themselves above him. Of course, he wouldn't be the one to disrupt the peace among the realms, and his mention of conquering the central continent was merely to give his servants an idea of the extent of his power if he put in some effort. Furthermore, being a king was something that could potentially happen, and he might use his sister, Ariel, to be the voice of leadership in the kingdom. Perhaps she could handle that role, while Gilgamesh served only when problems arose, like being a serene ruler. He didn't want to exert too much effort because he yearned for a different life, but even that would be enough to make the kingdom of Asura invincible. I could create my own region from scratch, a city built to the highest standards of safety and advancement. Something I could put effort into, and a secure place to protect my loved ones. If that were the case, ours would become just another region, and this new city would be the capital of this kingdom when I become king once more. Looking at it in any way, his greatness could only grow, even unintentionally, as a king in his new life. If you asked him, being the son of a count might even be quieter than being a fourth prince with chances of becoming a king. Could someone like me have lived peacefully in a mountain? Gilgamesh guessed the answer would be no, all because he had challenged a human god, Hidegami, and it was possible that in the future he would receive unwelcome visits from his apostles. But if that idiotic human god couldn't even kill a dragon, it meant that his chances of creating strong rivals for him were very slim. Still, being able to build a city in which to reside and one that could be protected from any kind of attack would ensure that anyone living near him wouldn't be affected by those assaults. If Gilgamesh wanted to play the role of a good king and gradually eliminate the chances of his brothers, he first had to deal with the faction of the first prince, Grabble. To destabilize the only family that supported Grabble, he had personally ordered an investigation into the Boreas Grerat family. Under the crown of the Kingdom of Asura, the region of Fitoa was governed by the Boreas Grerat family, located in the northeastern part of the Asura kingdom. This was a vast agricultural area on the kingdom's borders. The lands of the Fitoa region were mostly rural with many forests, but what mattered most was who led this region and the history of that branch of the family. Philip Boreas Grerat, who led the Fitoa region, was the son of Soros, who was currently the head of the Boreas Grerat family. However, what was crucial at this point was Philip's leadership in the Fitoa region. In the information that had come to him after taking an interest in dismantling the factions that had attacked him, Gilgamesh discovered that Philip Boreas Grerat, after losing to his brother in the power struggle to succeed the Boreas Grerat family, might be cunning and ambitious. This made all the threads of his plan come together. If this man was intelligent, he would play for his side with the proposal Gilgamesh would make. There were two possibilities. He would either accept or distrust and refuse. But if he were to accept, Gilgamesh had prepared two very interesting proposals. One of them would be to eliminate his brother and clear a direct path for him to return to the head of the family. In the hypothetical case that he refused, Gilgamesh would offer something very tempting: official marriage between himself and the only daughter in Fitoa. Since his male heirs were with the main family, his only daughter, who should be a year younger than him, could happily become his future first wife. With this alone, he would destroy the main branch of the Boreas Grerat family, which had previously allied with Darius Silvaganius in the faction supporting the first prince, Grabble. With just that, he wouldn't have to completely destroy that noble family. They would practically join his faction. If I do that, I'd have one of the 4 regions under my command. Gilgamesh smiled as he outlined his plan, intending to carry it out immediately after leaving the capital. I just hope Philip's daughter is someone with the potential to be my wife. I wouldn't accept her if she doesn't have a special character that excites me a bit. Well, at least he had heard that the daughter of the Boreas Grerat family was good-looking and seemed to be interested in swords, something outside the standards of nobility, which greatly relieved Gilgamesh when considering this aggressive decision. "Please don't kill us." The pleas of a man echoed loudly in the dark corridors. Around him, aside from blood, there were parts of corpses that had been split in half, their faces filled with horror. The smell of dampness and metal permeated every corner of this place, But now only the scent of blood lingered after it had been attacked by men dressed in black, wielding enormous swords. We warned you to sell all your slaves to the Three Ravens organization. If you can't meet those requirements, you must pay for it. One of the men pointed his sword at the man who couldn't stop pleading. I'm sorry. You see, those damned nobles threatened me, and all I can do in response is beg. I only sold one girl. It's not that big of a deal. I promise that from now on, all the slaves that come to this place will be delivered to you as promised. The man behind the mask who was massacring the slave traders in this place was Simon. He had received a report that the fledglings had witnessed the sale of a slave to a young member of the Nodo's Grerat family. According to Gilgamesh's orders, these slave traders had to pay with their lives. They had been consolidating the slave traders of the city of Aerys and implementing new reforms in the city. These reforms included creating educational schools and magical towers for those with talent in magic and an interest in further research. During the buying and selling of slaves, no one knew the talents of the people being sold, which was why few realized that there were geniuses among the slaves. One of them was Tristina, the daughter of the Purple Horse household. She was incredibly skilled with a sword, as Alastair had informed him. In no time, she would become a sword king in the water god style technique. Please, don't kill me, pleaded the slave trader with tears in his eyes. Simon smiled coldly, raised his sword, and said, I have no orders to kill you. This is just a warning for your lack of respect. You should have thought that we wouldn't notice that you sold a slave below our agreement, but that's okay. I suppose we weren't clear enough about the consequences of offending the three-eyed crow. So as punishment, you'll have to pay with a hand. No, please, you were very clear when you took control of the criminals. Please don't take my hand. I need it. The man kept bowing and trying to lick Simon's boots. Seeing this disgusting act, Simon's expression grew colder, and he said, We'll continue with the good work. I'll be taking all the slaves from this place, and we hope you'll continue to sell us all those who arrive here. Of course, I'll be keeping your left hand. No, wait. Upon hearing these words, the slave trader panicked, not knowing what to do to prevent what was about to happen to him. All he had left was to plead shamefully, but it seemed that wasn't enough. Crack! However, Simon remained unmoved as he removed the slave trader's left hand, a man filled with filth who needed to be punished for spitting at his lord. This was just a small warning. They hadn't killed all the slave traders because it would seriously disrupt the slave distribution in this area, and controlling this part of the world would become complicated. Sir, we've taken care of everything, said one of the black-clad men with crow masks. Simon nodded and walked toward the exit through the dark hallway. As he was about to leave this place, he turned around and said, The three-eyed crow is watching. If you sell any slaves to anyone other than us again, you will die. Remember, if you act foolish again, I won't just take your hand. Next time, I'll rip your whole arm off. Tell the three-eyed crow I understand. It won't happen again, said the slave trader through gritted teeth in pain. By then, Simon had already left this place, and outside, numerous figures dressed in black awaited his exit. When they all saw him, they respectfully bowed and said, Greetings, sir. Take the rescued ones to the shelter, and the others who are free. Come with me to rescue the slave who was sold today, shouted Simon as he boarded a carriage. Yes, sir. Inside the carriage, Simon sat in silence as he closed his eyes. Several months had passed since the Three-Eyed Crow organization was created, with the sole purpose of controlling the channels of slavery and illegal goods. Gilgamesh knew one thing, and Simon remembered his words perfectly. Crime is something that cannot be controlled. If we prevent it from happening, it will find another way. With that in mind, what we must do is control crime and where it is directed. The answer was simple. Crime was mostly directed toward money. As long as Gilgamesh respected the price of the slaves, if he bought every slave that entered the city of Aerys, he would have a complete monopoly that would only bother the nobles, but the slave traders wouldn't mind. There was a rumor among the slave traders during the time Gilgamesh had taken control of the sales, and it was this: don't sell slaves to anyone other than the three-eyed crow. They'll take your hand, and if you don't obey, your neck will be next. The punishments and rumors were true. Nothing was done without shedding a drop of blood, So Gilgamesh knew how to control a pack of furious lions whose sole aim was gold. After gaining control of Aerys, several groups began to spread toward the Urak towers that were being controlled by the Black Pearl's auction houses, thus establishing a strong channel for everything Gilgamesh sought. The fledglings, on the other hand, were merely workers in the Urak towers, serving as workplaces, training centers, and operational hubs for Gilgamesh's men. As long as he provided everyone with work corresponding to missions that brought them benefits, money would flow like water in a river. The noble families were already suspecting that something was happening because numerous knights were now under the command of a new captain who was extremely powerful. This captain enforced the law to the letter and established the Templar Knight Guard. This was how Gilgamesh had taken complete control of Aerys without even being king, demonstrating how inept his father was at ruling currently. Perhaps it had always been this way, and he couldn't judge him now because he had fulfilled his role even if he didn't like ruling. City of Aerys, Tower of Urak. Are the magicians a problem? Elaine looked at Arya, the girl who had started her studies in magic at an early age and had shown incredible talent. There are no highly talented masters who can teach us properly, and our growth is much more limited than the knights in swordsmanship. Arya had seen her brother Finian's growth and was not satisfied with her own progress in magic. Elaine had also noticed this detail. Without powerful magicians and with exceptional talent, it was very difficult for the magical towers to progress rapidly, so they should solve this problem as soon as possible. I will tell Prince Gilgamesh. He should have a solution to this issue. Elaine knew that this was the only thing she could do. If their forces in magic were not strong enough compared to the knights, their forces would be severely imbalanced. In the following days after the last assassination attempt on Prince Gilgamesh, everyone noticed that his activities had been completely reduced, almost returning to anonymity. All his servants who had previously sworn loyalty were the only ones observing Prince Gilgamesh's movements. During the day, he would enter the library of the Urak Tower and not emerge until nightfall. However, as night descended, he would walk to the beautifully decorated garden and sit beneath a cherry blossom tree. That was the only place he chose to sit, and what he did next was simply close his eyes and rest, it seemed. Knowing his new routine, the servants were not overly concerned. After all, it was better than him being locked in his room without any sunlight. The eldest woman in the group of maids smiled fondly. She knew the fourth prince very well because she had been present at his birth. The boy's mother had been someone extraordinary, but it was a pity that she had been killed by an incredibly lethal poison. Since that day, the talented fourth prince had locked himself in his room and never emerged due to all the trauma. It was a surprise to her that after his kidnapping, he had changed so much. Perhaps he had grown weary of everything and planned to chart a new course for his future, which pleased her. Tonight, Gilgamesh was once again sitting beneath that cherry blossom tree, enjoying this somewhat artificial nature. In this area closer to nature, one could relish how the breeze gently caressed every part of their body. One might even be able to glimpse some parts of themselves if they concentrated enough and connected with nature. Inside Gilgamesh, that feeling he had known with his best friend was born anew, the one who had shown him so much in life, and the only person who had ever truly understood him. Someone like him, a kindred spirit who had followed him to the ends of the world. Even after obtaining the fruit of immortality, I don't plan on living for more than 1,000 years. Gilgamesh held the fruit of immortality in his possession, resting at the gates of Babylon. It had never been used before, because that was when his own rebellion began. Indeed, this sense of tranquility was what he had been searching for. For him, who could easily be at the pinnacle of the world, the safest place would always be nature and those who could understand it. Perhaps he was a bit particular in choosing whom to marry, but only in that way would he have someone for the rest of his life. And from that moment on, he was sure to protect her until his heart stopped beating. That was his only way of viewing commitment, perhaps because he had never been in love before. If it came to that, maybe things could change for the better or worse in the future. That's what he liked about life. Nothing about the future could be foreseen. As he gazed at the stars in the night sky, Gilgamesh suddenly felt as if he were always submerged in a dream. For the past couple of days, he had been preparing himself, learning the languages spoken in this world, and getting in perfect condition for his journey. He now had a rough understanding of the general situation on the continent. However, the more he understood, the more confused he became. If it weren't for the fact that everything was written in ancient books, Gilgamesh would have thought that this world was the same as his, but in a completely different era. Of course, those thoughts were discarded when he found nothing about himself in the books. Everything had changed: the people, accents, culture, and clothing. Yet, many things here still seemed familiar to him. Gilgamesh sighed as he lay back on the green grass. He then thought in distress, "Why did I appear in this world? Why can I suddenly live another life after all I've been through? Perhaps this is a reward, but it's too cruel because the things that can be achieved here are as easy as taking the earth with one's own hands. The things I could achieve are beneficial. Right now, I could even take over the world if I wanted to, and there would probably be very few people who could oppose me. Why are there so many continents and different races? Perhaps some idiotic god got bored and started creating different races one after another for some special purpose. But well, Gilgamesh had long convinced himself that he would keep things simple and live a peaceful life. Unless he also gets bored and decides to conquer the entire central continent, as he had mentioned before. Anyway, this time I'll live to be old. Gilgamesh was daydreaming with his eyes closed until he heard footsteps approaching in the distance. "Lord Gilgamesh, several knights have been sent by your father to fetch you." A maid who was an elf bowed gently and conveyed the message. "Does that old man want to talk now?" Gilgamesh asked as he got up. At least he would tell him that he planned to travel the world before leaving. Capital of the Asura Kingdom, Aerys. Silver Palace. "Have you been avoiding me, my son?" In front of Gilgamesh stood his father, the king of the Asura Kingdom, and he said, "I believe it's time for you to return to the palace, alongside your other siblings. The reason you have been the target of repeated assassination attempts is because you are not close to the family." Gilgamesh's gaze shifted to the king, and he replied sarcastically, "Even if you wanted to end my life, they couldn't lay a single scratch on me. By the way, dear king, I'm going to travel the world for 5 years." The king's eyelids twitched at the lack of respect his son showed him, and he said, "I refuse to let you go. You are still too young to leave the capital. I'll be safer out there than in this place where my stupid older brothers are trying to kill me. What do you think?" Gilgamesh asked as he paced back and forth with a calm smile on his face. "Are you speaking to me in that tone? Do you even consider me your father?" The king's anger began to seep through his gaze. His nose twisted, his breath grew short, and he shouted in an uneven tone, "Respect your brothers. They are family after all." Gilgamesh furrowed his brow and pointed out, "You were never involved in the internal struggles of princes. Am I wrong? Therefore, you have no idea what that means. If I truly fight against my brother's factions, what you'll see in the capital and throughout the Asura Kingdom will be the heads of all those wretches on pikes. So stop bothering me and live out your remaining years peacefully. Don't let the little respect I have for you as a king fade away. He has changed. I should have reached out to him when he was kidnapped. I lost my way long ago." Gilgamesh's father saw the fierceness in his son's eyes and decided not to pursue the matter further. He couldn't do anything, and he didn't want anything to happen until he passed away. "Very well. I will assign special guards for you to travel freely," the king said after seeing Gilgamesh's fierce eyes. "It's not necessary, father. I have my own guards who can defeat armies single-handedly. I will leave next week. I just wanted to say goodbye." After saying that, Gilgamesh's body shimmered in golden hues and completely disappeared from the room. The king then slumped into his chair. There was no way that this Gilgamesh was the same as he was a year ago. He felt as if he were being watched by a great lion, and all the dignity he had amassed over the years as king had been destroyed by a 10-year-old. If he sets his mind to it, he could be the next king. Still, I couldn't bring myself to ask him why he killed Darius. After 4 months, Prince Gilgamesh's faction had gained power far above that of his brother's factions. Very few people knew this, because Gilgamesh had made sure no one would find out. It was evident to many that the Uruk towers were associated with Prince Gilgamesh, but most saw it as a whim of a prince uninterested in the throne. None of the 4 regions of the Asura kingdom had made contact with the 4th prince, so his actions did not interest them much. For obvious reasons, many understood that it was not wise to meddle with Prince Gilgamesh, but at the same time, they believed it was necessary to get rid of him. Not only the nobles of the Asura kingdom, but also many other entities. Unknown location. Deep within a forest. Water goddess, what's troubling you? Asked a bearded man standing in front of a huge beast with its head severed. It's nothing, just that I was lost in thought about many other things. The elderly woman sheathed her sword and headed in the direction where the horses were. I'll be meditating while you all take care of the rest. Don't disturb me unless it's necessary. We understand, water goddess. The men around bowed to the elderly woman in a respectful manner. Raya, better known as the sword goddess of the water god style. She was one of the most powerful sword women of the era, competing with the strongest in the world currently. She was deep in a forest, her mission being to eliminate a beast that seemed to be behaving strangely, but just as she was about to return, she had discovered that Darius Silvaganius, her first love, had been killed. Are you telling me that a 10-year-old boy killed several sword kings and wizards capable of casting holy-level spells? Raya asked a figure lurking in the shadows. Not only that, the people who follow him are incredibly powerful. It is said that he has 2 sword emperors as mere royal knights. Can you imagine it? Most importantly of all, when Darius's forces tried to seek revenge, they were all killed, and not a single knight of the 4th prince was slain. The man in the darkness approached Raya and said respectfully, "My lady, this letter was the last message left by Darius Silvaganius, and no one knows the contents of the letter. But with this, my services to my late lord have come to an end. I hope I have been of help." "Very well, you may go," Raya said, furrowing her brow as she read the letter. "That's not the 4th prince. Someone else has taken over his body. Within him lives an incredibly powerful being who could easily defeat the current gods. I hope you find a way to kill him that doesn't involve direct combat. You won't be able to kill him alone. You'll need much more help than you have now." Raya widened her eyes and nodded with a cold expression. "We must gather forces if the being turns out to be who we think. It must be a much more overwhelming force. We need apostles who can even kill a god. I will take care of all the preparations." The sword goddess, Raya, was now an apostle of Hidegami and had received the important mission to kill the 4th prince when the time came. In the year 413 of the Armored Dragon, Gilgamesh was about to embark on his journey. Asura Kingdom's capital, Aerys. Tower of Uruk. "You're leaving tomorrow?" Elaine was sitting beside Gilgamesh as they both sipped from a special tea she had obtained within the gates of Babylon. Gilgamesh smiled and replied, "Don't worry, I'll be back in about 5 years. If things get boring out there, I'll return earlier. But I want to see what lies beyond this city. Besides, I can assure you I won't find a wife of the same race as my dear Elaine." Elaine looked at Gilgamesh with a hint of disdain in her eyes, hating the behavior in him since she had started to get to know him. However, she averted her gaze with a sense of calm and thought, "If you get a human wife, when she gets old, I'll still be young and beautiful." Reading Elaine's surface thoughts, Gilgamesh grinned mischievously and whispered, "Besides, I still have the body of a child. I should remain a virgin until I'm 15, although with blood rituals, my body would mature to adulthood." "Isn't that disturbing?" "What do you mean?" Gilgamesh asked, staring at Elaine's beautiful face. "That you intend to marry a woman over 100 years old. Doesn't that bother you?" Elaine asked, her pointed ears twitching. Gilgamesh seemed to consider it for a moment and then said, "Well, there's a certain corrupted goddess who wanted to marry me. Of course, I turned her down. Age doesn't matter. If I wanted to, I could extend my life with healing magic I could research if I set my mind to it. But simple things work differently for me. After all, I'm the best man you could ever aspire to." Elaine, naturally, would never have expected such a unique response from Gilgamesh after asking him that question. As she understood it, human men who have had relationships with elves tend to die first, and that's the tragic part of human lifespans. You must assume, ever since you met me, that I'm not actually a child, but it's not yet time for you to know who I once was. Maybe when I'm old and have many children, I'll tell them, assuming, of course, that I have another wife, but that wouldn't bother you, would it? Well, you just need to know that I've never been married before. When Gilgamesh spoke these words, he seemed genuinely proud, but after reflecting on what he had said, he felt a bit uncomfortable. Would Elaine be able to understand his way of thinking? Although she had lived many years, he believed his words might be a bit confusing to her. It doesn't bother me. Just stop being like that with other women. I have at least lived for hundreds of years, and I can understand it, but someone smaller than me in terms of experience and age might get upset. You should be careful if you want to win the heart of the daughter of the Grerat family. They say her character is anything but noble. By giving this advice to Gilgamesh, she had heard about his plan to become a king relatively easily and understood that someone as impressive as him would consider having more than one wife. To be honest, while it might seem strange to some people, it's not at all unheard of in this world. A king has many wives to have children who can be better than him and take the throne he has been guarding for dozens of years. Anyone would see it that way. But the way Gilgamesh says it certainly provokes anger in those who hear it. She even got upset because of his arrogance the first time they met. She still hasn't forgotten that great anger. Of course, if she were to marry Gilgamesh in the future, she would somehow make him pay for that anger. Well, my dear future wife, I leave all my riches at your disposal, and you're in charge of all my men. Remember that if there is any trouble, you must break the collar around your neck. That way, I will appear by your side and eliminate any threat. Although you are already very strong, and Alastair will stay to watch over you, you must stay alert. Gilgamesh's words brought a faint smile to Elaine's face. After all, she saw this kind of concern as something totally new and unique in someone like Gilgamesh, who seemed to have never done such actions before. The region of Fitoa is a fief of the Asura kingdom to the northeast. It is located in the central continent and is a vast agricultural area on the borders of the kingdom. The lands in the Fitoa region are mostly rural with many forests. That was Gilgamesh's goal, his first stop on the incredible journey he was about to embark on. To soothe his restless soul, he decided to travel by carriage, and it was one of the most torturous expectations he had ever experienced. City of Roa. A few days later. Are you looking for a place to rest and gamble? Asked a young man with a somewhat peculiar expression on his face as he noticed all the jewels on the young man in front of him. Are you talking to me? Gilgamesh, who was atop a beautiful white horse, looked down at this peculiar encounter with the unknown person. Of course, my lord. Just by looking at you, I could see a divine spark in you to make great amounts of money while having fun with beautiful girls. The man standing beside Gilgamesh's horse exclaimed, Don't you know that my gambling skills surpass anyone in this place? Don't be foolish and get out of my way. I don't enjoy taking belongings for your little friends. Gilgamesh responded somewhat disinterested. Just as he had arrived in this city, the last thing he wanted was to spend time gambling, although he was interested in relieving any rivals of their coins. Is your gambling prowess unmatched in this world? A pair of narrow eyes widened stupidly until they filled with tears of surprise. Such a feat was not something that could be claimed by a newcomer who had just arrived in the city. It was undoubtedly an arrogant statement made by a common noble. The man standing beside Gilgamesh moved his mouth anxiously. If it weren't for the fact that he was eager to lead a foolish gambler to the gambling house where he worked, he definitely wouldn't want to get involved with a man like Gilgamesh. My name is Elijah. Everyone calls me Ja, but those are just my late mother's friends. Of course, you can call me Elijah with every one of its words aligned and together. Elijah said to himself, if this young fool doesn't know how to gamble and ends up in ruins, he might come looking for me to cut my throat, so I'll just leave him at the gambling house and disappear from this place, as I always do. How much money per game are we talking about? 10,000 coins per game. Is that it? Or is it more? Gilgamesh asked, squinting his eyes. If the game was fun, he could spend some time gambling while Simone, went to the Grey Rat's house to introduce himself so they would be prepared for his arrival. How could you bet less than 10,000 coins? Of course, it's more. Some even bet 500,000 coins. Of course, Gilgamesh was talking about the kingdom's largest currency, the Asura gold coin, but Elijah was talking about the Asura copper coin, which was 999 times less valuable than the Asura gold coin. So this confusion could go a long way. Gilgamesh raised his eyebrows in surprise, touched his chest, and found a small coin pouch there, because carrying a large amount of coins was cumbersome. So he usually carried a few million at his Babylonian gate. After all, he was a prince and was expected to have money. Then take me. Maybe winning a few million could be beneficial for me. Then follow me through this way. Elijah was surprised, but continued walking without understanding what had just happened. Had he really convinced someone to accompany him to the gambling house? Gilgamesh laughed as he rode his beautiful white horse forward and said, "If I manage to win a few coins, I'll reward you according to the winnings." Elijah secretly scoffed, but just as he was about to turn the corner, he saw some people dressed in black behind Gilgamesh, all of them looking very muscular. "Don't tell me those are your guards, sir." "Ha! They're just here to help me take care of my horse," Gilgamesh said while petting his precious white horse. God, what kind of person is he? Although Elijah was scared, he had no choice but to take a rich newcomer to the auction house. They headed to a side street off the main one where Gilgamesh had entered. This street was considered the most extravagant place in Roa. It was bustling with activity, packed with a wave of people moving back and forth. Gilgamesh, of course, didn't worry about entering this area with his large horse and moved ahead. He advanced while looking at the numerous stalls around him with a curious expression, but Elijah was worried that this big client might slip away due to a distraction, so he didn't stray too far from him. After leaving the main street, there was a large restaurant not far to the north known as the Happy Meat Restaurant. Supposedly, this was one of the many businesses owned by the Grey Rat family, but behind that restaurant was the gambling house where Elijah was taking him. It was supposed to be a secret place for gambling, where no type of law could stop them, even betting up to the soul, as Gilgamesh had understood. Knowing this, Gilgamesh couldn't let that training center slip away after being so bored. At the very least, he should clear his mind a bit before visiting the Grey Rat family. Gilgamesh was about to direct his horse forward when a group of people suddenly appeared from the margins of the road. In the front was a young girl, walking in a dejected manner, and she suddenly shouted, "Stop following me. You're making me angry." A dark-skinned woman with a peculiar appearance caught Gilgamesh's attention. She was dressed in a revealing leather outfit, with rippling muscles and scars all over her body. She wore an eye patch, and her chiseled face emitted a vibe of a delinquent leader. She felt entirely like a warrior from some fantasy story, and it seemed she was trying to persuade the crimson-haired girl who was ahead. What a woman! Gilgamesh couldn't help but admire that incredible body. However, he focused on the girl in front who appeared to be his age. She was pouting, but what made the scene not bother him was that she was cute. Should I be hanged for having these thoughts? Besides, I never had a childhood sweetheart, Gilgamesh murmured as he held his chin. Besides, he was still just a child. The crimson-haired girl, who seemed to be throwing a tantrum in her anger, noticed a boy looking at her in a very strange and fixed way. She took a deep breath and began to curse. "What are you looking at, you damn pervert?" She was already feeling very angry due to what she had heard an hour ago before heading into town to buy her favorite sweets. Now, seeing a boy with his eyes fixed on her, shamelessly staring her up and down, Aerys, who had suddenly found someone to vent her anger on and calm her mind. The tranquility on Gilgamesh's face vanished completely upon hearing how that brat had addressed him. Even in his previous life, where he was a bit perverted, such an insult did not exist. Suddenly, he had seen a woman so muscular and impressive that his eyes fixated on her, and then on her tail. Later, a girl with crimson hair, similar in color to her eyes, suddenly caught his attention, and he felt that this girl was very familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. But it turns out that just as he was questioning whether his thoughts were criminal or not, that red-hair brat called him pervert in an arrogant and superior tone. How dare she? Gilgamesh wanted to get off his beautiful white horse right now and beat that girl up. But it was a pity because he didn't strike women who didn't attack him first. However, Aerys's eyes were dominant. Her expressions reflected much in Gilgamesh's eyes, and she seemed to be saying, "What are you looking at, you stupid pig? Haven't you seen a beauty of your age before? You damn scoundrel." Unexpectedly, for the two of them, they would soon become much better acquainted. But for now, both of them reflected a crimson coldness in their eyes that sparked in the surroundings. As an invincible being, Gilgamesh had been calm all along the way and had become familiar with the transportation that all humans used. Although he could use his beautiful ark, which was as fast as his mind wanted it to be, he had arrived in this city in a carriage and then bought his beautiful white horse. Thinking about this, Gilgamesh clenched his teeth in anger. Inside Gilgamesh, his mind wanted to declare war, but on the outside, he put on his most serene expression and said, "Miss, have we met before? You look very familiar." Aerys clenched her teeth as she stared at him. "Huh. If this miss knew who the hell you are, you wouldn't be riding a horse that looks like a donkey. What kind of dirty thoughts were you having in your mind while you were looking me up and down a moment ago? You damn pig. Are you pretending to be innocent when you're actually a damn stalker?" Veins on Gilgamesh's forehead bulged, and his grip on his beautiful white horse tightened as he thought. Turns out this girl has a mouth dirtier than the manure my horse leaves on the road. I need to educate her a bit, or I won't be able to sleep tonight. Gilgamesh immediately thought of many things and dismounted from his horse, taking a few steps towards Aerys, and said, when he finally remembered this girl from the signs on her clothing, "You may not know me now, but you'll get to know me soon, little one. It's a surprise that fate brought us together in this way. Only like this could I discover your true character, and indeed, yours I've heard. Is this destiny? What kind of nonsense is this boy saying in front of her?" Aerys, after being surprised repeatedly, looked at Gilgamesh's somewhat strange attire, those earrings and that necklace with golden teeth, which made her furrow her brow even more. Seeing Aerys's mesmerized gaze, Ghislaine suddenly realized who the boy in front of them was and couldn't help but get nervous. Like anyone else, she had heard the rumors about Prince Gilgamesh, and as Aerys's bodyguard, she noticed the guards scattered on the street with their subtle swords at their waists, each of them exuding a very intimidating presence. If things went wrong, she wouldn't know what to do except try to intervene as calmly as possible. As for Elijah, after he noticed that Gilgamesh wasn't advancing, he stepped aside and listened to what the boy was saying. On his face, there was only a look of respect. This 10-year-old boy was really good with words when it came to courting women, and if his grandmother were alive, she would definitely blush. However, that courage in Elijah's mind increased when he saw the girl standing in front of Gilgamesh. When he saw that girl who was like a demon, he almost spat out his lung because he regretted wanting to warn Gilgamesh that she was Aerys Boreas Greyrat, the daughter of the Duke in this place. Those who even dared to speak to that unreasonable, arrogant, and ruthless lady of the entire Fitoa region were very few. To say the least, only her grandfather, parents, and bodyguards dared to do so. Aerys looked at Gilgamesh, who was standing right in front of her, and that cute and innocent look on the unfortunate boy in front of her infuriated her even more. As if it weren't enough to have heard her father talk about an arranged marriage, now an idiot had to appear who pretended to be pure when in his eyes there was only a sense of guilt mixed with lust. "Are you looking for a beating? Coincidentally, this miss is in a very bad mood. I can help you rearrange some bones in your body," Aerys said as she raised her fist threateningly. Ghislaine looked at Aerys in shock. Doesn't she recognize Prince Gilgamesh, whom she was such a fan of? Aerys talked every day about the rumors of Prince Gilgamesh, repeatedly saying that she wanted to be as strong as him. On his part, Gilgamesh was utterly lost. Was this lady the one he was supposed to establish an engagement with in order to sideline his factionless elder brother? Right now, he was questioning whether it was worth playing this way when he had the opportunity to erase the entire Nodo's Greyrat family. Since Aerys would theoretically be his fiancée, he had heard about her attitude from Elaine, and knowing she had few, if any, noble qualities, he thought it would be much easier to relate to her. But now he discovered that it wouldn't be that simple. Have his charms disappeared from his face? Gilgamesh was not a man to doubt, but now he was truly uncertain. In summary, he had arrived in an opportune moment when that girl seemed extremely furious about something he didn't know. Miss Aerys, I hope you've always been in good health. Ha ha ha. What I actually wanted to say is that I have something very important to attend to with the companion behind my beautiful white horse. But I'm sure you'll have your chance to rearrange all the bones in my body and even see my most powerful sword in the future, so I bid farewell for now. I promise I'll see you later, even if I have to enter your room day or night. Day or night. That bastard doesn't want to live. He'll definitely be hanged for saying such indecent words. For the love of the gods, where on earth am I? Elijah wondered with reddened eyes. Gilgamesh prepared to move away from here. He didn't want his reputation to be tarnished by getting into a fight with a girl. He would definitely educate Aerys later. That's what he would do. Looking at Aerys's threatening posture, it seemed like she was about to run toward Gilgamesh and start a fight. In Gilgamesh's memories, his most embarrassing fight was with an old woman carrying a metal cane with 3 plastic balls on the opposite end from where she held the cane. Now was not the time to fight with someone who might be his future fiancée. He couldn't afford that. Aerys gazed deeply at Gilgamesh, this boy with crimson eyes like hers, and she felt increasingly frustrated as she recalled the words her father had said when discussing the engagement. Where does someone your age go in this city? Are you planning something bad? Listen, now that you've run into me, forget about doing anything wrong. Just come closer and let me rearrange those bones in your body. Elijah's face was dripping with sweat. He kept stepping back, and he murmured, "Stupid foreigner. People usually don't engage with that demon girl. Why you have to make her angry? Regardless of whether you're looking for a girlfriend your age, she should never be a choice." Observing Aerys's bright and arrogant eyes as she assumed a very stubborn attitude, Gilgamesh, drawing on all his years of battlefield experience, had a sudden idea. Pretending to be reserved, he approached and whispered, "Miss Aerys, the place we're heading to? It's not an appropriate place for ladies to attend. What? Are you planning to visit a brothel or something? But you're not even 12 yet. What are you doing wanting to go to such dirty places?" Aerys was undoubtedly a very audacious girl, thinking that she would spit out such words as a member of a noble family. Aerys gave a cold look of contempt, glaring at Gilgamesh and Elijah behind the white horse she considered a donkey, then muttered, "What shameless scum! Who said we were going to visit a brothel? Do you think everyone can buy slaves like your family?" Gilgamesh didn't want to stoop to the level of a girl who had just hatched from her shell and said, "We're only heading to a gambling house. I'll bet a few thousand coins and leave that place. What kind of dirty mind do you have?" Gilgamesh realized that there was no need to explain this to a girl, or to anyone else for that matter. "Are you talking about my family? Gambling?" Hearing the first part of Gilgamesh's response, she was even angrier and about to throw a punch. Unexpectedly, when she heard the last part of his answer, her eyes widened in surprise. Narrowing her eyes, Aerys smiled, revealing her perfect teeth, and said with an arrogant look, "I've never been there before. All right, you can take me with you." The tone she used was like when a commander issues an order, one that would brook no refusals, and it resonated so loudly that Gilgamesh frowned. Aerys saw Ghislaine, who had been watching this conversation from behind and had wanted to intervene for a while, tried to discourage her. This action on her part is very reasonable, which Gilgamesh noticed, but what she thought was something he didn't notice, as he would never have thought that she considered the place he was heading to as a gathering place for libertines in the city of Fitoa. For her, this place couldn't be a good one for Aerys and her upbringing, as the only daughter and most precious of her parents. How could Ghislaine let her go to such a place when she should be mentally prepared for the visit of Prince Gilgamesh, who was right in front of her? If Aerys's grandfather heard this, he would probably spit out half a lung in anger. But what surprised her is that Gilgamesh seemed to be very polite with girls, as the rumors had said, but few believed. Now that she had seen a bit of his character, she noticed that Prince Gilgamesh is a very calm and reasonable person. But Aerys didn't care at all. She said firmly in a direct tone, "Don't worry, My grandfather has said that he always wins in the bets he makes with other old men of his age, so it can't be such a bad place. On the contrary, it must be a very special place. This time, since I'm very angry, I'm going to visit that place and see for myself." Having said that, Aerys stretched out her hand and grabbed Gilgamesh's golden collar, then said, "Take me there quickly. As long as you do that, I'll let you go for today." Gilgamesh could have easily avoided this, but thinking that she was just a spoiled child, he decided not to. He just raised his face a bit, forming a thoughtful expression, then raised his hands in a humble surrender gesture. As he did these childish things, his face turned red with embarrassment as he proceeded toward the gambling establishment. The guard behind Gilgamesh smiled bitterly, looking at each other. They simply followed him. As for Elaine and another woman who were behind Aerys, they also followed without saying a word. All these guards were wrapped up in the same apparent situation. Those who followed Gilgamesh were nervous that he might suddenly lose his temper and cause chaos in this city. Each of them had been trained by him and had heard many rumors about the prince's strength, whom they had sworn to follow, and they were all terrified because he was just a child. As for Elijah, he was biting his lips until blood was continuously spilling. Why did a tigress appear in his path? If she accidentally gets angry or confused about the place they're heading to, his and everyone's necks in the hidden gambling house will be on the line. Elijah, who was holding Gilgamesh's beautiful white horse while walking alongside Aerys, offering her chocolates, thought to himself, "This girl is the daughter of the Nodo's Grerat family. If she decides to get angry or report me to her family, there won't be a place for me and my future generations in the Kingdom of Asura. In just a few days, my name and face will be posted on the doors of all the cities, ruining my future life. If that happens, it will be better to resort to suicide." The group finally arrived at a rather simple-looking building from the outside, but Elijah led them to the side where there was a well-decorated large backyard. Before any of them could say anything, they saw Aerys entering while holding on to Gilgamesh's collar. The faces of the drunken men inside changed abruptly, their faces going from white to purple, and each of them wanted to bury themselves 10 meters underground. In this city, the Grerat family remained very neutral regarding the actions taken in the city. This worked out well, because as long as there were no crimes or fights, clandestine places like these were allowed to operate, and everyone seemed to agree with the strict conduct of their actions. The young lady standing next to a handsome young man with yellow hair and clothing quite different from the rest was the daughter of the Grerat family. Everyone knew that the Grerat family were the feudal lords in the city of Roa in Fitoa, and they had a great influence in the capital and were one of the top 4 noble families in the Kingdom of Asura. But things were different in this place. As the only daughter of the Grerat family in this location, Aerys was like a diamond that could hardly be touched by anyone. Within the family, she was greatly indulged and spoiled in every way to the point where her words held more weight than her parents and grandfathers. However, it was said that this girl was talented in swordsmanship but lacked noble conduct. Being part of the Grerat family, she was expected to adhere to the family's behavior. So over the years, she had copied her grandfather's behavior. Gilgamesh knew this, and that's why he decided not to create a scandal. After all, it wasn't the right time. According to his plans, he would split the family in 2, and the one in power in this place would become his new support to become a different kind of king. If his marriage were to be finalized, when the time came, his people would eradicate the Grerat family in the Kingdom of Asura, and at that moment, he would destroy his elder brother's faction, leaving him in misery. If they wanted to play the Game of Thrones, Gilgamesh wanted to show them how to slowly defeat their enemies without the need to display all his strength. That's why, as long as the title of fiancé to a daughter of the Grerat family was officially announced, they would all scramble to figure out how to act. While Gilgamesh casually conversed with Aerys, her grip on his collar weakened to the point that she let go when they entered this place, and it seemed like her anger had been appeased. It was rumored that Aerys's grandfather, as well as any Grerat, had a fetish of being obsessive with the women of the beast race. So this is something that Gilgamesh tolerated, since he wasn't exactly dark like Darius Silva's pig Ganius. By the way, since a prime minister was about to be appointed, it would be perfect if Aerys's grandfather took that place under the families of Gilgamesh's faction. Of course, these political games were something that didn't interest him much. At all times, he was just having fun, because if he was serious, his brothers wouldn't have their heads still attached to his body. Aerys, it is said that in these places one as a player can bet even his soul against the betting house or the players of this place. Gilgamesh said, very interested in the games that would be in this place. This is how, even though the Grerat family does not have a continuous presence in the city of Roa of Fitoa, they're all well respected by the citizens living here. If anyone dared to intimidate Miss Aerys, her grandfather's fury would make those responsible beg for mercy. The woman who accompanies Aerys wherever she goes is a sword queen herself. Who in their right mind would dare to say anything to that girl? Even though Gilgamesh was the fourth prince, this girl might even dare to strike him. It's a good thing that someone like him knew how to handle the situation very well, and moreover, he understood all the circumstances to avoid unnecessary scandals. If he ruined his first relationship with this girl named Aerys now, his plan to slowly crush his brother's faction would possibly fail. In such a case, if that situation were to develop, he would have to resort to more violent methods when the nobility fought for the Asura kingdom's throne. Right now, Aerys had calmed down a lot, and the initial anger she felt from overhearing her father's conversation with her grandfather had passed. She was now having a lot of fun seeing many things she had never seen before. Gilgamesh might be tolerant right now, but if someone tried to be clever and bother him, he would crush them with one hand and vent all his stress. There are times when women, regardless of their age, can be true dragons. And now, that princess from the Grerat family was in an illegal gambling den. Well, I couldn't refuse to bring some of my age to this place, although I insist I prefer not to bring anyone else. Gilgamesh looked at Elijah, who looked pale, and gave him a serious look. Behave yourself. We're about to make some money. What are you talking about? Elijah had lost half of his soul on the way to this place, and if he didn't die at the hands of the Grerat family, he would die at the hands of the owners of this place. After saying that, Gilgamesh's eyes turned to the left to look at Aerys, who had just treated him in a way that even someone like his mother had never done. That feeling, that sensation it generated within Gilgamesh, was something he liked, but was that normal? Perhaps living lives in different worlds had evolved his tastes, but he sincerely hoped not to be a masochist. Gilgamesh perfectly understood what poor Elijah was going through. This man thought that bringing a noble woman here was an incredible tragedy. Giving him an apologetic look, what could he do about it? If you have any complaints, dare to take her out of this place. What's going on? Aren't you going to welcome me? Or maybe you think I, Aerys Greyrat, don't have money. Aerys stared at them, pulled out a frog-shaped purse, and waved it arrogantly to show everyone that she had money. I, Aerys, have plenty of money to bet. The groups of drunks and libertines hastily drank their beer, almost choking on their pants. Each and every one of them thought, so, you have a lot of money? But the problem would be, who the hell would dare to win that money from you in games? Whoever dares to win against you would probably get a visit from your grandfather or the beastly woman behind you. And that's the best case scenario. If your own grandfather is very angry, he might come personally and hang us all. But Elijah, on the other hand, smiled cunningly. From what he saw, Gilgamesh seemed to know who Aerys Noto's Greyrat was and understood nobility perfectly, as he was dressed in clothes that only a wealthy noble could have. In that case, perhaps the young man he brought for betting and playing was someone of a high status on par with the Greyrats. Elijah chose his side and said, "Enough with the games. This young man by my side came to gamble big and take all your money in a few games. He's willing to bet amounts that only you would see in your damn wet dreams. Don't hide, come out. He's talking about millions. If no one has that amount, it's better not to dare to play with him, you damn pagans. Those who can't accept defeat and draw their swords, even when they've lost everything, aren't even worthy to stand before him." Listening to Elijah's final words, even someone as calm and composed as Gilgamesh almost turned around and walked out the way he came in. Are you really so wise as to give me such praise that not even in my previous life did anyone bestow upon me? Please, Don't tarnish my image with those ridiculous speeches straight out of a grandeur-seeking novel. In the inner courtyard, there was a massive table sunk in the center, and there sat various young heirs of merchants along with some very wealthy adventurers who remained calm. One of the standout individuals was an arrogant boy named Gild. He was the son of a rather prominent merchant family in the Asura kingdom and happened to be passing through this place while traveling throughout the kingdom. Right beside him was his friend from the Zephyrus family, accompanying them on this long journey. The two of them were trailed by their guards, who never left their sides to ensure their protection. Gild, who had a slender appearance and wore fine clothing, stood out the most. His face displayed a pair of deep-set eyes, and he always acted like a high-ranking person, claiming to be on par even with the princes, according to his boastful words. Of course, Gilgamesh had seen men with much more money who confused wealth with power. Those two terms were very different in life, and unfortunately, people could only understand that when they were being killed by a powerful vagabond. Gild was surprised to see Aerys, someone who was impossible to find here, so he smiled and said, "For someone like Miss Greyrat to decide to visit this place, it's a great disrespect not to give her a warm welcome. Serve Lady Greyrat, and if she's dissatisfied, everyone will pay with their lives." After saying this, he turned his head to Gilgamesh and said, "Since you're eager to gamble, I hope you don't cry over losing your little fortune. We don't usually wipe people's tears. They're beaten out of this place. Wise words. I hope that when I leave you penniless, you won't shed a single tear, or I'll end up slitting your throat. The same goes for all the swine accompanying you." Gilgamesh said without even giving a second glance to that foolish young man who lived under his family's wing. "How dare you say those words?" shouted the young man from the Zephyrus family, ready to draw his sword and start a fight. But Gild, standing beside him, immediately intervened. "We are in the presence of Aerys Nodo's Greyrat. Behave like a gentleman, not like an ape." Accompanying Gilgamesh was only a 70-year-old man who appeared incapable of defeating even child. However, this elderly man had gone through the same process as Alastair and was currently a sword emperor, nearly ready to advance to the next level. "You must be from a wealthy family, but remember that as long as there is a man in this world, my family will have twice the money and riches," Gild said with a cold look toward the arrogant young man who had entered with Aerys. Observing the behavior of this arrogant fool, Gilgamesh smiled silently. There was no doubt that these young men didn't fully understand the dangerous world they lived in. Of course, he was not someone who would teach them, nor did he go around giving life lessons to every fly that crossed his path. "They say there are high stakes in this place, which is precisely why I came. It's a shame that this gambling den is as small and dingy as it is, but if you want to lose your money, it's a good way to start my day in this city." Gilgamesh sat down and propped his feet up on the table, nearly hitting Gild's face. Aerys looked a bit disappointed by the appearance of this place and agreed with Gilgamesh's words. This place was a dump. But as long as she could play a bit here, she would return home and confront her father about the engagement her grandfather had mentioned. "Indeed, this place smells terrible. All I see here are drunks, and no one is even playing. What a lousy gambling den." Aerys approached Gilgamesh and glanced at the foolish Gild, who had swallowed the words he was about to say. "Dear guests, you will enter the special area of our gambling house. Please, come inside." The manager of this establishment appeared to show the utmost respect to the customers who had arrived a few minutes ago. Exuding an arrogant and dominant attitude, Gilgamesh smiled and walked inside, followed by the withered elderly man who used an old stick as a cane. Inside, there was a massive table, so he sat in a comfortable chair and propped his legs up on the very clean table. His current demeanor emitted a unique image of his character, completely in line with his personality. Aerys's eyebrows furrowed. This sudden image of Gilgamesh felt strange to her eyes. She almost wanted to scold him for his arrogant behavior right in front of her. But after thinking it over, she had no valid reason other than her annoyance at seeing someone behave even more arrogantly than she did. "Well, boys, it doesn't matter if you're dogs or cats, nobles or beggars. As long as you have money, you can sit at this table. As is usual in places like this, Don't expect to win because you will always lose against me. Gilgamesh said with a provocative smile as he looked at Aerys. You're a very straightforward young man, and I like that. Gild praised Gilgamesh's behavior, feeling that his background might be as significant as his own. He calmed down and opted for a more neutral posture. Gild glanced at Gilgamesh as he spoke. Long before you arrived, we were playing dice with some wealthy merchants. It's a pity they couldn't continue due to the high stakes as time passed. How about we continue with the games? I'm wondering if someone like you has the guts to play dice at this table. Why is he talking like the lords who came to my birthday party 4 years ago? Aerys grew tired of listening to Gild prattle on, as if he were someone important. In her eyes, he was nothing more than a clown. A game of dice? Gilgamesh asked aloud. What do the two of us have to fear from your tiny group of paupers? Aerys, who was suddenly involved in this gambling, filled with excitement at the competitive atmosphere and ignoring Gilgamesh's arm on her shoulder, placed her right hand on Gilgamesh's shoulder and said, Yes, we have nothing to fear. Gild's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when he saw the unfamiliar golden-haired youth getting close to Aerys, the arrogant girl for the Grerat family. He had to cough a bit to regain his composure and thought to himself, Is this idiot in front of me friends with Miss Aerys? Impossible. He didn't appear at Aerys's birthday party 4 years ago, so it's most likely they didn't know each other until now. But it doesn't matter. I'll win everything they have, and in the end, I'll blame that idiot so that Aerys takes charge of punishing him. Then, along with my other companions, we'll pool our funds to face your great wealth. By the way, may I know your name? Gild looked at Gilgamesh with a cold gaze as he took his seat. Haha, you can call me Gil. That's enough since after today we won't be speaking to each other again. Gilgamesh said as he sat more comfortably next to Miss Aerys. Quickly, serve some tea to the guests. The manager shouted, sweating profusely due to this sudden turn of events in his gambling establishment. A couple of teacups were placed in front of Gilgamesh and Aerys simultaneously. Gild took his own glass of wine, and he did so as if it were something to be admired. Does this thing have sugar? I don't like things that don't taste sweet. Aerys looked at the tea's appearance and wrinkled her nose. I have high-quality sugar in my reserves, but those sugar cubes are only eaten by my beautiful white horse. Gilgamesh said as he took a glass jar from his jacket. But you can use this powdered sugar. Don't use too much since it's not usually enjoyed with too much sugar in your tea. Gild nearly choked on a sip of wine when he saw where that jar of sugar came from and thought, where the hell did that come from? Elaine, standing behind Aerys, watched this situation nervously. She couldn't intervene as it might anger the fourth prince, Gilgamesh, so she just sat quietly on the side and waited for it all to be over. At that moment, Gilgamesh, who had noticed the expressions of the foolish young men in front of him, showed a cold expression. After taking a sip of tea, he spat in the face of one of Gild's friends and said, Do you really serve such low-quality tea to your guests? Your damn service is very disappointing. Are you telling me you like this kind of tea? Aerys, long before he added sugar to her tea, smelled it again and showed some displeasure. She placed the teacup aside and started eating the sugar on its own. She didn't like tea very much, especially if it was of low quality, as Gilgamesh had pointed out. Gilgamesh had a powerful body that was unattainable for ordinary humans. Only a true god with divine powers could match him, and even that would be challenging. However, what he noticed in the tea was a certain aroma of a substance added to it, which could range from aphrodisiacs to various types of poisons. After examining the cup more closely, it seemed that there was not only an issue with the content, but also with how it was held. So, after confirming that this was some kind of trap, he threw the cup aside. Crack! The cup shattered into 1,000 pieces, and the tea spilled onto the floor. His action woke everyone from their stupor, not knowing exactly how to react. Aerys was very surprised, but after seeing Gilgamesh's actions, she whispered, What are you doing? The tea is tainted. Gilgamesh took Aerys's tea cup and threw it with such force that Gild only felt a strong wind pass by his cheek before it crashed against the wall behind him. Crack! What are you all waiting for? Hurry up and change the tea for our guests. Gil broke into a cold sweat as he saw that Gilgamesh didn't fall for the trap he had set, so he decided to change his tactics. Forget it. That's too much trouble. Aerys and I are here to gamble, not to enjoy tea and cake. Gilgamesh waved his hand dismissively. Then, as a small gesture, he reached into his jacket and pulled out a silver box of chocolates. That's right, we're here to play and bet all our money. Aerys's eyes sparkled as she waved her purse in front of everyone. In Gilgamesh's eyes, she didn't have more than 100 Asura gold coins. If millions of coins are being wagered in this place, it would be embarrassing for her to bring her weak savings. Gilgamesh gave Aerys a little nudge and whispered, "Don't worry, I'll bet my money, and when we lose, we'll move on to yours. Remember, it's the two of us against these rich kids who seem like they've never lost before." Aerys looked at Gilgamesh and was about to tell him that she didn't need his money to win, but she stopped when she saw the calm expression on the boy in front of her. Truth be told, she instinctively nodded her head and, knowing that she had been convinced by a complete stranger, she ate the chocolates that the same stranger had given her. Gild frowned when he saw the approach of that red-eyed idiot and asked after everyone had sat down, "Shall we start with 1,000 coins? Or should we increase it a bit? 1,000 coins?" Aerys exclaimed in surprise, her fair face immediately turning red with embarrassment as she asked, "Do you normally bet this much?" She was the only daughter of the Grerat family. Basic necessities like food, clothing, and others were usually prepared in advance for her, except for sharing some jewelry or her favorite sweets that she bought every time she went down to the city. Her expenses were minimal almost always. She originally thought that the 100 gold coins she had in her frog purse were a huge sum. How could she have imagined that the minimum amount to participate was actually 1,000 gold coins? The amount in her purse could only be calculated as no more than 100. This was a very normal thing. 1 Asura gold coin was equivalent to 10 Asura silver coins, so when talking about playing a minimum of 1,000 gold coins, that was over 10,000 Asura silver coins. Not even a terribly rich family could come up with such sums of money to waste on a board game. After all, unless they were dealing with useful items, a noble wouldn't be willing to deplete their wealth. 1,000 coins, Miss Aerys? I don't have much time for playing with such small amounts. As I mentioned earlier, I'll cover your part, so let's start with 10,000 Asura gold coins, with no limit on increments. Gilgamesh stroked Aerys's head and said, "Don't worry, I have plenty of money." Gild, who had been all smiles, had a momentary heart attack and, after coming back to life, muttered in an unnatural tone, 1,000 Asura gold coins is already a huge amount. We were talking about a different, lower denomination of coin, not directly in gold. Gilgamesh proceeded to ignore him and explained to Aerys how many coins were 20,000 coins. He reached into his jacket again and pulled out a woolen bag with 10,000 coins, then another bag with another 10,000 coins. Aerys's eyes sparkled, but she didn't exactly know how to add and count correctly. So, she nodded her head a bit more confidently, and, under Gilgamesh's persuasion, she knew they would win the first game, so she wasn't scared by this large amount of money she had never seen before. Gild frowned upon hearing this. He knew very well that Gilgamesh wouldn't have more than 30,000 Asura gold coins if he were a prestigious son of a noble family. If the game was really starting with 10,000 coins as a starting point, and he was also covering Miss Aerys's bill, he could be losing his entire fortune in a matter of minutes if luck wasn't on his side. Initially, they were supposed to use Asura silver coins for the game, but since Gilgamesh had raised the stakes significantly, he didn't want to back down from this game to avoid ending up in a sorry state. "Gil, you're really a man of your word and very honest about your feelings. The dice game happens to be one of my favorites, a game of luck. Both sides can see the outcome of the game by rolling their dice, making this game one of the fairest." Gild laughed loudly at this. "Enough with the nonsense. I don't like men trying to kiss up to me. How are we going to play this game? Does the smaller value win, or does the larger value win? Or are we going to guess the values, and the one closest to their figure wins?" Gilgamesh looked as if he couldn't wait any longer. If an observant person were to look at him, they would immediately think he was completely clueless. As for the coins, one of Gild's friends spoke in a low tone, but Gilgamesh immediately interrupted him. "Do you want to count them?" Then go ahead, I never steal. Gilgamesh grabbed a bag with 10,000 Asura gold coins and forcefully threw them at Gild's friend's face. Boom! Gild's friend shot off like a comet towards the tables in the back, and his body tumbled several times in the air before hitting the ground. Gild's eyes widened in shock as he saw his friend go flying, and after an awkward silence, he said, I think you used more force than necessary. Is that so? Sorry, I usually use that kind of force to kill the mosquitoes in my room at night. I never thought your friend would be a magician. Magicians tend to have fragile bodies, so I hope he's okay. Gilgamesh acted as if he weren't aware of the strength he had used, so he apologized curtly. That was amazing. How are you so strong? Aerys's eyes sparkled with excitement as she watched that clownish idiot go flying and apparently lose consciousness. Well, Miss Aerys, believe it or not, I am much stronger than I appear. I would show you a bit more of my strength, but we're not in an appropriate place. Gilgamesh looked at Aerys with a smile that she didn't pay much attention to. I'm a swordswoman. My teacher is Elaine, a sword queen, and she uses a very strong combat style. Aerys took pride in her teacher and said, although I'm not as strong as her yet, I'm sure no child my age can beat me. Gilgamesh made sure to give Aerys his full attention, completely ignoring Gild, who stood like a lifeless statue with a rigid smile on his face. Was he being ignored by these two kids? Wait, was he even legally betting with two children? While Gild was having an existential crisis, Elaine examined Gilgamesh and found him as transparent as crystal. His expressions were sincere. He seemed to be enjoying an interaction with someone his age, as if he were... Gilgamesh, the Red Prince of Asura, was seeking to experience that childhood feeling by talking to Aerys, something quite remarkable considering all the things he had done in the capital of the kingdom, Aerys. Elaine sensed that in Gilgamesh, that look and the words he used. Somehow, he was just trying to be normal, as if nothing else mattered to him. There was nothing hidden behind his intentions. Seeing this, Elaine smiled gently, feeling more. Gild suppressed the urge to hurl insults into the air, completely ignored his embarrassment, and said in a noticeable tone, how about we keep it simple and just say whether the number is low or high? Gilgamesh nodded and said, let's go, here are my 20,000 coins. To be fair, those participating in these types of games would first take out the money and place it aside, and only then proceed to roll the dice. Depending on the number of people, the quantity of dice used would differ. If 7 people were participating, then 7 dice would be used. If there were 6 people, then 6 dice would be used. At this moment, Gilgamesh, Gild, one of Gild's friends, and Miss Aerys were participating in the bet. The others in this secluded room were either guards or players who didn't have the right to participate in this kind of game. As for Aerys, who came with an imperious attitude, even though she didn't have enough money, she felt a bit guilty about using Gilgamesh's money. She knew that without money, not even a prince would have the right to participate and could only sit on the sidelines as a spectator. Mischievous thoughts crossed Gilgamesh's mind. After all, these people initially wanted to take all his money through this type of game, so he would just do the same as a good man. In situations like this, how could he not take advantage and help others? In situations like this, others can join us behind the gaming table. What does it mean to play behind the table? Aerys's eyes lit up. The so-called playing behind the table in this kind of game is making an outside bet with the house. This means that while you're not participating in this bet, you can still wager your money. For example, you can make a bet of 5 gold coins that I will win. If I end up losing, then you'll lose with me, and you'll have lost your 5 coins. In this way, both sides lose. But if I were to win, then you'd win, including the interest. It would be 10 gold coins. Gilgamesh explained this in detail so that Aerys could understand, which made the others look at the manager of the betting shop. Oh, of course, we have that method implemented in our games. Please, those who want to bet, leave your names on this sheet and the amount you'll wager. The manager said with cold sweat on his forehead. This situation had long spiraled out of his control. Very well. Aerys's spirits seemed to soar, and she turned to Elaine. Bet everything on him. He seems to be good at what he does. Elaine looked at the frog purse and then at Aerys. As she had said, she naturally bet that Gilgamesh would win. although she certainly wouldn't bet this amount of money even if she were wealthy. Gilgamesh laughed aloud, looked at Aerys, and said, "Seeing that Miss Aerys has bet on me, our luck will undoubtedly increase." Gild, who had mentally killed Gilgamesh numerous times already, sneered under a hidden smile. "Keep laughing. You'll be crying very soon." The game proceeded in turns, with the dice being rolled one by one. Aerys rolled the dice and got only 15 points out of 24, which was the total maximum score that could be obtained with 4 dice, a fairly normal sum within the possibilities. On the other hand, Gild's friend rolled 16 points, one higher than Aerys, and it was the highest score obtained in the 3 turns played so far. Gild, upon seeing this, displayed a triumphant look on his face. As long as his friend won this game, they would win 20,000 coins. They would make sure Gilgamesh left this place even without his clothes. Once he had lost to the point of losing his sanity, they would take advantage of that moment to humiliate him in the same way he had done to them. A real shame, but Miss Aerys certainly has good luck. Gilgamesh took the 4 dice in his hand, but deep down, he was a bit annoyed because this game had a certain way of getting higher scores if you knew how to use it correctly, and besides, the dice had different weights. The substance used to increase the weight of the dice definitely wasn't lead, as that would make it obvious that whoever used these dice was trying to make them always land on one side. However, one side was uniform in weight, and the only substance that could give this kind of feel and weight was a different type of metal. Only those familiar with the dice could achieve the desired sum. Even if an average person noticed these details, they would still be unable to do anything. Gilgamesh, on the other hand, Gilgamesh's eyes closed, and he took a deep breath while making a wrist movement, causing the dice to be thrown out of the metal cup, colliding with the table. At the same time, Gilgamesh's left hand, which was on the table, emitted a fine thread of divine energy, as thin as a needle, extending toward the 4 dice without anyone noticing. Everyone's breath stopped as they watched the dice spin in the air. Those 4 dice rolled for a while before coming to a stop. How is this possible?" Gild exclaimed after seeing the result with a deadpan expression. Gild's group, and those who had bet on their group to win, all wore looks of disappointment. Aerys and Gild were the only ones celebrating their brutal victory, and on the side was Elijah, crying tears of joy for having bet Gilgamesh's life savings. The result of the dice was 6 on the first die, 4, 5, and 2 on the others, just 1 point above Gild's friend's roll. Gild's group had placed their hopes on their expert friend's roll, but when they saw him lose miserably, they looked at Gilgamesh with resentful expressions. This damn Gil, an angel shit must have hit him the face for him to have that luck, the cursed dog. Gilgamesh grinned arrogantly as Aerys embraced him, caught up in the excitement. After she let go and went to hug Ghislaine, Gilgamesh caressed his hand and said, Miss Aerys's daring bet was a blessing for my roll. Since we're a team, I'm honored that she took the initiative to bet on me. Today, as I have won, you all will have to pay up." Finishing that sentence, he took a tray with the 20,000 coins he had previously taken out and said, "Come on, put up what you've lost, pay your bets." "Yes, pay up, and not a single coin less." Aerys shouted, thrilled about winning, unaware that she had actually lost 10,000 coins and that Gilgamesh was the real winner. However, since they were a team, their victory was shared. Gild and the others turned to their friend named Norberto, the one who had been thrown backward by Gilgamesh when the bag of coins hit his face. Although he had been healed with magic, his expression remained very sour and filled with resentment. But his ability to sense the movements of the dice was particularly high, especially when the die was specially manipulated by him. Everyone present was bubbling with excitement, waiting for the moment they could take all the money Gilgamesh had won. Norberto's closed eyes opened, and he said, "I bet this in this round." His hands took 5 cloth bags that were on a small cart next to him, and they totaled 50,000 coins, all he had earned in these months betting with merchants, adventurers, and magicians. The rest imitated his movements, showing unprecedented excitement on their faces. Seeing this, Aerys was shocked. If they played now, it would be 4 times 50,000, and that was an amount that very few carried around. Now, there were 40,000 from the previous round, so 60,000 coins were at stake to match this bet. Even if they had that money, if they were to lose this round, they might end up with not a single cent. I'll match the bet. It's a total of 100,000 coins. Gilgamesh reached into his jacket again, and numerous bags with 10,000 coins each were placed on the table one after another, adding up to a total of 100,000 Asura gold coins on the table. Even those who were not playing had their hearts pounding so hard they were about to spit them out due to the intense emotions being witnessed at this kind of table. Whoever won, with that fortune, they would have more than enough to live a life of luxury without working another day. As we're starting this time naturally, as the winner, it's your turn to roll the dice first, said Gild, pushing the 4 dice toward Gilgamesh, who maintained a defiant smile beneath his face. Gilgamesh shook the dice after taking them and threw them. The amount being played this time was so high that it was considered there were 2 sides in the overall bet, one consisting of Gilgamesh and Aerys, while the other was made up of Gild and Norberto. In this case, most of the bets were directed towards Aerys's group. Here it comes. Gilgamesh shouted after rolling the dice, and the number he rolled made even the calm Gild burst into laughter. Gilgamesh, who had lifted the metal cup, revealed the dice, and all of them showed the number 1, indicating that he had scored 4 points this time. It seems that luck is not on your side this time, but this is very normal. Luck is never on our side, said Gild as he took the dice and rolled them, getting a total of 14 points. That seems to be the case. Gilgamesh smiled modestly and said to Aerys, Miss Aerys, it appears that it will all come down to you whether we win or lose. Aerys became nervous. Her 2 hands began to sweat, and she said confidently, Of course, I will have to win this round seeing that you've rolled such pitifully low points. Very well. Then you shall be the last to roll as a show of our participation in your roll that will decide who wins. Gild said, looking at his friend to roll the dice. Norberto did so and ended up with a total of 22 points. 2 points less than the maximum score. Though it's an incredible amount, I fully believe that Miss Aerys can score higher. Gild said with a wide grin, looking at Gilgamesh with disdain. This is Aerys, who is a confident and strong-willed girl, began to doubt her luck and felt immense pressure. Don't worry, we're here to have fun. Money only holds value in moments like these, so make the most of the thrill and roll with passion. Gilgamesh's eyes lit up with excitement. He knew they wouldn't lose, even if he used dishonest methods to win against these thieves, but he still wanted to make sure to step on their faces with force. Yes, money has no value. Aerys shouted with an even more arrogant expression, but it was evident that the pressure was weighing on her more and more. Gilgamesh's energy connected with the dice, causing them to turn to the maximum score after Aerys shook and rolled them onto the table. At that moment, as she tapped the metal cup and the dice tumbled inside, everyone held their breath. Now that all the bets have been decided, I will now reveal the points. Under Gilgamesh's words, Aerys closed one eye and carefully lifted the metal cup, revealing the first die with 5 points, 2 dice with 6 points, and the last die, which was the last to be revealed, also had 6 points, giving them a total of 23 points. Norberto's lively expression turned pale. How was this possible? He had heard the dice's movements and knew that at least 3 of the 4 had a value of 6 points, but the last one had a value of 3. The chance that the last die had a higher score than 4 was 80%. Nevertheless, when the results were shown, his expression turned lifeless as he saw the obviously higher result than his. Could he have misheard Miss Aerys's result? It was impossible for him to be mistaken. This was beyond belief in his eyes. Without any modesty, Gilgamesh gathered all the coin bags to his side. Then he gave half of them to Aerys to continue betting on her own while she celebrated with Ghislaine, claiming she had saved their gambling economy. Miss Aerys, I must say you have a lucky hand for gambling, so we should continue betting together. Aerys saw all those coin bags and wondered how much it was in total, but she decided not to embarrass herself here and show that she was bad with numbers. So she nodded her head and patted Gilgamesh on the shoulder with an extremely excited expression on her face. See that? You're not the only one good at this game. I've got the lucky touch too, and I'm not much worse than you. Let's keep betting. She completely forgot that just half an hour ago, She wanted to punch Gilgamesh for inappropriately staring at her. Now she was just playing with a rather peculiar boy she had come across. Gild clenched his hair tightly and smiled distortedly. Miss Greyrat's luck is truly something. Starting the game and achieving these beautiful results shows how talented she is at gambling. However, after saying these words, Gild secretly gave Norberto a questioning look. Norberto's face turned pale as he shook his head, apparently uncertain about what had happened. Gilgamesh seemed to have no emotional attachment to the money, so as far as they were concerned, they had won from the start. As for Aerys, they didn't hold her in high regard. She was just a child after all. Could this all be a coincidence? Considering Norberto's superior skills in this type of game, it was impossible for his calculations to fail in this manner and lose more than 50,000 Asura gold coins in such a short time. That amount was terrifying. However, Gilgamesh's team managed to win the 2 games they had played so far, winning again and again, piling their coins to the side as if they were worthless, amassing a total of 100,000 coins. The faces of Gild's friends were pale. It was clear that this sum was meager compared to what they had, but it was still a massive loss for them. Ha ha ha, I'm the best. Aerys, who had wanted to cry from pressure just moments ago, was now laughing shamelessly in front of her defeated rivals. You're being dishonest in these bets. You damn cheat. One of Gild's friends stood up, his chair falling to the ground. His bets had been too substantial, and now he had lost over 10,000 Asura gold coins in just 2 miserable games. He pointed his finger accusingly at Gilgamesh, clearly furious. Not only him, even Gild was becoming more skeptical about these results. How could they always be 1 point above the score they got? Gilgamesh wasn't a magician, so the chances of him pulling off some kind of trick were minimal, considering he was barely 15 years old. But no matter how he looked at it, why were these 2 kids winning as if they were blessed by the goddess of fortune in their eyes? 1 or 2 coincidences might have been acceptable if they weren't trying to win, but there had been 2 genuinely significant games. The moment that man pointed his finger at Gilgamesh, the withered old man behind him was about to chop off his arm when Gilgamesh raised his hand, causing the old man to assist and close his eyes again. Perhaps no one noticed it, but Elaine felt a chill run down her spine. She knew that if it weren't for Gilgamesh, the young idiot they were accusing of cheating the 4th prince would have been cut into pieces. However, perhaps because of Aerys' presence, he managed to handle the situation more calmly. You better mind your words, dear dog. Are you implying that Miss Aerys cheated? You're not only offending her, but her entire family, and that's something you should think twice about. Gilgamesh shook his head, finding a shame that so many sought death so needlessly just when he was starting to have some fun. Gild stood up and slapped his friend directly, then bowed slightly in apology and said, I must apologize for my friend's behavior. I must take responsibility for him and ask Miss Aerys to overlook this disrespectful insult. Perhaps it's due to the alcohol that he's acting so inappropriately. Aerys looked at the idiot who had just accused her of cheating and said, It's normal for dogs to bark when they lose their composure, but you'd better watch your words, or else you'll receive a beating from my fists. Gilgamesh's eyes sparkled with excitement. What beautiful words to describe an ill-mannered dog. The way she said it was just how he would have acted as a child. To be honest, he was becoming more and more interested in the daughter of the Nodo's Greyrat family, especially the one who stayed in this rural region. If you don't have money, then get out of my sight. I was careless to think that you would at least be mature enough to consider money just a means of entertainment in this place. Gilgamesh didn't even bother to give them a second look. On the contrary, he smiled disdainfully and said, If the dogs want to play fair and square, they must provide evidence that we are cheating, something solid, not the words of a drunkard who can't control the dirty words coming out of his mouth. Did you see us cheating in any way, Miss Aerys? Do you believe we were cheating? Gild held a stern look on Gilgamesh, concealing his intentions of wanting to swallow him whole. But once Gilgamesh pushed Aerys into this, the fact that they were only spewing words without evidence made them very nervous. Aerys looked at the table with wide-open eyes and a furious expression. She didn't know the rules of this game, let alone about numbers, and she wasn't very observant when things didn't catch her attention. However, they had won every single round without losing. She was so angry that she responded as she always did. What a bunch of crybaby dogs. When you were ahead in the numbers, you were mocking us. You were even laughing shamelessly in front of us. But now that you're losing, all you do is accuse us of cheating. Miss Greyrat, it's not like that. You really have the nerve to tell us we're cheating. I was right there with Gil the whole time. All we did was roll the dice, just like you did. How could we do anything dishonest? How dare you accuse us of cheating? You were the ones who invited us to play here. I bet we wouldn't be in this place right now if it weren't for one of your workers. Who? Who invited you to come and gamble? Gild asked, slumping into his chair with his lifeless body. It was him. Aerys pointed at Elijah, who was jumping for joy as he looked at all the coins he had won. But when he saw everyone staring at him, his body suddenly froze. He was the one who first invited Gild to come here. It would be very strange if he didn't know this place. With so few gambling houses willing to bet such high sums, there must be some kind of scheme behind how this place operates. That can only mean he's bringing players with money for you to leave them with nothing. I can't imagine how many people you've ruined. Do you take me for a fool? Everyone was surprised, even Gilgamesh. No one could have imagined that this girl of no more than 9 years old had such a sharp mind. In a room on the second floor of a restaurant not far from the gambling house. Reporting, a seemingly wealthy young man has entered the gambling house. However, it appears he was accompanied by Miss Aerys of the Greyrat family. A man who seemed to be a bodyguard reported to the man who was dining. Aerys Greyrat? Why would someone like her go to the gambling house? The man speaking was around 19 years old, a powerful mage who was traveling the world with Gild and the others. His name was Eldrick. Probably not deliberate. They coincidentally met on the way, and Miss Greyrat became interested in the games. In the end, she followed the young man who is now gambling with his friends, my lord. The bodyguard was observing everything from the shadows, and his job was to report everything to Eldrick. Even if it was by chance, the guy my foolish friends are gambling with must be someone of high status for the daughter of the Greyrat family to even consider accompanying him. The damn luck we have is the worst. Eldrick took a sip of wine and said, if that's the case, you must inform Gild and the others not to mess with that person. They may not be seeing who they really have in front of them. Tell them to come up with some excuse to leave that place, even if they have to lose money in the process. They should also invite that young man to another gambling gathering. Go now. Yes. The bodyguard hurriedly left the restaurant, but betting house. Due to the protests from Gild's group, Aerys' threats, and Gilgamesh's increasingly arrogant comments, the game rules were changed 3 times. Ha, we beat the house. Gilgamesh exclaimed arrogantly, causing Gild's group to become furious to the point of biting their tongues. Gilgamesh's mouth spewed venomous words at every opportunity, even betting with his eyes closed, and worst of all, he kept winning. Unexpectedly to everyone, he had crushed them to the point where their outbursts became crooked and their gazes were lost. Triumphant Gilgamesh and the smiling Aerys were busy dividing the winnings. Seeing all those bags of coins going into that boy's jacket, many believed there was some kind of portal where things were entered and taken at will. When they saw Gilgamesh give Aerys 20,000 Asura gold coins, they clenched their muscles with so much sorrow that they wanted to cry. Gild's smile, now, seemed like a sinister maniacal expression, as if the muscles of his face were cramped. Aerys, on the other hand, said, Gil, I can't believe you gave me so much money. Are you really not bothered by it? You've already given your bodyguard those bags of coins. If I were to tell you I was bothered by something as small as that, wouldn't I seem like I'm short on money? After thinking that, Gilgamesh said, Of course I'm not bothered. Why would I be? If it weren't for your good luck, how could I have won so much? It's only natural that we split our winnings. Elijah's ears on the side twitched, and he cunningly said, Where's my share? Gilgamesh turned abruptly, lowered his gaze a bit, and muttered, Maybe you deserve some coins, but that girl took half of my winnings, and you'll probably get paid for this. As men, we shouldn't be greedy. Haha, I was just kidding with you. I obviously don't think I deserve a single penny, but now that things have come to this point, Don't you need a risk manager? Everyone has one for any kind of job. I think if I don't leave this place with you, I'll either end up in a coffin or chopped into pieces. Elijah said with a pale expression. Aerys had exposed him so suddenly that it would be with these people that he'd settle scores if he didn't get out of here. Are you afraid they'll keep you? Certainly, you might not leave this place alive, but you could be a valuable asset. You seem to have some business skills, and if you work for me and manage to expand my businesses throughout the kingdom, it could be beneficial. Gilgamesh thought carefully and decided to accept this man who seemed very eager for money. So, if he's looking for money, he's likely to be good at trying to get it. Gilgamesh stood up, stretching while smiling frivolously. Do you, my dear children, have more money you'd like to bet? If you don't have any more, I'm afraid I'll have to leave as I have a meeting to attend. I've only made a little money after gambling for over half an hour. What a damn disappointment. Don't you agree, Miss Aerys? You can't leave. Norberto became very nervous. At this moment, his mind and the minds of his friends had turned into useless pieces of dung, Guild included among them. They still couldn't understand how they had lost. The consecutive losses had stunned them to a level only someone who was drunk could achieve. Each of their betting skills should have been better than Gilgamesh's, who was just a child, and yet they, who were playing against two kids, had miserably lost everything. Not to mention that Gilgamesh had gained slightly more than them, which made it impossible for them to continue thinking that cheating had been involved. What kind of explanation could they use to understand this? I still want to bet with you. I have assets to wager. Gild removed his rose gold necklace and placed it on the table. Ha ha, you my dogs. Do you think I'll accept your damaged goods? Gilgamesh smiled with disdain and said, Do you want to keep betting with me using that worthless item? It would be better if you went back home and brought more money. Gilgamesh had already stashed all the money bags in his door to Babylon and was about to turn away. Wait. Gild turned to his friends and said, Take out everything you can right now. Norberto and the rest were well aware of the miserable consequences of returning home with not a single coin. Immediately, they removed everything valuable from their bodies and placed them on the table, whether it was gemstones, jewelry, or swords. This is one of the best swords you can get from normal blacksmiths, and this is a high-grade magical staff that will also be in the bet. The price of these items should add up to 150,000 Asura gold coins, but now all the items will be wagered at 200,000 coins. Gild stared directly at Gilgamesh with his eyes reddened and said, In addition to that, you'll get several books of powerful magic that can only be obtained in the most prestigious academies. What do you say? Aerys, who was about to leave, watched these actions with a surprised expression. She also knew how expensive magical books were, and they didn't usually contain spells of such high level. As a girl who could grasp certain aspects of what was happening in this place, she realized that this was no longer a simple bet. But she didn't feel fearful at all, nor did she intend to leave Gilgamesh alone in this wager. Gilgamesh looked at the items on the table, and what interested him the most was that sword, which could end up in his door to Babylon along with those magical books. But there was nothing else that caught his attention. However, in the end, he revealed a sinister smile and said, I agree to one condition only. I want the hand your friend pointed at me with, and it shall suffer no more than that loss when I leave this place. When everyone heard Gilgamesh's words, they felt a chill. Who could make such a request? It wasn't about money or jewelry. It was about a real hand. The boy who had called Gilgamesh and Aerys cheaters began to tremble with fear, but gritted his teeth and said, I'll give you even my tongue, but if you lose, all your money will be ours. Gild's face turned pale. Only now did he realize that he was standing in front of Prince Gilgamesh, who had been at the Black Pearls auction that day. They were now facing the Red Prince of the Asura Kingdom. His mouth closed tightly, his heart rose to his throat, and the blood in his body chilled with fear. Gilgamesh noticed Gild's abnormality in front of him and smiled. It seems you've figured it out. It's best if you keep your mouth shut and don't speak again until I leave, or there will be nothing left but forgotten memories. Aerys, on the side, had shining eyes and said nothing. She was very impressed to encounter someone even more arrogant than her grandfather, someone more violent, and the subtlety of his cruelty left a significant impression on her in this first encounter with this stranger. There are rules and principles. You know very well that a man should not lack respect, much less to a lady who has nothing to do with this. I will be prudent and won't cause trouble in this city, but there are things that must be done," said Gilgamesh as he returned to the table. With no strength left in his body, Gild couldn't even speak due to the sudden trauma that had exploded in his mind. He had heard of Gilgamesh's cruelty, so he thought carefully about a solution to remedy all the disrespect he had committed in this place, but didn't know where to start. "Have you accidentally swallowed your tongue? What do you want me to do besides betting all that money?" Gilgamesh touched his hair impatiently. He would have already resolved this issue if it weren't for Aerys's presence in this place. Aerys couldn't resist herself and burst into laughter momentarily, but she immediately assumed a serious expression. Under the table, after sitting back down, she playfully nudged Gilgamesh's side for making her laugh. The muscles on Roberto's face were about to burst. He was furious to the point of wanting to start a fight. Forcing himself to remain calm, he responded, "Gil, right? Since you like to gamble and are after a friend's hand, then if you win, you naturally get everything on the table in his hand. Something so simple. Very well, but you should consider whether the one you call a friend, and for whom you're willing to bet his hand for a measly wager, is really a friend or just a dog." Gilgamesh happily accepted and said, "How shall we bet?" "We'll bet on dice." An aspect of desperation appeared on Roberto's face. He would prove here and now that his skills were worthy of admiration. "We'll throw at the same time, reveal our roles at the same time, and the one with the highest score wins." "Ah, that sounds perfect. Am I someone who would be afraid of my own hand? Furthermore, in this round, Aerys will play for me." "Yes, I'll throw," Aerys said with an arrogant expression. Absolutely everyone was surprised. While it was true that Aerys had won one round of this game, she had lost the others with scores far below the maximum possible in each round of play. "We have no problem with that," Norberto and the others said excitedly. Their eyes lit up. They knew that when it came to playing against Aerys, who had only been lucky once, that was more than enough to beat her. Norberto could do it with his eyes closed. Everyone here was well acquainted with Norberto's level of play. He was an expert even though he had lost absolutely every round against Gilgamesh. If Norberto lost to a 9-year-old girl, he might as well take his own life on the spot, as the gods had abandoned him in the cruelest way possible. "Which of you two will take the dice first on the table?" Gilgamesh, who had ignored Aerys's playful nudge, smiled as he looked at Norberto. "I'll go first," Norberto said without looking at Gild, who seemed to be perishing in his chair, unable to move. He held the dice in his hands, shaking them vigorously to secure victory in this final game. He struggled to suppress the adrenaline rushing through his chest, even closing his eyes and focusing as if he were praying to something. This role would define his grandchildren's lives when he grew old. If he were to lose this, he'd prefer to lose his life. Gilgamesh sighed wearily as he watched Norberto move strangely, then turned his head to Aerys, who was very nervous, and said, "Do you think he's trying to summon some divine spirits to help him? I can't help but feel this scene seems very strange. It feels very wrong." Aerys, who was intensely focused on her rival's upcoming results, couldn't hold back her laughter once more and burst into giggles. She never thought she'd meet such an amusing guy just as she was about to let go of her anger. Gild no longer had the desire to even breathe. He had been drinking wine as much as he could to avoid remembering this day tomorrow, if he lived to remember it. Norberto, on the other hand, thought that Gilgamesh and Aerys were trying to throw him off, but his senses were calm because nothing could break him out of his trance-like state. After a considerable amount of time, so much that Gilgamesh was talking to Aerys about her sword technique rank, Norberto let out a roar that shook even the sleeping men in a corner. The atmosphere around him suddenly became intense, as if this bet were a matter of life or death. 666, 666, 666. Norberto and his friends roared as they saw the dice land on the table. The first die stopped spinning and showed a 6, followed by another 6. Norberto and his friends, who had been sweating nervously, erupted in jubilation. Each of them celebrated as if they had already won, and while the third die was spinning oddly, they chanted like a cult. 666, 666, 666. If the third die landed on a 6, then Gilgamesh would definitely lose this bet. But were 2 dice with a 6 on the same roll a normal outcome? Some who had been congratulating Norberto looked at Gilgamesh with mocking expressions. Norberto let out a long sigh. Today's roll had exceeded his initial skills. Even if he had lost every other roll, this last one seemed to have a very favorable outcome. Who could have imagined that the final die, which was still spinning, would suddenly veer towards the other 2 dice that were stabilizing? Spinning between the 2 dice that were on 6s, it first collided with the one on the left, causing it to spin aside just when it seemed to have settled on a 6. As for the other die, it was moved by the rebound and inertia of the last die, also displacing it from its initial position, which was a 6. The room fell deadly silent. Gild, who had given up the will to live, Norberto, and the guy whose hand would be cut off if they lost, stared at this result. The joyful expressions on their faces suddenly froze, but their eyes began to redden with helplessness. All 3 dice showed a miserable 1 each, resulting in a total of 3. According to their words, if they somehow rolled 3 ones, that meant they would become monks in a church and renounce their worldly desires. I'm done for. Norberto closed his eyes as he fainted. The remaining people, like Gild, all slumped into their seats in complete exhaustion. They stared blankly at the 3 dice with a dull expression, each feeling the urge to burst into tears. Ha! Elijah, on the side of Gilgamesh, knelt before him and said, I feel like you're a god. Please give me a job. Can I take my things then? Gilgamesh asked as he stood up. What are you talking about? You might also roll 3 ones. You can't take anything without taking your turn, cried one of the guards on the side, who was weeping over their boss's loss. Do you think that's possible? Aerys stared at the guard as she asked that question. No, they have a point. Gilgamesh looked at Aerys and said, Show them the luck you carry on your shoulders. Miss Aerys, win this game. Watch carefully. Aerys shouted as she held the dice and shook them vigorously. When she rolled them, Gilgamesh didn't bother to intervene because any result would be good for them. And after the roll, Aerys proudly celebrated her victory in front of the bunch of crybabies who had called her a cheater. Gilgamesh only took the sword and a magic book. As for the rest, he told Aerys to take it, but she told Elijah he could keep it. We're rich, Aerys. Gilgamesh smiled as they left the betting house. As for the withered old man who was his bodyguard, he stayed behind while drawing his sword. After all, there was an arm he had to claim. Elaine looked at Aerys and, realizing it was getting late, said, Miss Aerys, you should return home immediately as you have a meeting with your father later. Is that so? Aerys wrinkled her nose in annoyance, then immediately recalled the words she had heard from her grandfather. Can I accompany you? I don't know where my carriage is, so you can take me to your house since I have nowhere to stay. Gilgamesh smiled as he waved his hand, and the figures around them disappeared from the place. Fine, you can stay at my house. Aerys declared this arrogantly, knowing that no one could go against her words. Then let's go. Gilgamesh smiled when he saw Aerys's carriage approaching. Elaine, of course, didn't object. After all, she knew very well that Prince Gilgamesh had come to this city specifically to visit the Grerat family. Gilgamesh's gaze turned to Aerys as he began to assess her strength, swordsmanship talent, and determination. It was evident that she trained in fencing. Her strength far exceeded that of the average children her age. Considering that, maybe she spent a lot of time training, which was quite rare for a noble girl. Is it a request from her father, or simply a personal desire? Aerys's arrogant demeanor, her character, and all the other things that made her who she was caught Gilgamesh's attention, although he certainly got the impression that she was imitating someone else. Don't you think traveling in a carriage is rather uninteresting when magic is available to everyone? I mean, not only have we made advancements in magic, but also in the field of engineering, yet nobody seems to care about making progress in these aspects. Gilgamesh touched the wood and thought about those flying contraptions he had in his Babylonian vault. Aerys looked at Gilgamesh strangely and asked, "By the way, how is it that you're traveling alone at your age?" She knew Gilgamesh was alone except for a few guards, but it was very unusual for a child like him to be in this city alone and without any adult companions. He seemed different from the others, so she decided to invite him to stay the night at her home after learning he had no place to stay. At that moment, Aerys, who usually kept everyone away because they annoyed her, inexplicably felt at ease with someone like Gilgamesh and didn't mind inviting him into her home for the night. For anyone else, that would be strange, but when someone gets to know Gilgamesh, and it's not in a battle, what normal people feel is a sense of familiarity, closeness, and comfort in talking to him. Similar to the human god, who makes people believe everything just by talking to him. For Gilgamesh, his charisma is more than enough to make the impossible possible. Gilgamesh couldn't help but be this way, but he didn't mind because it was something that shaped him as a person. So, he had always leveraged these qualities of his body to get what he wanted, no matter how difficult it might be to obtain. I want to travel the world, and my first stop is in this city. Of course, I don't need an adult with me because I am an extraordinary man. Gilgamesh said with a smile. That's amazing. Maybe I'll do the same when I grow up. Aerys's eyes sparkled as she clenched her fists and said, "Of course, before that, I must go to the capital to challenge the Bloody Prince to a formal duel. My dream is to defeat him." These words made Gilgamesh smile broadly. He remembered that this was a title given to him throughout the Asura kingdom, and it didn't really bother him. But he was still interested in what this girl before him thought. "You want to beat him?" "The only way to beat me in this world would be in and what?" He didn't know, but there must be something in which he could be defeated. "Do you think you could defeat him?" Gilgamesh asked curiously, looking at Aerys, awaiting her response. "You should know he's a cruel prince who coldly kills his rivals. You should be careful about what he might demand as a bet for his victory. He doesn't accept duels easily. Of course, my goal is to defeat him, but someone as incredible as him would be stronger when I face him." Aerys exclaimed with embarrassment in her tone. Then she said, "But he's not much bigger than me, so there's a chance I could beat him." "Of course you can. I can help you beat him," Gilgamesh said as he brushed his hair back. "With my help, you'll be able to defeat that arrogant prince, don't you think?" "With your help? Although I admit you're amazing, I'm sure your sword skills are inferior to the Bloody Prince's." Aerys waved her hand and rebuked Gilgamesh with blunt words that would hurt anyone else. But Gilgamesh was having fun at this moment, so he changed the topic of conversation. "By the way, I noticed you were angry during our first encounter. What was that about?" "That, I. Aerys remembered why she had been angry and clenched her fists. Her father and grandfather were discussing the possibility of an arranged marriage for her, which had upset her greatly because they hadn't consulted her. "I just heard that someone might propose an arranged marriage to my father, where I would become the fiancé of a complete stranger. I won't accept something like that." After hearing that, Gilgamesh nodded and said, "It would be very thoughtless of those who want to propose that and not consider your thoughts, especially since it's about your future. But you shouldn't worry. Maybe it's just a possibility. But maybe someone as incredible as the Bloody Prince might decide to do it. Politics is something that many don't understand, after all. What do you think?" Aerys took a long time to process Gilgamesh's words and finally said, "I don't care. If I say I won't marry that way, I never will, no matter how amazing the person is." Ghislaine couldn't believe how oblivious Aerys was. Was it so difficult to see that she was in the presence of Prince Gilgamesh? It was true that it would be hard to believe that the prince, who didn't like to leave his mansion, was now in the Fitoa region. But she had to admit that this boy's behavior had been normal the whole time, as if he were just a child, similar to Aerys's behavior. It was known that Prince Gilgamesh's faction was growing at an alarming rate, which Ghislaine had heard from Aerys's grandfather. So, they needed to consider what to do to keep the family on top of all this. Gilgamesh smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. I'm stronger than that prince you're talking about. I could defeat him with one hand." Hearing Gilgamesh's words, Aerys was astonished. These were very arrogant words to say and think, but she didn't see it that way, so she said, Haha, what kind of nonsense are you saying? I'm sure the prince is more magnificent than you. Maybe you can beat him in bets, but not in swordsmanship. If you can beat me in a duel, then I might consider you have some skill. But you're much bigger than me. That wouldn't count as a worthy victory to boast about. Gilgamesh interrupted Aerys's words and said, "It seems I'm about to turn 11, but that's not important. Age is just a number. After 15, age no longer matters in terms of wisdom." Aerys looked at Gilgamesh challengingly and said, "Are you trying to sound interesting by using words I don't understand?" "Not at all. I'm not that simple," Gilgamesh said with a smile as he looked at the walls of the Grerat mansion, the residence of the feudal lords of the city. Now, they had reached their destination. When Aerys stepped out of the carriage, she raised her hands and said, "Welcome to my home. First, I'll have to talk to my father and let him know about your invitation to stay since you don't have a secure place to sleep. I am very grateful for your invitation, Miss Aerys. I'll patiently await your return," Gilgamesh said with a formal greeting. "Very well, wait here." Aerys nodded and hurriedly entered the front building. She seemed happy to have found a rather interesting friend who shared some similarities with her. Elaine, who stayed by Gilgamesh's side, asked in a serious tone, "Is there a specific reason you kept your identity a secret from Aerys?" "In truth, yes. I need to be sure if her attitude is to my liking. Otherwise, I won't be interested. Although my goal in coming here is to establish a commitment with much larger objectives, if my fiancé doesn't suit my taste, there won't be a commitment. I am quite selective about who might be by my side until my skin wrinkles. I don't usually get involved in these matters, but I am ready to experience new sensations." "So what do you think?" Elaine asked. Regarding Gilgamesh's arrogant words, she couldn't say much since Aerys was similar in some respects. If she criticizes or judges the prince, she will be a hypocrite because she doesn't really care about Aerys's attitude. Well, Gilgamesh was about to speak when a figure appeared in front of him and knelt down. "Oh, you're here." The withered old man nodded and said, "This is your payment. Take the left hand because I was trying to be merciful, but that man you pointed at with your filthy fingers was left-handed. Haha, what bad luck, but it doesn't matter. Give a hand to my cat. He must be hungry after the journey." Gilgamesh waved his right hand because he abhorred seeing a severed limb, but it was a debt that had to be paid, so he respected that those he had wagered with upheld their end of the deal. "Understand. Your orders have been heard." The old man looked at Elaine, smiled, and then disappeared at inhuman speed. "You must be very curious about my intentions. All I can share with you is that I will never harm Aerys. I am not so ruthless with people. Would you believe me if I told you that my dream is to live peacefully for the rest of my life? Nevertheless, those who died by my hand continue to seek their revenge." Elaine looked at Gilgamesh and couldn't detect any falsehood in his words, so she said, "I must thank you for your consideration, and also, please don't judge Miss Aerys's behavior too harshly. She tends to be like this with everyone because she tries to imitate her grandfather's behavior. So, there's the answer. I came to this place with a much larger purpose than a simple innocent commitment." Gilgamesh looked at this beast woman and said, "I've come to save the Grerat family, especially this branch. As for those outside of Fitoa, they will all eventually be eliminated for belonging to a faction that tried to eliminate me." "Did the Glerats try to kill you?" Elaine suddenly reacted in an agitated manner. This information was extremely critical and sensitive. If Prince Gilgamesh decided to seek revenge now, with so many Sword King-level swordsmen, she wouldn't be able to do anything but flee. "It seems I expressed myself a bit poorly, but in a way it's true. Well, I'll discuss that with Aerys's father, and both of us will decide the future of this family within the Asura kingdom." Gilgamesh extended his hand for Elaine to lead the way. "Yes, please follow me," Elaine said, feeling a chill as she saw the true behavior of Gilgamesh, and she walked directly to where Aerys's father was. To avoid completely wiping out the Nodo's Grerat family, Gilgamesh came to this place to make a commitment with Aerys Nodo's Grerat. This way, his brother Grabble's faction would be divided, and its power would eventually fall into a pitiful state. Of course, If the Grerat family in this place couldn't discern between survival and being staunch protectors of their family, Gilgamesh would have no choice but to use force. However, he had done his research well and knew that this outcome was unlikely. Gilgamesh intended to start by seizing the Fitoa region from the Asura kingdom, establishing it as a starting point, and completely reforming this rural city by taking advantage of its flat lands to develop his own fortresses. The businesses he was forming were also crucial. With them, he was amassing a truly vast fortune, and once he gained complete control over the kingdom's economy, the rest would be mere desires for further advancement. Before he knew it, Gilgamesh entered a room that seemed to be a special reception area for guests. The butler in this place extended his hand toward some chairs and said, "Please, have a seat, Prince Gilgamesh." Ghislaine walked to a corner of the room and silently leaned against the wall, seemingly doing nothing but monitoring the room with her ears, alert for any potential eavesdroppers. "The young master will be here shortly. Please wait." The butler was about to pour a glass of wine when suddenly a deep, loud voice echoed through the halls. "He's here!" Boom! The door swung open with force, and a burly, robust man stormed into the room. Gilgamesh merely smiled and regarded this man in his 50s with equanimity. His dark brown hair seemed to have traces of gray, but overall, as a strong man who wielded a sword, he remained in good shape. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Gilgamesh Asura, prince of this kingdom." Gilgamesh didn't stand up to introduce himself. In the same brusque manner that the old man entered, he treated him as such. "I heard you've already met my granddaughter. When do you want them to get married?" Soros looked Gilgamesh up and down and nodded. "You're very strong, and you must be here for many things other than just a marriage proposal. However, you should know that if you propose marriage, you must marry as soon as possible." Gilgamesh had seen many things in life, but he had never thought he would go through this kind of situation before. What kind of grandfather offers his little and adorable granddaughter an engagement to someone he only saw once? Is this family completely deranged? I would like to hear what Miss Aerys has to say first. I don't usually act thoughtlessly toward those who might matter to me in the future, said Gilgamesh, still a bit confused. Then it's settled. When she turns 13, you two will get married. Now I must console my little granddaughter. You were quite inconsiderate not to tell her who you were from the beginning. She admires you greatly and wouldn't stop talking about the things she heard about you. Soros knew he wasn't the one to talk about politics with Gilgamesh. That job would be left to his son. However, he had to establish his authority when it came to the matter of marriage. Gilgamesh didn't know how to react to this situation for the first time. "Well, my son will discuss that. Farewell, Red Prince, ha. Soros shouted as he left in a matter of seconds after addressing Prince Gilgamesh. Even after winning a war, Gilgamesh never thought he would be temporarily at a loss for words, contradicted by an elderly man who was practically giving away his granddaughter without considering any aspects. Aerys was apparently 9 years old this year, about to turn 10, and in this world, that was considered practically an adult. But in his observations, the right age would be when she turned 15. Although he certainly didn't care, he was still an adult, and announcing an engagement with Aerys would create a significant division within his faction, as well as undermining his brother Gravel. He might end up marrying Aerys when she was an adult, but he wouldn't interfere with her decisions and desires. All he wanted was to secure a region and announce a marriage with Soros' granddaughter to disrupt the balance of the nobles who supported his brother. This was his way of being as fair as possible in this noble struggle. It amused him that he could even kill them in broad daylight, but he enjoyed doing these kinds of things without relying on his strength. "Is something wrong, Thomas? Why haven't you closed the door?" Another person entered the room through the side door. "I heard my father very happy just now. Did something happen that I'm missing?" The figure appeared in Gilgamesh's eyes, and it was a slender figure with hair of a shining tea-colored tone and features very similar to those of the elderly Soros. So this must be his son. "Sir, I beg your pardon, but just now the great lord has spoken with Prince Gilgamesh, and it seems that they have gotten along quite well. It seems quite normal. We are talking about Prince Gilgamesh, after all." Aerys's father's words were heard as he walked in front of Gilgamesh, showing respect. Pleasure to meet you, Prince Gilgamesh. My name is Philip Boraz Greyrat, and I am Aerys Greyrat's father, whom you recently met. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Philip. Gilgamesh accepted the greeting and extended his hand, inviting him to sit. At that moment, Thomas had already left the room, and the only one accompanying them was Ghislaine. Philip smiled somewhat innocently, and then asked in a more serious tone, I've heard that you're a very direct prince. I spoke with your knight, Simon, earlier, so I'm more or less aware of what you'll propose today. But I would certainly like to hear it directly from you. What brings about your unexpected but honorable visit? Gilgamesh looked at the teacup that had been placed before Thomas left, smiled a bit, and said, You must be well informed. For a minor noble in this remote place, you're still quite perceptive. But you must be aware of the overall situation of the Greyrat family. From the small branches to those who only carry the name, they're considered a great family, aren't they? Philip began to feel a sense of intimidation. He had heard from Knight Simon earlier that Gilgamesh was a child, but much more intelligent, visionary, and ruthless than a king. Therefore, knowing that he was interested in the Greyrat family in the Fitoa region, he knew there was something political behind it. That's correct. The Greyrat family is an ancient nobility of the Asura kingdom. Although we are divided between the Nodos, Boreas, and many more branches, we are still a great family. My explanation will take some time, but I hope you understand me perfectly and won't make me repeat things. Firstly, and for the record, I want to establish a marriage with your daughter, Aerys Greyrat. Gilgamesh picked up the teacup and, without any discomfort, took a sip of tea. I hear you. Please let me know the reason behind this. The once innocent Philip now exuded a cold and ambitious aura. He had thought about it, but never believed he would be so lucky as to marry his daughter to such an extraordinary man. Philip, although he didn't seem like it, was deeply resentful for losing the duel where the winner would rule the Greyrat family. Due to this, 2 of his barren sons were taken away so they wouldn't seek revenge, and he was left in this place. He wasn't upset about it, but he was always looking for a way to regain power. A few months ago, I was drugged and kidnapped by bandits. After that, their intentions were to kill me with poison, but I managed to survive. No matter how I did it, I'm still alive. Gilgamesh smiled and then said, You must be aware of the factions among the 4 possible heirs to the Asura kingdom's throne, aren't you? The faction that the Greyrat family supports is that of my brother Gabriel, which was recently shaken by the unexpected death of the Prime Minister. Are you following along with the explanation? Gilgamesh asked, pausing for a moment. So, you want to create a rift with the engagement. Philip felt as though a sword was piercing his thoughts. What Prince Gilgamesh was planning was incredibly terrifying. If things go as he envisions, the Greyrat family will split into 2 parts, one supporting the first prince, Grebel, and the other siding with Prince Gilgamesh. Truth be told, as things stand, the Greyrat family would fare better with Gilgamesh, but that is certainly contradictory to the expected outcome. Something along those lines, but I wanted to hear your opinion, Mr. Philip. Do you want to become the head of the entire Greyrat family, or do you want to be buried with them? Gilgamesh asked as he looked at the steaming tea in his teacup. Are you planning to seek vengeance against the Greyrat family? Philip didn't quite understand why, but something was escaping him. However, when he realized it was related to the attempted assassination of Prince Gilgamesh, he understood that the Greyrat family was involved. You understand a bit, but not everything. The Greyrat family and the Prime Minister were supporting my brother Grabel, so that when the noble struggle came, he would become the king. They acted ahead of time and tried to eliminate me. I don't know how involved the Greyrat family is in this, but just as I thrust more than 100 swords into the Prime Minister, I'll do the same with the Greyrat family. Gilgamesh said with a smile. Such a declaration made even Ghislaine want to draw her sword and attack Gilgamesh. But as if all of this didn't make sense, Philip began to laugh out loud. I understand your point now, Prince Gilgamesh. 3 times in over 2 months, they attempted to assassinate me. I didn't want to be a king of such a trashy kingdom, but I know from experience that trash can be cleaned up, so I'm going to become the king of this kingdom. Gilgamesh said as he set down his teacup, stood up, and walked toward the window. I don't know what's wrong with the idiots who have attacked me repeatedly. They treated me as if I were a damn fool. They could point their swords at whenever they pleased. They have infuriated me, Mr. Philip. I didn't want to be a king, but I will be in a way that takes care of cleaning out all the noble families that oppose me. Philip, still using a calm demeanor, was secretly thrilled that Prince Gilgamesh had chosen his family. He knew that the prince's eccentricity was quite unique, and if he chose his family, it meant he valued them. In light of this, he couldn't refuse, and finally, there could be a glimmer of hope for his future as the head of the Grerat family. So, you want my support to weaken the Grerat family. In exchange for my trust, you're willing to marry my daughter Aerys, giving me the assurance that you will consider us when you ascend the throne. Philip had grasped what Prince Gilgamesh was seeking. You've understood it correctly. I want you to be clear on this. It's not about power, a desire for the crown, or any other nonsense that humans often chase in their short lives. Gilgamesh turned to Philip and said, "It's about greatness, and as a punishment for all those idiots who have considered me a hindrance, I will become their king, and I will eliminate all the trash among the nobles. The families that support my faction will be promoted to the high nobility in a new kingdom structure." In the end, Gilgamesh was destined to be king once more, but this time it would certainly be a new way of ruling. A kingdom didn't need a king who made decisions. It needed useful followers and productive tools. As he had thought, his sister would be of great help when he became king, and he wouldn't have to worry much about trivial matters like governance. He knew what this kingdom needed. He understood perfectly the urgent changes required by this kingdom and new policies that would ensure endless greatness during his rule. So, you want my support for your faction? In addition to that, what do you require from my family? Philip was more than willing. Not only would he ascend directly as the leader of the Grerat family, but his daughter would also become the first wife of the new king of Asura, a height he had never imagined reaching. I want the city of Fitoa to be my growth zone. In a few years, I will establish new reforms in this city to improve the lives of everyone here. Slaves are important, so I want your family to buy all the slaves entering this region, no matter how many there are. Gilgamesh turned towards Philip and said, "Being a king is child's play in my eyes, not worth my concern. If I truly want to aspire to be a ruler, the entire central continent should be mine." "What are you saying?" Philip, who was convinced to be part of Gilgamesh's faction, froze upon hearing this even more shocking declaration. "Oh, this is a baseless joke. I heard there are many dragons in the central continent. It would be good to make them bend their knees and become part of the Asura kingdom, turning us into an empire." If Gilgamesh didn't have clear goals after achieving the ones he already had, he would seek to strengthen his rule. First, he would gradually take over half of the central continent. Of course, to do this, he was increasing his private army, and for that, he needed a central region where his operational bases would be fixed. Additionally, he would need to reform each of the regions before starting a potential war. That's unexpectedly dangerous, Prince Gilgamesh. Philip didn't know what to say upon hearing this. "And very ambitious. Don't underestimate it, Mr. Philip." "Very well. If you agree to follow my plans, we will announce the engagement between Aerys and me during her 10th birthday celebration. There will be even more guests due to my presence in this place, so it will be a perfect time to spread the news." Gilgamesh finally proposed what he wanted to do during his stay in this place. "I will be delighted to follow your faction, Prince Gilgamesh, and I'm sure my daughter will be in good hands if she becomes engaged to you. It seems you already know her, so there's no need for introductions right now." Philip had heard from his daughter that she had brought a friend who had won 20,000 Asura gold coins from her, and he was certainly intrigued. However, he later discovered that it was Prince Gilgamesh, so he didn't delve into it further. "Very well. I will leave you to discuss this matter with your father. When the time comes, I will only require the oath of each of your family members, and in return, you will receive a very powerful magical treasure that will protect each of you from external sources, although with my aura, those sources should be kept at bay." Gilgamesh now possessed 90% of his power, so wherever he went, no god or external force would touch the hearts of the people close to him. "Then it sounds perfect to me. Thomas will show you to your room so you can feel at home. Our home is now your home." Philip bowed respectfully and said, When we complete the formalities, special soldiers will come to protect your entire family. Among them will be several sword kings, numerous saints, and a sword emperor. Ghislaine felt intimidated. If those words hadn't come from Gilgamesh's mouth, she would have mocked such claims. However, she could sense the beastly aura of all of Gilgamesh's followers, and each of them was a sword king. It should be known that the existence of a sword king was already quite impressive, and the numbers surely didn't exceed 100 from all the academies combined, and encountering them was not as common as meeting ordinary people. Yet, it appeared that Gilgamesh had numerous soldiers of such caliber in his ranks. Eliminating the Grerat family for him would certainly be child's play. All it would take was sending an entire squadron to dispose of his rivals, and everything would be over in a day. Philip turned around and bowed once again, saying, "We will accept your protection, Prince Gilgamesh. I am confident that with these forces, no enemy will dare to touch my family." Once Philip left the guest room, the surroundings fell silent. Gilgamesh once again realized, now that he had thought about it, that he still cared about the humans affected by his decisions. It's easy to eliminate all the nobles and seize control of the kingdom by force, but that would lead to a collapse of law and order. If he were to consider this, humans would suffer the most in that regard. Therefore, that thorn could never be removed even if he wanted to. Though it's different, he's still the same Gilgamesh who died for the humans and was considered their monarch. I can't regret it anymore. I don't usually do. Gilgamesh reclined on the sofa, and Ghislaine, who was next to him, looked at him in silence. Long before she spoke, with his eyes closed, Gilgamesh asked her, "You're a sword queen, you protect Aerys, so you must have at least the strength of a sword emperor. Do you want more power to protect her?" Ghislaine, who had her gaze fixed on Gilgamesh, questioned him, "Is it necessary to be so strong when your people already protect her? I don't understand. Do you have an enemy you're worried about being harmed by?" Gilgamesh carefully pondered this question, and after using his best words, he said, "There are certainly people who want to harm me, but they will never succeed, so the only way to hurt me is by attacking those close to me. I can't see the future, and it's not like I care, but I would at least like to protect those who are close to me. By the way, I will respect Aerys' wishes and whatever she decides to do in the future. This is more than a commitment. It's politics, and you know it well. I don't mind marrying Aerys, but she must understand my greatness before making that decision. Then show me. I want to be much stronger to protect my lords, and especially Aerys-sama." Ghislaine walked towards Gilgamesh and asked him this directly and without any hesitation. "I see that your sword is very good, but I have better ones that will enhance your abilities. But you must remember one thing in particular." Gilgamesh opened his eyes and gave the beast woman in front of him a deep look, then pointed. "This sword should not be aimed at me without reason or cause. Otherwise, the same sword will end up taking your life. In addition to that, you should only use this sword to protect Aerys and anyone else from the Grerat family related to my fiancée. It won't interfere with your choices, and this is just the first step to becoming stronger." After finishing these explanations, a golden and very bright ripple appeared on the side of Gilgamesh, and a sword slowly emerged and flew into the air. "If you accept that, take that sword, and the contract is made. No one can control your mind or threaten your life. With that sword, I will protect your life and pride above my own life." Ghislaine didn't dare to be careless and watched as the sword emitted an impressive power. There was both a golden battle aura and a magical sensation surrounding the blade of the sword. Without a doubt, she knew they were in the presence of an unimaginable treasure that could only be wielded by warriors who had reached the rank of a god. "Don't you want it?" Gilgamesh noticed how Ghislaine hesitated to take the sword or not. Understanding her difficulties, he said, "Don't worry, you won't betray your current masters. You'll only become stronger to protect them properly. Then I'll take this sword." Ghislaine finally reached for the sword that was hovering in the air, and a golden flash illuminated her body and the room. "This power, it's partly a blessing from me. You'll gain some enhancements when you use your full abilities. After my people arrive here, You'll participate in a blood ritual to increase your physical abilities and reach the qualities of a sword emperor. Gilgamesh reclined again and said, "Leave me be. Traveling in a carriage is not something I should endure. I have nothing to repay you for this, but if you ever need a sword, you can ask me for anything." Ghislaine bowed to Gilgamesh and left the room to train Aerys. "At least this way, no god will try to infiltrate the thoughts of my followers. It will be a damn hassle to deal with betrayals and deceit. All of this will end when I find the human god and eliminate him with my own hands." Gilgamesh, with his eyes closed, decided to sleep as he had been bored during the carriage ride. He would never experience days of carriage travel again. "An engagement?" Aerys shouted as loudly as her grandfather, but her words were directed at her father, who was sitting next to her mother. "Aerys, watch your tone." Aerys's mother scolded her with a serious look. "I don't want to marry someone weaker than the Red Prince. I heard he killed a Sword King without even a scratch." Aerys adamantly refused, but her voice grew quieter when her grandfather entered with a bottle of wine in his hand. "Aerys, isn't your grandfather amazing? I betrothed you to Prince Gilgamesh, the one you've been talking about so much these past few months. I thought it would be a nice surprise, but my useless son can't seem to find a way to tell you." Soros exclaimed as he sat next to his grandson. "Prince Gilgamesh wants to marry me?" Aerys seemed to receive shocking news. Her heart raced from the surprise, and she almost pulled her grandfather's whiskers as she asked, "Why? Why, Aerys?" Her grandfather asked, his voice louder than ever, echoing throughout the castle. "Aerys, Prince Gilgamesh personally requested this of your father and me. We believe it's a good choice for your future, but both we and the prince will respect your choice when the time comes. You shouldn't feel pressured about something that won't happen yet," said Aerys's mother, Hilda. She believed there was no better man for her daughter than a future king. "We'll announce this at your birthday party. In the meantime, Prince Gilgamesh will live in this castle, and if you don't like him, you can beat him up, ha ha ha." Soros shouted as he playfully raised his fist to his daughter. "It can't be me and the Red Prince?" Aerys asked, unable to comprehend how things had escalated to this level of madness in her eyes. "Why be surprised? You played with him at the gambling den. You even won a fortune alongside him. Unlike other children, it seems you get along with him." Philip chuckled as he looked at his wife, Hilda. After all, their daughter would be an empress, and their family would rise to power immediately. "Is Gilgamesh?" Aerys was so embarrassed that steam seemed to be coming out of her head. She remembered how she had wanted to hit Gilgamesh when she first met him, how she had treated him, how she had punched him. She wished she could be 10 meters underground for her childish and arrogant behavior in front of him. "Aerys, I told you. You should have been much more observant. How did you not realize you were playing next to the prince?" Soros shouted so loudly that even Gilgamesh, who was sleeping, opened his eyes in annoyance. That old man yelled more than a war commander. "What do you think?" Hilda cared deeply about her daughter's opinion. She needed to support her, as she was unsure about this since her family's future depended on it. I don't mind," Aerys said, standing up with an arrogant expression and shouting. "I'm sure Prince Gilgamesh knows there won't be a better woman than me when I grow up. Ha ha, that's my Aerys." Soros shouted once again because of the events that had suddenly come into their family's life overnight. In an unfamiliar place. "Have you asked for everything?" Eldrick looked at those he considered his trustworthy and highly intelligent friends with a furious expression. It was Prince Gilgamesh. "Even if we had won, we would have felt worse than shit in this situation, Eldrick," Gild said with a distant look. He had personally witnessed that old demon cutting his friend's hand without being able to do anything to stop it. "You should have anticipated it and resolved things, not let this idiot get his hand cut off," Eldrick exclaimed, throwing a wine bottle in consternation. "Crack. Now I must inform the different factions about Miss Aerys's relationship with Gilgamesh. Something about all this doesn't add up, and at least we'll gain some emotional peace." Eldrick thought about it and nodded. Even if Gilgamesh is the feared Red Prince, he would definitely avenge his friends. Purple Horse Mansion Training Ground. Alastor looked down at the training yard from his elevated stage in the middle of the courtyard. Below him were 500 soldiers, training with each other for the upcoming competition to choose the captains of the different legions. Alastor, who had personally trained them and taught them the blood ritual, no longer wanted to delay this date. The main goal of having strong guards was to be able to control crime and direct it towards the organization that Gilgamesh controlled from the shadows. Creating a business was easy, but keeping it safe was complicated. Therefore, the knights who passed the final blood ritual would officially become Templar Knights. Taking care of Gilgamesh's affairs had to be done with great care. Of the hundreds of slaves bought every day, only half of them were good with a sword and had the talent to become expert swordsmen capable of ascending to sword kings. The rest would be good enough to become sword saints, but beyond that, talents that couldn't ascend to that level were better sent to the extra labor company. The rest, a small minority, were good at magic, but their talent wasn't outstanding. There was no method that Gilgamesh could use to increase a mage's mana or turn them into powerful mages because it involved a more laborious process. As for the last group, they were trained to be workers in the businesses that Elaine had set up under Gilgamesh's guidance. She was impressed. The entire list that the prince had left was so impressive that with each of them, an ordinary person could become a millionaire with ease. Form up now. Alastor's voice resonated across all the training grounds, and these 500 apprentices immediately gathered in front of him. In less than a minute, 2 infantry lines were formed in front of Alastor, ready to receive orders. They were all slaves, and Gilgamesh had offered them the opportunity to become stronger, which was something they understood very well. All of you will undergo the blood baptism and start receiving salary. You will be transferred to the Tower of Urak, where you will receive a name and can move on with your life. However, you still have responsibilities from the day you entered this training camp until the day Lord Gilgamesh decides to set you free. Remember, you have no restrictions when it comes to choosing your life, but make wise decisions. Yes, sir. Within these training groups, there were swordsmen and archers, among others. Every warrior had their usefulness as long as they desired to become stronger, and a good weapon in their hands could change their future. Some of you may not understand it now, but one day you will realize how incredible your luck has been to end up in this place. Alastor said as he sent everyone to rest. These people were slaves, after all. Many of them had thought their lives would end at the hands of some crazy noble or something similar. They expected to die within a few months of being purchased or to be subjected to ridiculous games simply because their owner demanded it. But now they were all strong, ate well, and in the future, they could choose their lives according to their desires. Many of them were still confused, while others had set simple goals like buying clothes or getting married. What surprised Alastor was that many of them chose not to return to their homes. Some elves rejected the offer to return to the forest where they lived, and others were so afraid of going back that they simply said everything was better in this place. The fear of being taken away again was slowly turning them into formidable warriors, beasts on the battlefield who only knew how to follow orders and kill, individuals willing to eliminate the worst scum in this world by their own choice, not by command. Alastor felt fear for all these young warriors who would one day step onto a real battlefield. And when that happens, he sincerely believed he would witness a true massacre. Fitoa region. Greyrat Castle. Where are you, Gil? Aerys searched every corner of her home for Gilgamesh. At first, she was very angry because he hadn't introduced himself properly, but then she realized she was the fool for not figuring it out. What she wanted to do now was find him and challenge him to a sword duel. She was thrilled that Prince Gilgamesh was in her home. Someone as incredible as him must have a secret training method, and she wanted to learn it. When she entered the guest room, she saw Gilgamesh sitting by the open window, and the sunlight made his golden hair fall over his cheeks like shimmering strands. Aerys swallowed all the words she was going to say. She not only felt uncomfortable, but also worried about being a bother to Gilgamesh. However, she couldn't act like a proper noble lady because if she did, all her movements would be stiff. "Don't you want to talk to me now?" Gilgamesh asked while still gazing out at the view, but his gaze was fixed on a type of orb with a rather strong energy concentration that grew stronger with each passing second. "Of course not. Aerys walked towards Gilgamesh and said carefully, "But you should have told me earlier. I need to apologize." Long before Aerys could continue with her words, Gilgamesh turned around and said, "Friends don't apologize. I understand that if someone is a true friend, even if you hit or insult them, they'll still be your friends. And while we might not be able to have that kind of connection, I'd like us to keep talking without any boring labels." Gilgamesh couldn't downplay something like an engagement, mentioning that it's something she can reject whenever she wants. If he did something like that, it would mean he wasn't giving it the importance it represented, and it could create a significant communication gap with Aerys. As an adult man, he obviously wasn't interested in someone as young as Aerys. However, she had a very unique aura, and if he personally trained her, he could experience something like the companionship of growing up with someone her age. When he lived in Urak, no one was on his level, and he had never experienced something like friendship or a peer's age. Although he considered it a waste of time, a small part of him wanted to at least feel a bit of that before leaving this place. Aerys's eyes sparkled when she saw Gilgamesh's smile. She smiled in response and said, "Then let's have a sword duel." Of course, things had changed so much that she didn't exactly know what awaited her in the future, but when she had finished her business in this place, she would embark on her beautiful journey across the world. "Here I go." Gilgamesh took a defensive stance and merely smiled at Aerys's posture, who held a wooden sword above her hip. This was a practice battle, but for someone like Aerys, it was much more than just a practice battle. She wanted to gauge her current skills against Gilgamesh's. "Very well, let's begin." "Ayah!" Aerys shouted as she advanced quickly with her sword aimed at Gilgamesh's chest, who showed many openings to be attacked. Boom! The first impact made both swords clash forcefully. That impact almost made Aerys drop her sword, and she showed a furious expression as she used her left fist to attack Gilgamesh, who was in close proximity. "You're very predictable." Gilgamesh showed no mercy and, in two swift movements, struck Aerys's body, causing her to fall backward without her sword in her hand. "Aerys, try it again." Gilgamesh swung his wooden sword and looked at his opponent, as if he expected much more from her. "As I thought, you're very strong, but this will help me better understand my strength." Aerys walked to her sword and lifted it with an intense expression on her face. When she took the lead, she attacked once more, but this time her strength and speed momentarily increased, causing Gilgamesh to take a defensive stance. This time, his gaze saw the flaws in the girl in front of him and all the qualities that made her a girl with great potential to grow. Her fighting style was interesting, and there was no doubt she would be an incredible swordswoman as she grew. However, at the moment, her small body imposed many limitations. Aerys's arrogance and her lack of interest in assessing an opponent who was clearly stronger than her were playing against her. Under normal circumstances, Gilgamesh would have struck her until she was unconscious. However, knowing there was no reason to do so, he was a bit gentler, and his blows only landed on her exposed areas. Boom, boom, boom. Although the fight lasted much longer, it ended with the same result as before, and this time it took Aerys much longer to recover. "You're very strong, but if you feel pain in your body, you should know those are your weaknesses. In the coming months, I'll personally teach you. Only in battle will you truly understand what it's like to be in a desperate situation." Gilgamesh took out a small red potion and handed it to Aerys for her to drink. As he saw the tears in Aerys's eyes, Gilgamesh's expression showed a hint of satisfaction. It had certainly been a bit tougher, but he had avenged a bit of how this girl had treated him before. Even though she's his fiancée, if she can't become stronger, she won't be part of his future plans. There's a possibility that she might become his wife, but not now, not even in a few years. At least she must experience life and make her own decisions. A king doesn't marry a woman just because she's beautiful. That would be an absurd and shallow choice. "So, Miss Aerys, what will you do?" The smile on Gilgamesh's face had grown wider. He wanted to feel Aerys's arrogance again, but it had been crushed by his presence. "I don't like simple people. I will be a king in the future, so you must become much more powerful to face stronger enemies than your dear teacher." Aerys clenched her teeth and picked up her wooden sword, pointing it at Gilgamesh with a fiery tone. I'll defeat you someday, so we'll fight until that happens. If you land a single blow on me, it will be your victory, not because I'm arrogant, but because those are the odds. Gilgamesh placed his left hand on his sword hilt and said, Also, I won't use my left hand, and I won't move from this spot. Huh, is that what you call a fair fight? Aren't you too confident to take me lightly, knowing that I'm weak? Haha, what if I've been hiding my strength and surprise attack you? Aerys asked while looking at Gilgamesh with an obsessive expression. You have a point. Arrogance is never a good thing in such cases. Gilgamesh lifted his wooden sword and continued, but you're still weak. Aerys grew increasingly annoyed at being called weak by Gilgamesh, so, without any further annoyance, she attacked at a much faster speed than she herself realized. This time, she attacked from below, using her short stature to deliver a low blow to Gilgamesh's feet, then quickly jumping back to avoid her opponent's sword. Not bad, but you should know that distance doesn't matter in combat. Gilgamesh threw his wooden sword, which struck Aerys in the forehead. Boom! The strong blow didn't make her bleed, but she lost consciousness because of it. When the fight ended, Gilgamesh approached her and gave her another potion to drink. Sensing someone approaching from behind, Gilgamesh smiled and mentioned, Don't you think I'm quite cruel to strike Miss Aerys like this? Elaine, who had walked slowly toward Gilgamesh, looked at Aerys and then said, You targeted her weak points. That potion you gave her enhanced her abilities, and in the next fight, she protected the areas you had previously hit. I don't usually strike Aerys-sama that way, but there's no doubt your methods are very effective. She had been watching the fight to see how their skills would develop, but as the battle unfolded, it revolved around Aerys alone and how Gilgamesh was helping her improve. Right from the start, she noticed that he didn't look at Aerys with any sexual desires, unlike any other noble, and each of his movements was finely refined. Gilgamesh was unpredictable. One moment, he could be killing someone, and the next, he could be teaching someone swordsmanship. Elaine didn't know why, but every action of the prince in her presence seemed like he was searching for a path in this world, as if he somehow didn't know what to do. Elaine walked over to Aerys and lifted her up, then glanced at Gilgamesh and thought, There are only two kinds of people who have that look, those who are very strong and those who have lived for a long time. For a child to have that look, they must have suffered so much to the point where they can't find meaning in their life later on. It would be helpful if you could take her to her room. She won't wake up until tomorrow, but she'll be fine. I'm going to rest, and if you need me, I'll be in my room. Gilgamesh waved his hand and disappeared before Elaine, seemingly indifferent. Very unpredictable. Elaine muttered these words before walking into the castle. Night had fallen, and Simon, who had not appeared before Gilgamesh all day, was busy organizing the castle guards to reinforce security. My lord, what do you think of Miss Aerys? Simon attempted to ask a casual question, remembering how particular Gilgamesh was about his likes and dislikes. She's just a child in my eyes. She may have potential for me to take this commitment seriously in the future. However, for now, it's nothing more than arranged engagement. Gilgamesh replied. He examined the monthly reports and continued. There was a kingdom where the king arranged a marriage between his daughter, the princess, and the useless son of the kingdom's general. Despite her objections, the engagement was considered sacred. But one day, she unexpectedly attacked and killed the general's son. What do you think happened next? Upon hearing this unusual story, Simon pondered for a moment before responding. Did the general attempt a coup out of rage against the kingdom he swore to protect? Gilgamesh shook his head and said, It's not about politics or the kingdom, but the significance of the engagement. The general's son was resurrected by a strange source of power, which elevated him to unprecedented heights, surpassing even the world's mightiest. As he traveled the world, he discovered that the kingdom his father protected was under such a severe threat that they were on the brink of losing the war. Knowing this, the general's son rallied an army with just those words. Those willing to follow him headed for the kingdom that had once been his home. From behind enemy lines, he crushed the entire enemy army, saving the kingdom. During all those years he was away, no one knew of his true power, not even the princess. However, when they reunited, that foolish princess had fallen in love with and become pregnant by another man. Gilgamesh's aura was absolutely chilling, far from that of a child. He continued in an amused tone, "The fool of a general's son spared her life." On the other hand, the king wanted to execute his foolish daughter for violating the commitment made and accepted by the word of a man and a woman. However, as it was the will of the kingdom's hero, she was only banished from the kingdom with nothing more. Do you understand? What would you do in his position? That is far more serious than deceit. It violates all ethics and the word of a man. I would have killed the cur who messed with my betrothed, tearing limb from limb, and more than 1,000 swords would pierce their body until it was nothing but minced flesh. Not that it would affect me, but if it were my case, such an insult to me would be such a tremendous lack of respect that it would be unforgivable. Simon swallowed hard as he listened to this story, his gaze filled with absolute respect for Gilgamesh. He understood what Gilgamesh's word meant to him, and that this engagement was not just a mockery aimed at achieving certain objectives. My word is worth more than a man's life. If someone insults my trust, do not forget to cut their throat. Gilgamesh looked at Simon, his eyes gleaming in a crimson hue. That gaze, capable of seeing even into people's souls, was unleashed as he said, "I will read the future. Watch my back." "Yes, my lord." Simon unsheathed his sword, and a powerful battle aura enveloped his body as he followed behind Gilgamesh up a tower. "I like to peer into the future by looking at the stars. They will teach me about what's to come." Gilgamesh cloaked himself in a golden aura, and soon he had brief glimpses of what would happen in this place. In just a few seconds, a large fragment of a future memory suddenly appeared above this location. He witnessed a powerful mana explosion that swept across all of Fitoa, not only destroying homes, but also teleporting all its citizens. The incident resulted in countless casualties and the complete destruction of the Fitoa region. Beyond this, Gilgamesh's cold eyes saw a figure with a mask engaged in combat with what appeared to be Ghislaine. After observing a bit more about these future fragments, he returned to the present. "Wait here, I'll be right back." When Gilgamesh said this, a golden aura enveloped his body, and he appeared thousands of meters above the sky, high above the mana concentration that was slowly forming. What if I destroy it now? Red markings covered much of Gilgamesh's body, and a massive sigil erupted beneath his floating feet, radiating tremendous divine power. Seconds later, the hilt of his sword revealed its entire form. Boom, boom, boom. Space seemed to shatter. Crimson thunder enveloped the clouds, and soon, the entire moon was obscured by dark clouds. The divine power being released from Gilgamesh's body was so overwhelming that even the still-changing gods in this world were forced into hiding. Would it reduce the damage if I make you disappear? Gilgamesh gripped the hilt of his sword. The concentrated energy overflowed, and the lightning intensified, making the very air feel heavy. The most potent treasure in this world, capable of killing gods and destroying stars, had been revealed, but just as Gilgamesh was about to use his power to obliterate the mana concentration completely, he returned his sword to his treasury. "There might be another way, but I'll need a little more time." Gilgamesh shook his head and descended from the sky as the red markings on his body vanished. When Simon saw Gilgamesh appear before him, he bowed respectfully and asked, "What happened, my lord?" "This region will be destroyed. Well, most of it will be ravaged by a magical incident. I wanted to destroy it at its root, but it's not advisable due to many factors that could go wrong. I want you to delay the construction of the Tower of Uruk here until the explosion occurs. Also, I want towers of Urak to be established on every continent, and if possible, in every realm outside of Asura." Gilgamesh sealed most of his power and continued, "In each tower, there should be at least one king of the sword. What we need is an intelligence network and connections with all the slavers without resorting to killing them. In 2 to 3 years, when this explosion cannot be prevented, we must ensure the recovery of most of those affected in this place. When that happens, we will rebuild everything that was lost and make this place an extremely advanced country where we will act as lords. Gilgamesh returned to his room and decided to get some rest. There were many things he needed to process. Floating Castle Chaos Breaker. Dragon King Plegarius Dola sensed that immensely powerful divine presence that filled him with terror, but it suddenly disappeared without a trace. After some thought, he murmured, "Almanfi." "Yes, my lord." A man dressed in white bowed before Plegarius, who was seated on the throne. "Investigate the source of the power that was unleashed a few moments ago. Only find out what happened, and do not engage in combat unless necessary." Plegarius ordered with an indescribable feeling inside him. "Yes, my lord," Almanfi said before disappearing from the floating castle using teleportation. It was in this place, but I detect absolutely no power disturbance. How can I conceal every trace in just an instant? Almanfi appeared beneath where he had sensed that presence, but he couldn't discern more than that, only a simple location. Should I investigate in the city? As that question arose, Almanfi's body flashed in a bright aura and teleported to the city. His body advanced further and further towards the castle where the Grerat family resided until a dagger struck the roof of a building far ahead of his path. Almanfi halted and looked at the figure standing in front of him, an elderly withered man who held his sword like a staff and constantly directed a smile at him. After a few seconds, 5 equally powerful figures surrounded him. I wonder, what is a man as powerful as you seek in this region? The withered elderly man opened his eyes, and a powerful aura emanated from his body. His gaze flashed with pure coldness that demonstrated the ability to kill anyone who didn't answer his questions. "In the name of Plegarius, my lord, I come to investigate what caused that sudden turbulence of divine energy. I would appreciate it if you didn't interfere with my path, because if you do, I will be forced to take drastic measures." Almanfi wasn't concerned about being surrounded by formidable enemies. What worried him was seeing so many of them apparently serving someone much superior. The withered elderly man, who was the strongest of the group, said, "I'm sorry, but I don't care if the Dragon King has ordered you. That won't give you the damn right to disturb my lord's slumber. If you dare to take a step forward, that means you've made your decision, and your lord is willing to bear the consequences. My lord has been bored these last few days. He wouldn't mind starting a war against the Dragon King. After all, there is no living being in this world that can stand against him." Almanfi gripped the hilt of his short sword, clenched his teeth in fury, and asked, "May I know your lord's name?" "Gilgamesh, King of Kings, unmatched and unrivaled among men," said the withered elderly man as he snapped his fingers, and the other figures vanished. "The incident has been controlled, so you can go back and tell Plegarius that if he truly seeks answers, he can visit my lord, who will be in this place for approximately 3 years." "Very well. I will convey your words, hoping he can uphold them." Almanfi disappeared without a trace, and the withered elderly man's face showed a smile before he too returned. This time, he would withdraw, not out of fear of death, but because he was certain that the elderly man was terribly powerful and lethal. His words didn't lie or show fear, which was admirable, considering he was addressing Plegarius. Although he felt furious, he couldn't reflect those feelings in his master's orders. So he decided to return, recount what had happened, and see what actions his lord would take. Days passed, and there was no presence of a Dragon King. Gilgamesh didn't take this as significant because he knew part of the Dragon King's history. Being one of the heroes who saved the world from total annihilation by the demon race, he still had a priority in dealing with the resurrection of the demon god. On the other hand, Gilgamesh didn't want to confront enemies who could be formidable with his current small body. He should at least perform a blood ritual to accelerate his body's development, but he could do that whenever he wanted, so there was no rush to progress. In addition to training with Aerys, Gilgamesh spent time expanding the power of the new subordinates who had been hired by the Grerat family, and each of them was compelled to sign a loyalty contract. During this time, Philip and Sorios agreed to swear loyalty to Gilgamesh, officially becoming part of the faction of the Fourth Prince, who until then had the largest and most powerful faction. Elaine, on the other hand, began to expand the branches of the Uruk Tower. They presented themselves as a tower that sold their most luxurious items only to people with money. Furthermore, Gilgamesh's other businesses started to expand and gain fame in the kingdom of Asura. In just a few months, he had formed a monopoly where he was making so much money that he couldn't match his expenses. After this time, many realized that it was impossible for them to easily acquire slaves, and if they bought any, they would be killed. The bad reputation was so widespread that only the Uruk Tower was allowed to buy slaves, and many families took charge of selling their newest slaves out of fear of the repercussions it could bring to their family. After some time, Gilgamesh had become more familiar with Aerys, and although they weren't friends, they spent time together. "Is that your cat?" Aerys's hand trembled as she saw a huge golden lion playing with Gilgamesh, who stood at least 2 meters tall. "Isn't he beautiful? I fed him some magical plants to make him grow, but I think his growth exceeded my expectations." Gilgamesh touched the fur of his beautiful lion while feeding him a large piece of meat. Aerys responded hastily. "How is that thing considered a cat? That's a man-eating beast that should be very dangerous even for knights. Isn't it aggressive?" "Not all. He grew faster, but he's still a cub. Come, pet him," Gilgamesh said as he reassured his large lion with gentle strokes. "Well, if it bites me, it's your fault." Aerys closed her eyes and extended her hand to the lion's mane. She soon discovered that the sensation was soft and fluffy, which she liked very much. "Haha, of course, he wouldn't bite me. This big lion knows who his owner is." Aerys lifted her head, but when she saw the beast's fixed gaze on her, her expression darkened. Then she watched as the lion's enormous mouth opened and closed its eyes, only to feel a huge tongue licking her face. "Ha ha, I guess he doesn't like you. He usually licks his food to see if he'll like it or not." Gilgamesh teased Aerys after enduring countless challenges from her and her rigorous training. With her hair wet from the lion's saliva, Aerys was about to get angry when she saw Gilgamesh climb onto the back of the massive beast. "Hey, don't you want to ride him? Huh? Come on, it'll be a lot of fun," Gilgamesh said as he lifted Aerys into the air and placed her in front of him. After he had her on the lion's back, he gently tapped the creature's back and murmured, "Run, roar." A roar echoed before Gilgamesh's lion took off running through the castle and outside of it. "Ah!" Aerys screamed as she held onto the lion's fur tightly, and Gilgamesh couldn't stop laughing at her fearful expression. Aerys's attitude gradually changed. Instead of imitating her grandfather Sorios, she was becoming more like Gilgamesh. This was something very different and special that had completely changed her day-to-day life. She received not only physical training, but also learned a character that was only used by the person she admired the most until now. Gilgamesh never looked down on a servant, he never insulted those who didn't deserve it, and he sought to occasionally boast about his precious skills. But under no circumstances did he give importance to people beneath him, and if he was now training Aerys, it was because she would be his betrothed, and he saw a special aura in her that, if maintained, could make her worthy of him. Many might think that Gilgamesh's standards were very high for what he expected from a woman, but they say that the woman you marry will reflect in the future what a man is worth, and vice versa. He understood perfectly what he could offer, so he expected the minimum from a woman who might share with him perhaps the last moments of his life. He had never married, having lived and died as a mortal, so there was no one who understood the value of marriage better than him. He wanted to make a good choice and not succumb solely to skin-deep appearances. When he looked at Aerys, he saw many things that could happen in the future, things he would have preferred not to have seen. However, now that he knew that she might even give her life for him if their relationship grew stronger, he knew that the least he could do was train her and look after her. But he was not so presumptuous as to think that this was set in stone and had to be that way. He understood the laws of fate and knew the varying effects he was causing in this place with his sudden appearance. So he knew that anything could happen if he wished it. Should he remain indifferent or delve into what he had seen? From that moment on, he stopped using that ability on women because he didn't want to discover any surprises that might put him in a state of different thoughts. He had heard of the human god and something happening with one of his wives, but he didn't know if it was just one or perhaps more. Nevertheless, he now had to take care of Aerys just to ease his conscience. He wouldn't want to know now. It wasn't as fun. As Gilgamesh was resting, he heard some faint footsteps that he immediately recognized as Aerys's. She didn't make much noise and sat down beside him while looking at the sky. She never thought that her life would change so radically just because of the presence of the Red Prince she had talked about so much. The rule for every strong man and woman is that they cannot be taken by surprise, Aerys. Gilgamesh opened his eyes, but his attitude stopped being so gentle, and he began to behave more and more like he would with anyone else. And I must assess how strong an opponent is before even drawing my sword. I understand perfectly. Aerys was also much calmer, with a serene aura that gave the impression of being in the presence of a woman with strong character. You have an entirely different ethics from mine when it comes to deciding to fight, but remember that you should always go all the way and not stop halfway. Gilgamesh turned his head on the grass where Aerys lay. He smiled slightly and murmured, "I will teach you to understand the value of the earth, honest work, and the bravery of a commoner. Is it important to understand those things?" Aerys asked the same question that Gilgamesh had asked his friend Enkidu when he taught him the importance of life, and after that, he was considered the greatest king of his time. Touch the earth, Aerys, feel its vitality, and understand where life comes from. When you come to understand the true value of coexistence, which not only includes your personal ruggedness in life, you will know that you have achieved wisdom in this life. Gilgamesh spoke these words as if he were talking to his younger self, someone who needed a friend with whom to share these kinds of moments. He had also noticed that Aerys had no friends. She was alone, just like him, so that was also one of the reasons why he would stay here until this mana concentration was completely eliminated from this place. But very few people our age understand that. Gilgamesh didn't want to put undue pressure on Aerys to make her think she should understand this when it took him more than 30 years to do so. Do you already know all of this? Aerys, who had become accustomed to the special aura that Gilgamesh emitted, didn't feel any emotion that would disorient her from his refined behavior. Who knows? Maybe it has changed in this place. Everything is constantly changing, including our destiny. Gilgamesh smiled pleasantly, making it this time impossible for Aerys to control her facial expressions. Yes, everything is constantly changing. Aerys nodded as she gazed randomly into the distance. Gilgamesh jumped to his feet and said, "By the way, your birthday is approaching, so you can ask me for any kind of gift you want. I'll get you whatever you ask for." Aerys didn't hesitate and replied, "Then I want a dragon." "A lizard with wings?" Gilgamesh thought for a moment and, out of curiosity, asked, "What's so good about dragons?" "I could believe in a spirit that protects you. That ritual was in the book we took from those guys at the auction house." Aerys blushed when she realized that Gilgamesh was taking her words seriously, so she quickly said, "I don't want a dragon. Whatever you give me, I'm sure I'll like it. Perhaps after studying those summoning rituals for familiars and creating spirit servants, I can try a few times to see what comes out. Anyway, I'll give you a beautiful gift, Aerys," Gilgamesh said as he reached out his hand towards her and added, "But you have etiquette classes. Even if they aren't important, we should never be a mongrel." "What's a mongrel?" Aerys asked, confused, as they approached the castle's entrance. "Well, that's something similar to the word commoners, but I used it before to naturally dictate something with a unique meaning. But not all commoners should be called by this name, only those who don't respect me." "Well, that word comes to mind after remembering something." Gilgamesh bid farewell to Aerys and remained lost in thought about his past. In the end, he too had been a mongrel for having died as a human. Although my love for humanity now doesn't allow me to use this word regularly. "Elaine, where are you going?" Gilgamesh noticed a carriage with Aerys's teacher traveling alone. "I'm looking for a potential master for Aerys in magic." Elaine mentioned this briefly, thinking it wasn't of interest to Gilgamesh. "Is it far?" Gilgamesh had nothing else to do, so he asked instead. It's a bit of a distance. It would take several hours to go back and forth by carriage. Do you really want to come? Ghislaine, although she understood Gilgamesh, had few interactions with him, so with her limited social skills, she couldn't say much. Ghislaine didn't exactly see Gilgamesh as a child, but the more she understood him, the more mysterious he became. She was aware that after all the rumors about Gilgamesh and many of the things that were true about him, many had a mistaken idea of the true behavior of the Red Prince. Ghislaine's subconscious mind constantly scolded her for thinking she was talking to a child because she felt that Gilgamesh's wisdom was much deeper than that of most adults she had met. That's because Gilgamesh is not exactly a child. Every prince and princess of any kingdom must be smart enough not to die in the struggle for the throne. Not just as they grow up, but from childhood. If you're not careful, you'll end up dead. Then I'll take you to that place. Traveling by carriage is neither comfortable nor fast. Gilgamesh snapped his fingers, and a huge golden ripple appeared beside him, revealing his ark for faster travel than he had in his position. This throne of Gilgamesh is a golden ark with an emerald color, one of his numerous high-tech noble phantasms from Hindu mythology that he had used before. This ark is powered by solar crystal, rutilated quartz crystals, which burn mercury as fuel. It defies the laws of physics, traveling at the speed of thought, and can easily surpass speeds that no other aircraft or person can achieve. It has a pilot's throne that can be removed in emergency situations and a control column, not used due to interference with the operation of the Gate of Babylon, which is placed directly in front. Well, we'll arrive in a few minutes, so you wouldn't mind standing, right? It's not that I'm selfish, it's just that I need to control this thing. Gilgamesh climbed onto his golden ark. What kind of thing is this? Ghislaine got a little excited discovering this magical platform with qualities similar to the Dragon King's floating castle. This is an ark we'll be using. Its name is Vimana. Get on, and you'll see that we'll get to that place in no time. Gilgamesh started manipulating his Vimana while sitting on the throne, and a golden glow began to expand around it. Well, it seems much more fun than traveling in a carriage. Ghislaine climbed onto the Vimana and walked up the steps to reach the side of the throne where Gilgamesh was sitting. So when she was ready, the Vimana floated higher and higher off the ground, even through the snow, and began to move at high speed. By the way, what kind of instructor are they looking for Aerys? Gilgamesh became somewhat interested. For Ghislaine to personally seek one, it had to be someone significant. It's just a favor that young Lord Philip is doing for his cousin. It turns out this got delayed due to certain political issues that you resolved when you showed up. If it weren't for that, perhaps that teacher, who is actually a child, would have arrived at the Greyrat mansion a year and a half ago. Ghislaine explained to Gilgamesh casually. When Gilgamesh heard the word child, his curiosity was piqued and the Vimana's speed increased. There was no issue with breathing difficulties because a shield prevented air from becoming a problem. By the way, in which direction should I exactly head? After a few minutes, Gilgamesh slowed down and his gaze settled on Ghislaine, who was seated beside the throne. I didn't tell you, did I? Ghislaine's face darkened due to her forgetfulness. She had been so impressed with the sensation of flying in the air that she had completely forgotten their destination. Gilgamesh, on the other hand, concealed his embarrassment as he had forgotten to ask because he was enjoying the opportunity to show off his Vimana to Ghislaine, who had many similarities to giant cats. After some complications, Gilgamesh understood the exact direction they needed to go, using his ability to see the past and determine their destination. If it weren't for the Vimana's speed, the journey would have taken just as long as traveling by carriage. Boom! The Vimana's speed increased as it advanced through the beautiful green landscape, free from any human marks. These remote areas of the kingdom were the best, not only offering a connection to nature, but also endless tranquility. However, very few could afford to live here. Not only was there a high presence of wild beasts, but they were also incredibly strong. Without being a knight, it would be challenging to live in these areas. Of course, while it might be appealing for Gilgamesh to live here, he preferred to reside in a beautiful castle built to his own specifications. As they emerged from the clouds, a stunning landscape slowly appeared, a sight that very few would have the opportunity to appreciate in their lifetime. According to Ghislaine, the chances of flying were few, if not non-existent, in this kingdom. Although there were platforms that flew in this realm, they were so difficult to find and access that it would be better to dismiss the idea. These beautiful vistas left Gilgamesh amazed. It was so different from Uruk that he could easily say they were two distinct worlds. The rich land and the beautiful breeze were something that very few places could achieve, which is why living differently, but similarly, was a deep-seated desire within him. It seems we've arrived. Should that be the estate down there? Gilgamesh asked casually, looking at the village from an altitude of over 1,000 meters and moving at a speed difficult for the human eye to detect. Yes, it should be this place. Ghislaine responded with more calmness as she used her eye's ability to see clearly at the distance they were. When Gilgamesh arrived, he didn't descend immediately, but instead concealed his presence and waited alongside Ghislaine, as they observed a child facing an adult in what appeared to be a sword duel. The child should be 7 or 8 years old, right? Gilgamesh asked as he watched the combat from above with some surprise. To consider this child as an instructor was a poorly executed joke in Gilgamesh's eyes. They were talking about magic, which refers to the manipulation of mana stored in the body to produce supernatural effects known as magic spells. Generally, it is believed that a person's mana or magical power reserve is inherited, and the amount one has is determined at birth. However, now that Gilgamesh could sense the magical quantity inside that child, he discovered that there were certain exceptions, in addition to the children he was personally training. All people are capable of increasing their total mana amount by stimulating their mana from an early age. Those slaves he had been buying and sending to orphanages to be taught magic were incredible talents who were slowly accumulating worthy power. The ability to learn how to cast silent spells is also related to practicing the skill and early age. Of course, this did not apply to Gilgamesh, who had not touched magic since he arrived in this world. He knew that his body contained an enormous amount of magic, which compared to the child beneath him, would be like comparing an ocean to a drop of seawater. There was no comparison in their hidden power. It was true that magic did not seem attractive to him in any way at the moment, not when there were so many other things that caught his attention. Ghislaine looked at the battle unfolding between father and son and said, "He must have just turned 8. I'm not well informed about it as it's not relevant. But certainly, that child has talent, incredible magic talent." Gilgamesh furrowed his brow and thought that unless it was a reincarnation, an incarnation, or an enlightened being, there was no possibility that this child had such achievements in magic. So, after seeing that the battle had ended, he said, "Now that they've finished, let's descend." Ghislaine nodded. Bana village, home to Paul Greyrat. That was too close. Paul observed his unconscious son lying on the ground, and then his dirty shoes. He had received the response letter a year and a half after receiving one stating that things were not good for the family at that time. He thought they had politely ignored him, but after a year and a half, a response had come. Paul, as a father who found it difficult to understand his son, wanted to leave a strong impression on him by giving him a beating while teaching him how to use a sword. But after another year and a half, his son was incredible at magic, which surprised him greatly when he used it in the battle. As expected of my son, his intuition for combat is astounding. Paul said, one of the things he was most proud of was having such a talented son. As expected from a genius who even made a water saint mage lose confidence. His son was terrifying, but he would always be proud of him. In the past, Paul could only feel envy towards those who were better than him. But surprisingly, when it came to his son, he didn't feel any negative emotions. Sylphie, who appeared on the scene, tried to rescue her friend and immediately cast an intermediate-level spell. Despite being the same age as Rudius, she was incredibly skilled in using magic. The battle has already ended. You should consider creating a fictional scene in your mind and take a closer look at things instead. Gilgamesh appeared behind Sylphie and placed his hand on her shoulder. "Who is this?" Sylphie asked in surprise as she turned around, but because she was casting a spell, it ended up hitting Ghislaine in the face. "Hey, Paul, who was watching his son's friend, froze when he saw a boy much taller than Rudius suddenly appear behind Sylphie. He was about to question who he was when he suddenly saw Ghislaine appearing abruptly by his side. Gilgamesh smiled at the little elf beside him, who looked at him in surprise and said, "We arrived unexpectedly. It would be abnormal if they didn't see us." Sylphie remained frozen, not knowing what to say. She looked at Gilgamesh, who was very tall and walking towards Rudius without any apparent intention. "Hey, is this your son?" Gilgamesh asked, looking at the man standing to the side, holding a wooden sword. "Oh, of course he's my son," Paul said boastfully, as if he regarded his son above all other children. But Gilgamesh smiled coldly and asked again, "Are you sure he's your son?" This question annoyed Paul a little. He looked at Gilgamesh more sternly and said, "I was there when he was born. Do I need to tell you that he's not my son?" Choose your words carefully, Paul. You would lose more than just your rank if you're not careful. Ghislaine walked towards the unconscious Rudius and looked at Paul, who handed her a letter and asked, "Who's that annoying kid?" "Someone you should be cautious of. You're a good man, but certainly foolish, although it's common in foolish nobles like you who have abandoned their status." Gilgamesh stopped looking at Paul and instead looked at Sylphie. "Girl, it would be a shame for someone with your talent to stay in this village waiting for your little boyfriend's favor. Don't you want to become stronger?" Sylphie didn't know how to respond to that question. Gilgamesh smiled as he looked at Sylphie. "In a few weeks, a mage from the Tower of Uruk will come to this village to offer you and your parents the opportunity to move to ours. Of course, you must be trained to become part of my magical workforce. Your parents would be with you. What do you say to that?" Paul frowned at this scene and asked, "Who says that?" "The future king of the Asura kingdom, someone who will clean up all the garbage in this kingdom." Gilgamesh left these words and disappeared from everyone's sight. Without waiting for a response, when Ghislaine was ready, Gilgamesh left this place at an impressive speed. In just a few seconds, he had left the village that had brought him certain surprises. Who would have thought that this boy is a mongrel in every sense? Gilgamesh smiled coldly as the speed continued to increase to the point where the landscapes couldn't be seen. He had seen fragments of Rudius's life, and he certainly wasn't a normal child. Normally, when a child is born, they learn what it means to live years after being in the world. As for the child named Rudius, who lay unconscious beside him, he seemed to possess awareness and superior intelligence, something anyone would have noticed except for his parents, who appeared to be oblivious to the fact that their newborn son was a hidden monster. When he looked deeper into his life, there was no need to know that he was a reincarnated individual. Something incredibly interesting, since it made Gilgamesh understand that all kinds of people could appear in this world. This led him to wonder if his friend somehow ended up in this world. No, there was no chance that had happened. Most likely, people who awaken in this world are few, and Gilgamesh didn't reincarnate. He incarnated into the body of a prince, which made his situation very different from Rudius's. While pondering all this, they had returned to the Greyrat castle and slowly descended to land on the ground. Ghislaine noticed that Gilgamesh seemed different, so she decided not to interrupt his thoughts. After arriving home, she descended with Rudius in her arms while also carrying the luggage that the boy had brought with him. "Is there something bothering you?" Ghislaine looked at Gilgamesh and finally asked. She knew that anything bothering the boy in front of her could lead to chaos, so she wanted to know if there was anything she could do to prevent it. "It's nothing important. I'll be out for a few hours, and if anyone asks for me, tell them I'll be back later." Without saying anything more, Gilgamesh left without further explanation. As he moved through the city, a shadow appeared over his vimana and respectfully unrolled in front of him. "Sir, are there new orders?" The withered old man asked this question while keeping his eyes closed. Gilgamesh looked at him for a moment and said, "I want you to keep an eye on that boy named Rudius. He arrived today and will be Aerys's magic instructor. His existence is indifferent to me, but he might act suspiciously and, worse yet, be a bothersome enemy I need to be cautious of. I'd like to place a shadow over him to keep him under surveillance." The withered old man understood perfectly what Gilgamesh meant and asked, my lord. What should we do if he acts suspiciously? If he doesn't harm anyone important to me, do not act. But if he lays a hand on my belongings, then you may kill him." Gilgamesh looked ahead and said, "Also, I want you to send an Emperor-class mage to Aldeabana with strong guards. I have a bad feeling. What shall we do in that village, my lord?" "Ah, I'm sorry. What you should do is find an elven mage named Sylphie. She's talented, so I want to take her to Elaine for training to become someone strong." Gilgamesh maintained his interest in her, as she could be valuable in keeping Rudius calm. So he pointed out, "However, if she refuses to accept my kindness, pay no more attention to her." "Orders accepted, my lord," said the withered old man, bowing, and then he disappeared without a trace. "It smells like gods," Gilgamesh muttered before disappearing from the scene. "Aerys, your magic teacher will arrive in the afternoon, so you must be ready," said Hilda as she stroked her beautiful daughter's scarlet hair. "Is it necessary for me to learn magic, Mom?" Aerys was a bit annoyed, but didn't express it too much on her face. Hilda had noticed that her daughter's behavior had changed since Prince Gilgamesh arrived. She had undergone a radical change in her attitude and seemed much more refined in her demeanor. This made Hilda understand that by being close to a great young man, her daughter was also taking great strides in her grumpy behavior. "You've changed a lot, Aerys. Are you happy with this marriage, dear?" Hilda asked this question while looking at Aerys's expression in the mirror. "What are you saying, Mom?" Aerys blushed a bit and said, "I don't care." Hilda smiled and advised her daughter, "Gilgamesh is a very intelligent, understanding prince, and there's no doubt he'll be a king of this realm. However, you must have a character in front of him. You must not become expressive and predictable. He may have more wives, but he chose you first, so you must show what you're worth." Aerys stopped thinking about things related to Gilgamesh and listened attentively to her mother's words. Hilda knew perfectly well what nobility was like and understood to some extent what awaited her daughter. "He chose you, and he indicated that the marriage would depend on your wishes, giving us to understand that he would sincerely accept your opinion even if you decide to refuse in the end. Your father said that as long as the engagement is announced, it will be more than enough. He will support you in whatever you decide to do." Hilda missed her other two children, whom she had not been able to meet due to family policies and rules, but she had Aerys, so she would always seek the best option for her. "I'm okay with that, Mom. I don't dislike it." Aerys wanted to keep talking, but her mother interrupted her. "Listen, Aerys, not all nobles are normal, and even we aren't, but there are many who are the worst. I've taught you the aspects of nobility and what will happen when you get married. So I just want you to know that you must be much stronger. Gilgamesh is a good candidate for you, but he's different from any other young man. He's not interested in the body, the face, or physical attraction. What he's looking for is a woman who matches him. I'm sure if that wasn't in you, he wouldn't have stayed here, so you must take advantage of that." Hilda didn't tell her about the political issues behind her engagement. It wasn't relevant to her. What she needed to do was teach her daughter to assert herself in front of Gilgamesh, making her understand that she was far superior to any other candidate for her engagement. Only then would Aerys become the queen of the Asura kingdom, and her own daughter would be an enviable woman among millions in the realm. "Don't worry, Mother, I will marry Gilgamesh and make myself worthy in his eyes," said Aerys with a serious look in response to her mother's teachings. "Well said, my daughter. Remember, I'll always be by your side with any kind of advice." Hilda smiled as she stroked her little daughter's hair. When Rudius woke up, he felt like he was in a bed, but due to the difference from his usual room, this bed was completely different. "Where am I?" Rudius sat up in his bed and saw a huge woman sitting in front of him. When he realized what was happening, he immediately introduced himself. "Nice to meet you. My name is Rudius Greyrat. I apologize for not being able to greet you properly. I'm still a bit confused. You're quite polite for someone like Paul's son. I suppose I inherited that from my mother. I'm Ghislaine. I hope we get along from now on." "Yes." Rudius was quite confused. The only thing he remembered was practicing with his father, and now he seemed to be in a completely different place. Judging by the position of the sun, not more than 2 hours had passed since then, but somehow he wasn't at home. "Excuse me. You can call me Ghislaine." "Ghislaine, did my father leave you a message?" Ghislaine took a letter from her bosom, and before handing it to Rudius, she said, "But before you read the letter aloud, you must understand something that has been happening in this place over the past few months. The mansion is not entirely peaceful. All of this is because Prince Gilgamesh of the Asura Kingdom is residing here. And although it hasn't been officially announced yet, he will be Aerys Greyrat's fiancé. So under no circumstances should you act normally in front of him." "I see." Rudius, who still didn't understand anything, wanted to ask, but first he listened to everything Ghislaine had to say. "For some reason, I sense that Gilgamesh is interested in you, although I don't understand in what sense. You must be reserved. To stay in this place, it's not enough to be a teacher. You must also not disturb the prince and not give him any reason to dismiss you." Ghislaine was very clear on this point. "I notice." Rudius looked at his hands and clenched them tightly, as if something he was aware of was affecting him in some way. "Did you say something?" Ghislaine asked as she looked at Rudius. "It's nothing. I'm just a little nervous about being in the same place as a prince." At the same time, in the largest tower of the Greyrat mansion, the whole city will be destroyed. Sorrow's Greyrat stared at the point in the sky attentively, and as he contemplated what he had heard from Prince Gilgamesh, who was next to him, he asked, "Is there any way to prevent this catastrophe?" "None. We could try to destroy it with powerful attacks, but that would likely result in the same outcome." Gilgamesh didn't understand the nature of that overwhelming amount of mana gathered in the sky, but he could somehow prevent it from completely harming the main city of Fitoa. Now is not a good time to focus on that problem. Aerys's birthday is in a year, and that's when the engagement will be announced. It's the only opportunity we would have for a more significant impact. What do you think about that? Sorrow's had a point, and Gilgamesh agreed with it as well. Maybe we can't control its nature, but we can control who it will affect when it erupts. According to my calculations, it will be at least 2 to 3 years before it erupts and causes the mana catastrophe. So we have enough time to prepare and develop a plan that involves the people of this city. Gilgamesh pondered it seriously and said, "Even if we can't prevent collateral damage, we can reduce the number of deaths by millions if we prepare from now on. If I can't stop it when it erupts, we must have a plan B that involves the complete reconstruction of Fitoa's most important city, but it will have my full support in addressing this problem." Sorrows rubbed his head and said, "According to records of small-scale disasters, something like affecting an entire city has never happened before. But it's nothing we should worry about. We'll use this catastrophe to our advantage to gain the people's solidarity." Gilgamesh smiled broadly at the idea. "Prince Gilgamesh, what are you thinking?" Sorrow sensed something but decided not to overthink and chose to ask instead. "Although we could possibly save everyone from the mana catastrophe with effort, it would be best to show the people the true nature of the Asura royal family. What do you think the crown's stance will be on this mana disaster, where we may need to save hundreds of thousands of lives?" Gilgamesh asked, awaiting the old man's response. "They will obviously refuse. Even if the city of Roa is destroyed, they will do nothing to rebuild it and leave it as a lost place." Sorrows reluctantly accepted this reality as it was likely to turn out. What if Prince Gilgamesh decides to support all those families in need? Not only have those missing people become slaves, but many of them are likely to become commodities for other kingdoms. From this action, we will gain 3 things: the support of the people, the gratitude of millions of devastated individuals, and we will see the stance of those kingdoms that supposedly only seek peace. Gilgamesh turned around and said, "If we win over the people, my reign will have a power that no other kingdom will have. If we have an unsatisfied populace with the crown, they will be the backbone of my reign. And if any kingdom refuses to cooperate in saving my people, then when I become king, I will destroy their royalty and rule as their emperor. My people are opening Urak towers in different kingdoms, controlling slavery, as it will be a point where most of the teleported will be gathered. That's why the decisions of the royalty of those kingdoms will be indifferent to me. I'm only seeking to assess their character and empathy. Although many will die, This will mark a new beginning for all humans within the Azuric kingdom. You're terribly perceptive, Prince Gilgamesh. I will support you in this plan with everything you need. Sorrow smiled in a way he had never done before. There was horror, happiness, fear, ecstasy, and desire all combined in a single facial expression. What he had heard made no sense. It was as if Prince Gilgamesh were a god. He was certainly a child, but the ease with which he had formulated such a plan was something only a monarch who had already reigned for years could do. If that's the case, Gilgamesh was born to rule over all others.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.